In seconds. My grass. This pose, shouldn't it be Buggy? Damn, so cruel? Is it a killer move to come up? A direct fight to the death. Even if Buggy is confident about 1 versus 2 and facing this big move, it still makes his hair stand on end. 2 masters at the Imperial level, Conqueror's Hockey's fully integrated moves. This alone is enough to make Admiral half disabled. In the plot of the previous life, the 5 supernovas of the extremely evil era were almost scraped to death by this trick. That's right, it just rubbed against the side, and all 5 of them lay down. If Zoro hadn't carried it desperately for a second, I'm afraid there wouldn't be the repeated horizontal jump behind Wong Luffy. But Buggy won't be cowardly. If you want to fight, I will fight. Wood expulsion shield. At this time, Buggy didn't hesitate at all, clapped his hands, and the sensen fruit fully fired. Breathing in front of him, a huge human face wood style with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared, and Buggy's advanced armament hockey was wrapped around it. Of course, it would be too late for Buggy to use his abilities when the 2 of them made moves. The reason why it can be so fast is that his future prediction has worked. Although he can't predict the personal attack of the Emperor level, he can still perceive what will happen in the next few seconds through the foresight of the future. As for hiding, it is even more impossible. Locked by the double Emperor's Conqueror's Hockey, there is no way to dodge if there is no time to resist for a second of swinging forward. What's more, Buggy understands that the reason why his hockey has been rising these days is because he has an indomitable momentum after killing the celestial dragons. Only after killing God can hockey soar. Coupled with the fact that Dressrosa's plan was perfectly completed, it can be said that from time travel to Impel down to Summit War and now, Buggy has never lost a single time. This is why his hockey is able to grow so fast. Not only a winning streak, but also a sublimation of one's own heart. Again. We are in front of us, absolutely invincible. Because of this, Buggy has no intention of dodging these 2-4 Emperor's ultimate moves. I just said that from now on, he will stand in the sky and be respected among the alliance of emperors. If this happens too much, his invincible aura will be gone. Although it won't hurt Buggy, but he doesn't even have the courage to face the double Emperor's ultimate move, let alone the king of the world. Snapped. So, at this moment, Buggy's eyes were fixed, his hands were clapped together suddenly, and the momentum of his whole body suddenly rose. Chi. In the next second, his Conqueror's Hockey was fully opened, making his whole body surrounded by platinum gold arrogance, and above the platinum gold arrogance, there were purple-black lightning jumping from time to time. As Buggy clapped his hands together, the platinum gold flames and the dancing purple-black lightning all poured into Buggy's clasped palms like a long whale sucking water. Zzz. When Buggy pulled his hands to the sides, a white gold ball of light was rapidly fissioning, rotating, and merging to become larger, and on the surface of the light ball, there were purple-black lightning bolts dancing around. The terrifying power distorted the surrounding air. If the wood expulsion shield that Buggy used to block him before was cast before Kaido and Big Mom's move Hakoku, then this full-strength, Nuclear Flash's killer move, at this time is to match them almost the same time spent. Overlord. Boom boom boom. In the next moment, the Buggy that Kaido and Big Mom slashed at the same time turned into a huge glass-colored shockwave with a diameter of tens of meters and rushed straight, and the wood expulsion shield only blocked it for a second. But that second is enough for Buggy to pull away. After he pulled back 100 meters in a flash, he pushed the platinum ball of light between his hands forward without hesitation. Nuclear Flash. Scoff. In the next instant, a huge platinum beam of light several meters in diameter pierced through hundreds of meters of space in an instant, shattering space cracks like twisted earthworms on the surrounding route and rushing towards the unstoppable Buggy ahead. Kaido and Big Mom laughed wildly when they saw the wood expulsion shield that Buggy used. Mommy. Buggy, you don't want to use this kind of wood to block our ultimate move? Ridiculous. Do you think you can block it with armament hockey backquote? Since you can't escape, we will send you to hell. This battle is over. Die. Buggy the clown. Damn you. Big Mom and Kaido's rampant laughter echoed in the sky of Oni Island, like the whisper of a demon god, making everyone on the battlefield below the Oni Island a little uneasy. Except for some tree cutting, most of the fighters have suspended the battle for the time being. Even Wan, who was riding on the Golden Emperor and beating him violently, turned his head subconsciously. Even the Golden Emperor with a bruised nose and a swollen face turned his head to look at the sky above Oni Island. Half of the sky there is shrouded in dazzling platinum, purple and black tricolor rays of light, and half is occupied by magnificent glass color. The aftermath of the powerful haki made people who got a little closer to the ghost island feel dizzy, and immediately fled to the outside in horror. Even though there was a ghost-like, flower tree world waiting outside, they don't hesitate to hunt them down. Above the sea in the distance, everyone's pupils shrank when they saw the image above the sky of Ghost Island. This aura is too scary, right? Does Garp have a feeling of déjà vu? Sangoku, did you mean the Valley of the Gods? Except for that time, when else can there be such a terrifying haki fluctuation? Even the sky can hardly bear their history. Redhead, how did Buggy's haki grow so fast? After the last Summit War, I feel like he's about the same as me. You feel right, but Beckman, you should also understand that haki grows with personal courage. Think about what Buggy did after that. Godslayer. And the more beloved title in the world right now. Dreamer. Buggy? Ha 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 Mihawk, do you know that too? I don't think it's hard to know, okay. Buggy's dream is probably more beneficial to him than his god-killing behavior. Moreover, Buggy has been practicing it. Yeah. From the Fishman Island, to the Battle of Punk Hazard, God-killing, to the liberation of Dressrosa, and now to Wano Kuni. Buggy, you bastard. Just as the big powerhouses were discussing a few sea miles away from Oni Island, almost at the same time, a bearded phone bug on Kizaru's left shoulder suddenly heard a shocked voice. Perusalino, is it true that the three emperors have already shot with all their strength? I can only see the impact here, but I can't feel the momentum. Ah. Kizaru forgot to pout at this moment, and nodded solemnly. It's gone all out. Our hairs stand on end from miles away. What three monsters? Hearing his words, the bearded phone bug paused and then tentatively said. Perusalino, do you think there is a possibility? It's just that the bearded phone bug hadn't finished speaking. Kizaru's body shook and he suddenly raised his hand to his ear and said. What did you say? Lord Five Elders, I can't hear you very well. It may be that the aftermath of the battle on the other side was too ferocious. Haki was like the sea, turbulent and turbulent, it was terrifying. That's it for now, I'll listen to your report later. Click. Before Kizaru hung up the phone, he heard the five elders on the other side of the phone bug start to throw their glasses again. Obviously he was pissed off. At the same time, around the top. Woo woo woo, two berserk energies have battled over the Isle of Ghosts. The terrifying power and the overflowing energy directly moved all the rocky peaks at the top of the Ghost Island into flat ground. Ha ha ha. For a while, this place was like a demon realm, extremely frightening. The strong wind pressure, the terrifying energy spill, and the incomparable haki spill directly cleared away the billowing dark clouds in the sky before, making the sky extremely clear. Such a terrifying scene made everyone on the battlefield completely stop. Overlord. Nuclear flash. Boom boom boom. Zzz. As the two terrifying moves of Platinum Gold and Liuli finally collided together, there was a huge roar, and the terrifying haki lightning that was born was raging crazily. At this time, the upper half of the Ghost Island has been shattered into dust by this terrifying energy overflow. In just a few seconds, the original huge Ghost Island has been smashed in half. The upper part of the skull of the ghost giant that has been decayed for thousands of years was reduced to dust in this energy spill. As the energy impact became more and more intense, the two terrifying energies finally formed a huge ball of light, with purple and black lightning dancing on half of the platinum surface, and red, blue and black lightning dancing on the half of the glazed surface. After a few seconds of stalemate like this, the air between the sky and the earth seemed to freeze at this moment. Scoff the next moment, the huge ball of light with a diameter of 1 kilometer above Oni Island suddenly seemed to be squished by someone from the upper and lower ends, turning it into an ellipse in an instant. Run. Seeing this scene, almost everyone under the Ghost Island had the same idea, even the flower and tree world that was still dancing wildly. At this time, all the big trees and vines were lying on the ground as if lying down. This made those people who turned to put on their coats overjoyed, and rushed out with all their lives. Just a few seconds after they rushed out, the ball of light above Gweji Island seemed to be crushed by two hands and couldn't bear it, completely turned into a ray of light spanning hundreds of kilometers and exploded. Boom boom boom. On this day, everyone in Wano Kuni seemed to see the second sun close at hand. Soon, many Wano Kuni people who ran to the beach to watch the battle saw the Ghost Island Hanjima, which was at least 1/7 the size of Wanakuna's territory, disappearing before their eyes at a speed visible to the naked eye. The outer island of the Ghost Island in the distance, the huge reef islands that have been moved here, are full of people at this time. The originally huge Ghost Island, at this time, only the hall on the first floor still remains. All the 10 or so floors above the hall have disappeared. Even though they had already transferred all the financial reports to the flower capital of Wano-kuni before they started the war, this kind of loss was tantamount to huge. The Battle of the Three Emperors just started fighting for a while before the Island of Ghosts disappeared completely? Who can resist this? It's outrageous. Jabba, Bullet, Duolingo and Sunbell in the distance looked at each other, and they all saw the shock in each other's eyes. Mr. Jabba, I always feel like I've seen this picture somewhere before. Ah. You felt right, Valley of the Gods. Hiss. Really, is that why the Valley of the Gods didn't exist? Hey. What are you guys talking about? Don't be a riddler. Have any secrets to share? After today, when Captain Buggy reaches the peak, Enel, you will have plenty of opportunities to listen. Now everyone in the Buggy Pirates has raised their spirits. Always pay attention to the people in the open sea, the Beasts Pirates, and the Big Mom Pirates. If anyone has the idea of making a profit, then don't hesitate to join forces and kill them. Oh. At this moment, everyone in the Buggy Pirates also agreed in unison. Everyone was fully informed and focused on the surrounding situation. Island of Ghosts. Above the sky. At this time, the three figures are still standing in the air, but they were gone a minute ago. Kaido's blue scales burst, dripping with blood. The ant's mouth was bleeding, her hair was disheveled, and her clothes were in dilapidated condition. In particular, the three strongest homies under her command have shrunk into a ball at this time. Dream carrying ant to float has to rely on electricity to go to Zeus and Prometheus to move her together. However, compared with the two people who were in a state of embarrassment, the man opposite could be said to be unscathed. There is still such a platinum mask around him, but this time the platinum mask is only less than 20 centimeters in front of him. Although at this time Buggy still maintains the posture of pushing forward with both hands, but his violent panting can also tell the exhaustion of his eyes before. But compared to Kaido and Big Mom on the opposite side, Buggy's situation is like heaven and earth. Rao was used to seeing big scenes, but after seeing the unscathed Buggy, their voices broke down. How is it possible? How can you have nothing at all? You bastard. What kind of monster? Impossible, absolutely impossible. That terrible explosion only blows your platinum shield back a few meters. Damn. What you eat is definitely not paramecia chop fruit. Another devil fruit that has not been recorded in history. Kaido and Big Mom completely broke their defenses at this moment. They never imagined that under the explosion of the two of them, no, to be precise, the attack strength of the three of them is equivalent to the joint attack of 5 Emperor-level powerhouses, Buggy still failed to break through the defense. How could such a terrifying defense be chop fruit? Now that they think about it, they understand that Buggy must have eaten an extremely evil magic fruit that is unknown to the world. Otherwise, this is invincible defense and invincible attack power. Compared with this kind of fruit ability, the most famous Logia Thunderfruit is nothing. I am afraid that the strongest move that Thunderfruit has developed to awaken can only match the attack power of Buggy, the ultimate devil fruit. As for defense, it's even more Thunderfruit. They have never heard of this kind of fruit. If they had known that Buggy's fruit ability had surpassed them by more than one level, even if Hockey had a level gap, they would never want to join forces to kill each other. Because it's impossible. 1. If you don't get rid of the other party, you may be killed by the other party. Who wants to take such a risk? But then again, it has reached this point, it is already immortal. It is useless for them to regret it this time, and they can only do their best. Call after taking a breath, Buggy looked at the two people who had broken the defense. The corners of the mouth above the clown makeup showed an incomparably rampant arc. Shake it up. Ha 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 ha, the feeling of blood boiling, this is called fighting. After saying that, Buggy opened his arms to embrace the world. Kaido and Big Mom, who looked up in the distance, laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, mere 4 emperors, less than half of me. If that's what you're all about, get ready to be a relic of the olden days. Core concentration flash. When the words fell, the world was shocked. How is it possible? This kid can still use this kind of move now. Seeing Buggy in the distance slammed his hands together again, Kaido's pupils shrank violently, and his face was full of horror. Not only Kaido, but even the world's top powerhouses who watched the battle around them were shocked. Is this kid dying? Impossible. How could his Hockey grow so fast? Damn. What the hell did this guy eat to grow up? Does he have enough Hockey for him to use this move? However, no matter how shocked they were, as Buggy slowly opened his hands, a dazzling white gold light reappeared. Zzz. Then the terrifying energy within it suddenly overflowed. Kaido. Why are you still in a daze? Do you want to die? The ant beside Kaido saw that Kaido was still in a daze, so she couldn't help roaring loudly, and then raised the Napoleon in her hand high. Naturally, she can withstand this move by herself, but if she really carries it alone, she will be seriously injured if she does not die. As long as she and Kaido don't separate, this kid's move can't help her. What's more, after a lot of haki consumption before, the power of this move, nuclear flash, is absolutely impossible to be higher than the first time. In the same way, their ba-hai is the same. Kaido also came back to his senses after hearing the ant's cry, and said with a very serious expression. Linlin, we're in trouble this time, Kaido's blue haki arrogance soared into the sky, and countless blue and black lightning bolts on the mace in his hand said. Then do it again. I can't believe this guy haki can inflate so much. Could it be that killing God can really raise a person's courage to this level? Who knows? Get through this first. Auntie also let out a scarlet haki soaring into the sky, and the red and black lightning flashed around Napoleon in her hand, and then the veins in her hand bulged and swung forward violently. Overlord. Chi 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 chi. Just like the terrifying power of haki before, it distorted the air between the heaven and the earth. The magnificent red-orange-red-green-blue-blue-purple glazed shockwave car sweeps towards Zhongji. Nuclear concentration flash. With a calm voice of meditation in Buggy's heart, Buggy raised his hand and gently pushed the white gold ball of light wrapped with purple-black lightning in his hand at that moment. Scoff. In the next moment, the space distorted, and haki violently turned into a white gold beam of light entwined with purple-black lightning, blasting towards the glass shockwave coming from the opposite side again. Zzz, just like before, the Conqueror's lightning danced wildly, and after the terrifying power spilled out, the space was torn apart at the intersection of the two shockwaves. This time, I only held for less than 2 seconds, and the half-platinum, half-red and blue light ball exploded into a dazzling ray of light that stretched hundreds of miles away, as if it had been crushed from the upper and lower ends by someone. Boom boom boom. The sound of the violent explosion was like billions of thunderclaps, reverberating in the sky above the island of ghosts. It's just that no one noticed that before the explosion, the platinum shield around Buggy actually extended out for nearly 2 meters. Then, the platinum shield also began to gradually shrink inward by the bombardment of the aftermath of the terrible haki explosion. If Kaido and Big Mom see this scene, they will be absolutely horrified, because they shouted a big lie. Had they discovered in the first place that the first explosion had only shrunk Buggy's platinum shield by about half, they'd probably have run away with their buckets. At their level, from Summit War to Battle of Punk Hazard, plus Kaido personally fighting with Buggy, they can already tell whether Buggy is strong or weak. They found that as long as Buggy's shield can still extend a few meters, it proves that his haki is still strong, otherwise it is weak. It is precisely because of this analysis that they were deceived by Buggy's deliberate display of weakness just now. In their concept, there is no need for Buggy to hide his clumsiness. It's still clumsy to fight the two of them 4 emperors, isn't this really courting death? But Buggy does just that. The reason why he hides his clumsiness is because he wants to see if he can kill 4 emperors here today. If his ideas are known to outsiders, they will definitely be shocked by Buggy's whimsical ideas. After all, the opponent is the 2 emperors teaming up. In today's world, being able to have the upper hand in the face of this level of double emperors teaming up is already shocking the world, but Buggy actually wants to keep one? This is how much self-confidence it takes to be able to do this. However, for Buggy, if he didn't even have the idea, and didn't try it, his haki wouldn't be able to inflate so fast. As far as Buggy's personal feelings are concerned, after the start of Killing God, his haki began to expand like a rocket. Until the liberation dress Rosa reaches the apex. At that time, he could already feel that his Conqueror's haki had already reached the peak of advanced level, and he only needed one opportunity to achieve self-breakthrough again instead of relying on cheat. From then on, Buggy probably understood that the source of his haki growth is his invincible belief and momentum. If he loses his momentum, not to mention whether haki will go backwards, at least it is inevitable that he will not move forward for a long time. That's why Buggy had such crazy ideas. He wants to kill one of the 4 emperors. The madness in the eyes made Buggy slam his hands together again, watching the rapidly shrinking platinum protective cover. The corners of his mouth gradually rose. This is nuclear concentration flash. Scoff. This trick is another killer move that Buggy has researched for this day. What if rubbing out a ball isn't enough to kill an enemy? Then rub one more. The avenue is as simple as it is. Poof. In the next second, the faces of the people around suddenly changed. As top powerhouses, even if they don't have special knowledge, their observation haki is at least at an intermediate to high level. Therefore, they soon felt a terrifying wave of energy rising from the aftermath of the terrifying explosion that hadn't dissipated. It's Buggy's move. I'm stupid. Is this guy Buggy still a human? Why can he use this trick 3 times in one go? Kaido and Big Mom are in danger this time. Hiss. Is it possible that we are going to witness the beheading of a Peak 4 Emperors today? This is due to the joint efforts of 2 Peak 4 Emperors. Are you going to be so crazy? This is the Godslayer. The Emperor Slayer. All the powerful people around were shocked and paralyzed by Buggy's crazy behavior. They can feel that there is not much haki left around Buggy, and his physical strength is only enough to support him in the air at this time. Not good. Damn it. Those strong spectators outside could feel it, and Kaido and Big Mom could naturally feel this terrifying power, and their complexions changed suddenly. They didn't expect that Buggy would have the energy to immediately perform this terrible ultimate move for the 3rd time. Even if the 2 of them joined hands at this time, they could still use Bahai again, but it was too late. It takes a certain amount of time for Bahai to swing forward, not to mention that they are in a weak state at this time. Haki has already fallen to a certain level, and the tacit understanding between the 2 of Bahai is enough, but both time and haki need a longer forward swing. That's why the duo are so shocked and in disbelief. But that's why Buggy was able to take a chance. Because they need 2 people to be able to use the ultimate move, Zan Huang, Buggy can use it alone. This is where your weakness lies. Immediately afterwards, the sound of Buggy's drinking came from the aftermath of the explosion on the opposite side, and then they saw and knew that the platinum beam of light wrapped with purple-black lightning directly shattered countless aftermath of the explosion, and haki energy pierced through it. Although the white-gold beam of light entwined with purple-black lightning is a few circles smaller than before, the core of terrifying power inside remains unchanged. Scoff! The terrifying platinum beam of light flashed past, and arrived in front of the 2 of them in the blink of an eye. Damn it! The ant roared angrily at this moment, because she realized that this platinum beam of light was coming straight towards her. But it is impossible for her to avoid it now. Man of Steel. Therefore, a look of ruthlessness flashed in Big Mom's eyes, and with Big Mom's roar, the powerful armament haki around her instantly froze on her body, making her already huge body seem to be covered with a thick layer of black armor. The casing is average. Mom's idea is good. Using the armor of the armed color and her own terrifying defense power known as the steel balloon, if it is the explosion in the range before, she can still hit it after paying a certain price. But there's more to Buggy than just explosions. The strongest is its ability to split, smash, and penetrate. It can be said that Big Mom's behavior is also expected by Buggy. It is also because of this that he did not let go of the hands controlling nuclear concentration flash, but let nuclear concentration flash maintain the strongest smashing and penetrating power and rushed directly to Big Mom. The white gold beam of light, which was only as thick as an ordinary person's body and wrapped around purple-black lightning, rushed to the ant in an instant. Under Kaido's shocked gaze from behind, blood splattered in an instant. Chi. Immediately afterwards, a huge blood hole with a diameter of 30 to 40 centimeters was pierced through the abdomen of the ant's body with terrifying defenses, and directly pierced her body. And that terrifying power continued unabated, wiping away a large piece of flesh and blood under the right rib of Kaido, who was in a daze behind. In an instant, the bodies of the 4 emperors were slightly injured and the other severely injured. At this moment, the world once again felt the strength of that man. At this moment, the ant gritted her steel teeth tightly to prevent the blood from protruding from her mouth. Her face was extremely ferocious, and without hesitation she raised her hand and grabbed Zeus, who was on the side, and stuffed it into her mouth without saying a word. Crunch, mommy. Zeus's mournful wail came from Big Mom's mouth, but before Zeus's wailing stopped, Napoleon, the great sword held by her in her right hand, was directly stuffed into her mouth. Mom. Don't, Mom. I'm in so much pain. Click. There were bursts of chewing sounds, accompanied by the screams of the 2 souls' homies. Immediately, Big Mom's huge blood-spraying wound stopped completely, but the huge pierced wound on her abdomen was temporarily impossible to heal and recover. At this time, Prometheus, the flame cloud carrying her under Big Mom's feet, trembled. Kaido. Run. After the ant recovered some state, her pale face was full of fear. She was stained with. The big blood-stained hand grabbed Kaido's right arm and let out a low growl. Roar. In fact, there was no need for Big Mom's reminder. Kaido's body turned into a huge dragon soaring into the sky in a burst of purple light. On top of the giant dragon's claws, there was still a Big Mom with an extremely pale complexion. At the same time, a large piece of broken dragon scale was spraying blood on the side of the dragon's hind leg. But at this time Kaido can't worry about that much at all. They just want to escape this place now. The feeling of dying was something they hadn't felt in decades. As Buggy said, they've sat in this position for too long, and it's too cold to be at the top. At this time, the feeling of being on the verge of death made them instinctively think of running away. Their situation is naturally included in Buggy's calculations. At the same time they just took off, Buggy's figure also spiraled directly into the sky, but his current state is also extremely poor, and his speed cannot catch up with Kaido at all. But even this situation is still within Buggy's expectations. Counting 10 steps, this is him. Bluno, Luo, man surely. Just as it took off, the sound of Buggy sipping his drink echoed in the sky. Crunch! Almost as soon as Buggy finished yelling, a door of space opened above the sky in front of him, and the figures of Bluno, Luo and Man Shueli appeared there. Room. Luo directly used his ability without any hesitation, swishing the bodies of Bluno and Buggy around him. Of course, this was only when Buggy did not resist. Luo was able to move him. Otherwise, even with the strength of Haki around him at this time, the ability to love will still not be able to move him. Man Shueli beside Luo was also ready. While Buggy's body was swapping with Bluno's, she immediately stuffed a small pot of healing dandelions into Buggy's body. Ah! Feeling the warm and comfortable energy pouring into his body, Buggy groaned instinctively. Then his face showed joy, and at the same time, his body turned into a white light and shot out from the gate of space. Luo, Mansurely, Bluno, well done. Buggy's voice was still echoing in the terrifying spinnaker on the other side of the space gate, and his figure had already soared into the sky. Although Mansueli's healing dandelion can restore him to a certain amount of stamina and Haki, but the time limit is limited, it can only last for 3 minutes. But that's also on Buggy's mind, and he feels that even 3 minutes is enough. Now both sides are in an extremely weak state, and these 3 minutes are enough to change a lot of things. Kaido. Big Mom. Make me a legacy of old times. Nuclear fusion flash. Immediately afterwards, Buggy's roar echoed in the sky, and his actions once again scared Kaido and Big Mom to death. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why did you recover so quickly? Damn it. Damn it. Kaido in the sky was really scared. Buggy's recovery speed is too scary. Who is the Phantom Beast? Kaido is numb. You are a fart, run away. Big Mom, who was held in the dragon's claw by Kaido, patted his claw and roared weakly. Shut up, you old woman. We're locked up, damn it. Kaido naturally knows that he needs to run, but he has found that he and Linlin have been locked by Buggy's Haki, just like their Bahai once locked Buggy. Above the sky, Buggy, who turned into a white gold light and quickly approached Kaido and Big Mom, suddenly slammed on the sky above the sky. Nuclear flash. Then, Buggy pulled his hands apart, and he pushed a white gold ball of light wrapped around black lightning in the direction of locked Kaido. Seeing this scene, everyone around them also widened their eyes. They held their breaths and concentrated, and their hearts were extremely shocked. Could it be that a king is about to fall today? But just when Buggy's nuclear flash shot towards the sky in front of him, a water mirror suddenly appeared. Immediately, a wild laughter came from it. Thief, ha ha ha. Godslayer Buggy, you are as powerful as a monster. Are you chasing and beating the 4 emperors? But I can't just let you kill 4 emperors like this. Otherwise, I will be in danger next time. Thief, ha ha ha. Now, let's enjoy my new power, Godslayer. Shattered. Shattering. Following the voice of the figure that suddenly appeared in the sky fell, the black figure made a Whitebeard's iconic punching movement, and then slammed into the void in front of it. Bang bang. In the next instant, cracks appeared on the void, and then the entire void shook. Crash. Buggy's nuclear condensation flash blasted platinum beam of shockwave trajectory was also shattered by the void, thus changing the trajectory and shooting directly into the sky in another direction. Kaido took advantage of this gap, flicked the blue dragon's tail, and countless cloud gardens appeared to cover him hugely. In just a breath, Kaido's huge dragon body rushed into the clouds and disappeared from everyone's sight. Although Buggy can still catch the movements of Kaido and Big Mom with his knowledge, he can't chase them anymore. Not to mention Blackbeard standing on a water mirror above the void in front of him. Even the healing dandelion given to him by Shirley is only 3 minutes old. If this statute of limitations expires, he will completely enter a period of weakness. Facing Blackbeard, who is the most hidden and most ambitious among the pirates in his previous life, and possesses double fruit abilities, Buggy will not be careless. Teach. Shanks, who was a few kilometers away, didn't expect that Blackbeard, who said to give him face and turned away, would suddenly appear on the battlefield. Shanks was also furious at this time, and in the next moment he rushed out of the Red Force, and the terrifying conquerors spread out, rushing towards the Ghost Island in the distance. After seeing this scene, the people watching the excitement around them all showed expressions of enjoying the show. They really didn't expect that Blackbeard played such a dark move. But what they want to see now is what he wants to do in this situation. Thief, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard in the sky also felt Shanks approaching rapidly. He laughed and said, "Shanks, you're still naive. Only the winner is eternal in this sea. Even if you act now, it's too late. The life of your friend Buggy will be taken by labor and management." While speaking, Blackbeard looked at Buggy and laughed loudly. "Thief, ha 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 ha. Buggy, if I'm guessing right, that move has drained the last of your strength. I have been envious of your fruit ability for a long time. Now, let me see how you can resist my dark fruit power." Having said that, Blackbeard was full of spirits, laughed wildly, and raised his hand to give Buggy a void. In the next instant, endless black air spun rapidly in Blackbeard's hands. Dark water. Looking at the extremely rampant Blackbeard, Buggy just looked at him indifferently, and when he used the ability of dark fruit to suck him over, he didn't have any resistance. But as a master of the 6 styles, he is already brewing all his strength. All the hockey scattered around his body were restrained by him, and then his figure spun in the air when he was sucked in. Whoosh whoosh. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard thought Buggy was struggling, and immediately yelled excitedly, "Godslayer Buggy, aren't you crazy? You've fallen into the hands of labor and management. No more struggling. My dark fruit is the nemesis of ability users. What's more, you are also a double fruit ability user, and the restraint is doubled. Obediently hand over your fruit ability, thief, ha ha ha. After today, there will be no more Godslayers, and my 5th Emperor, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, will be on the throne of the real 4 Emperors. 4 Emperors, as long as there are 4 is enough. Thief, ha ha ha." When Enel and others a few kilometers away saw this scene, their eyes burst into tears, and they roared angrily, "Captain Buggy! Despicable Blackbeard, sneak attack! Don't be so impulsive, trust Buggy, that's not the kind of man who would fall under such despicable methods." In the end, it was Jabba's calm voice that calmed everyone down. After seeing this scene, even the Big Mom pirates who were escaping by using Bree's mirror fruit ability couldn't help being dazed for a while. How could they have imagined that a Blackbeard would pop up halfway? This guy is exactly the guy who is making a lot of noise in New World today, a so-called New World 5th man. Best of all, this guy not only has Logia's dark fruit ability, but even Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. In today's world, the first double fruit ability holder. Oh no, maybe not the first. After all, that man also showed the ability of double fruit. So, Godslayer, Buggy, you who defeated Mom and Kaido, will you really fall for such a despicable villain? Don't let me down. If that's the case, wouldn't we be worthless if we lose? Katakuri, who was standing in front of the mirror in the distance, stared at the scene above the distant sky without blinking. Holy place. Mariajoy. Inside the 5 Elders' office. Seeing the scene where Blackbeard suddenly appeared and launched a surprise attack on Buggy, the 5 old men became excited immediately. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard did a great job. It is also a double fruit ability user. If we can reduce one now, it will be much easier for us in the future. Ha ha ha. Not only that, but we can easily get Wano-kuni. Quick. Tell Kizaru, Aokiji, Fujitora to occupy Wano-kuni as soon as Buggy is killed. Ha ha ha. In this case, we will have endless seastone veins. Blackbeard, you finally did something. Off the coast of Ghost Island. Seeing this scene, Garp and others also looked very dignified, and Sengoku's expression was even more ugly. This guy Blackbeard is so insidious. A person with double fruit ability, who also knows how to endure and judge the situation, is really a terrible guy. Did that guy Buggy just die like this? No. I don't think that man who has calculated me so many times will fall here so easily. PFF'd ha ha ha. Sengoku, have you finally admitted it? Get out. Labor and management have no time to talk to you. It has to be said that Blackbeard's sudden appearance caught everyone by surprise. Even Kaido and Auntie, who had already run dozens of kilometers above the sky, couldn't help but stop, and used their knowledge to investigate the situation here dozens of kilometers away. They were also shocked at this time. Unexpectedly, in the Battle of the Three Emperors, there are still people who dare to take advantage of it. But they should really thank Blackbeard, because if it weren't for Blackbeard, either one of them would die, or both would be seriously injured. So at this time they also want to see what Blackbeard can do. Will that Godslayer become the first 4 emperors to fall in the Battle of Three Emperors today? Standing on a water mirror in the distance, Blackbeard raised his left hand high and clenched his right hand at the same time. A white halo unique to shock fruit appeared on his right fist. He was going to give Buggy a hard punch first after he was caught by him and incapacitated for a while. He didn't dare to be careless in the face of such a strong man. Whoosh whoosh, however, when Buggy spins faster and faster, even on his feet, he can vaguely see the red discs between the spins and flashes. Blackbeard subconsciously perceives with knowledge. But it was this perception that immediately made his hairs stand on end. Because the red color on Buggy's right leg, which is covered by magma, is the frighteningly high concentration of haki, which is condensed and rubbed against the air, as well as the moves that only powerful physique practitioners can use. As the concentration of haki became thicker and thicker, the haki on the feet could no longer hold back, and immediately began to burst out like steam. That horrible haki is almost solidified. Damn. Why does this guy still have such a scary haki, or taijutsu? Not good. Lafitte, quickly pull labor back. Blackbeard in the sky roared after feeling the terrifying haki on Buggy's feet. I want to go now, don't you think it's too late? Buggy, who was more than 10 meters away from Blackbeard, suddenly stopped spinning in midair, and then he leaned back slightly, raised his right foot wrapped in scarlet haki slightly, and looked at Blackbeard in the distance. The corner of his mouth curled up. Blackbeard, I heard you like scarring people? Today I will also let you feel the pain of being carved with scars on your body. 6 forms. Super speed. After Buggy finished speaking, he stepped on the spot with a burst of sonic boom, and the surging air turned into a streamer of white and red in the blink of an eye. The corner of the scarlet right foot infused with Conqueror's haki kicked away Blackbeard's raised left hand that used dark water. Shua. Immediately, Buggy's body turned around in the air, and then his scarlet right foot landed. 1, 2, 3. 6 feet in a row landed on Blackbeard's big belly. Bang bang bang. Yaori Xingtian. As the sound of Buggy's drinking resounded in the sky, Blackbeard, who was hit by Buggy in the middle of his belly and 6 feet, turned into a horizontal V shape. Puff. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, it directly fell like a cannonball towards the sea thousands of meters below. Ah! From the sky came Blackbeard's horrific scream. Especially when he saw the 6-path scar on his big belly, where the bones were deep, and the word, Xing, was formed on the scar, it made him even more painful and angry. The double pain of dark fruit's side effect at this moment had an effect, directly making Blackbeard faint under the double pain and anger. Just when everyone thought that Blackbeard was about to fall into the sea, a huge water mirror appeared tens of meters below him. Hey, his eyes figure just smashed into the water mirror and disappeared. Teach. Damn. Shanks, who had just arrived in the distance, saw this scene, stopped on the surface of the sea, and angrily slashed towards the water mirror with a sword. In the next moment, after being infused with Conqueror's haki, the sword body was directly dyed golden, and under Shank's sword, a golden sword energy spanning more than 10 kilometers across the sea directly split the sea in half. That water mirror was wiped out in an instant. At the same time, on the sea tens of kilometers away from Ghost Island. Puff on the big ship, Lafitte, who was smiling and looking at his unconscious captain, suddenly saw the water mirror above his head shatter, and then he also spat out a mouthful of blood without warning. He flapped his wings and fell from the air to the ground with a boom. Hey! Lafitte, what's the matter with you? Seeing this scene, Shiryu, who was laughing at Blackbeard with Lafitte in the distance, turned into a black light and came directly in front of Lafitte. The others were also stunned. No wonder Lafitte was injured? It's a redhead. The corner of Lafitte's mouth was bleeding, and the wings on his back had disappeared, he said with a shocked expression. His Conqueror's haki, to be precise. The distance of tens of kilometers, or the space barrier of the water mirror. Can this hurt me? That guy is too scary. Everyone in the black group also showed shocked expressions when they heard the words. Above the island of ghosts. After Shanks rushed over, the group of strong people watching the battle outside also approached the ghost island. Now that the Battle of the Three Emperors is over, no, it should be the end of the Battle of the Four Emperors. Then they don't have to abide by the rules with Shanks. Everyone quickly approached the ghost island. Captain. Roar at this time. Bullet turned into a blood-colored dragon and rushed to Buggy's side in a flash. Buggy didn't waste his energy flying anymore, but sat directly in the horns above Bullet's head, and looked at the people who were approaching quickly and said calmly, "Everyone, come to my sight now. Do you have anything else to say? Or, you still want to fight me?" After hearing Buggy's words, the expressions of everyone in Marine in the distance flickered. As for the pirates, there was also a hint of greed in their eyes. But when they saw the bloody dragon that Buggy was sitting on, they immediately put away their greedy eyes. Bang 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 at this time, Jabba and the others also came to Buggy's side on the moonwalk to face the several Marine Admiral-level existences that were approaching quickly. "If you want to shoot Buggy and them, then I'm welcome. I won't be played a second time." Shanks drew out the long knife in his hand and stared at the Marines so coldly. Although Hawkeye didn't speak, he also got up and turned his back on Buggy and the others, and turned to the Marines. It can be said that Marines' top combat power is gathered at this time. Garp, Sengoku, Kizaru, Aokiji, and Fujitora. This lineup is much more luxurious than the previous, Punk Hazard Battle, lineup. Just one Garp is at least as powerful as two admirals. Not to mention that there are government CP agencies that are eyeing, and those New World pirates who want to take advantage of it. It can be said that at this moment, if there is an accidental fight, even with red hair and eagle eyes, the Buggy pirates will still suffer the most. But is Buggy all that bad? The batch of Doflamingo's munitions he obtained in Dressrosa was not given away for nothing. Long, you are so mean. You didn't make a move when I was attacked by Blackbeard just now. Not showing up yet? Is it easy for me to earn favors? When everyone was confronting each other, Buggy, who was sitting cross-legged on top of the blood-colored dragon, suddenly chuckled and spoke. Hearing this, everyone who was originally hesitant around was shocked. Dragon? No? Could it be that man? Just when everyone looked at Buggy in surprise, a sudden gust of wind surged, and a man in a black cloak with a shoehorn tattoo on his face appeared a few meters away from Zhongji. Immediately, his helpless voice sounded, "Buggy, did you say that with a clear conscience? Just now when Blackbeard shot, the breeze around you wasn't me, couldn't it be someone else? Don't tell me that your knowledge doesn't perceive my existence, I don't believe it." Having said that, Long vaguely pointed to Garp ahead and gritted his teeth. "Also, when did your favor become easy to earn? Don't talk to me about it, hey." Ha ha ha. When Buggy saw the dragon appear, he burst into laughter, which is naturally a joke. At the same time, Garp on the opposite side suddenly laughed out loud. "Labor and management are not here to fight today, just slip away. Sengoku is all you bastard, I'm still on rotation." Sengoku. Why aren't you here to watch the fun? Buggy sensed that other people didn't have such evil thoughts after the dragon appeared and Garp's words fell. He immediately got up and looked around everyone and said domineeringly, "From now on, Wano Kuni is my world. Those who try to get involved in it will die. Kaido, Big Mom, Blackbeard, the Double Emperor Alliance is nothing more than that. After today, above the sea, I will respect the alliance of the emperors. Who is for and who is against the door? Night. Wano Kuni, a hall on the first floor of Waisadao. Buggy stood on a huge reef, looked at the hundreds of people sitting below, raised the wine glass in his hand and laughed heartily. Guys, we won this war. And it's a big victory. Cheers to our first real base for the Buggy pirates. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Everyone sitting in the square below excitedly raised their wine glasses and began to eat and drink. These foods include delicacies made by Pansfree, as well as various foods from Boeing Islands. The banquet tonight was extraordinarily lively. This time, not only the Buggy pirates and the 9 snake pirates joined the banquet, but also the red hair pirates who joined later, as well as Hawkeye and Dragon. After announcing the toast signal for the banquet, Buggy went back to Shanks and started drinking and chatting with them. Ha ha ha. I said, "Buggy, you guys really did a great job this time. I really didn't expect that the strength of your Buggy pirates has reached such a level. I'm afraid tomorrow's world news will be messed up. Oh, by the way, Morgans, what are you going to write?" "Of course it's a secret. Hey Buggy, let Blueno take me back. I won't attend the banquet. I've already decided on the script." "Okay. With 4. Ahem, it's not hard work for our mutual benefit. Let's go. Remember to find me next time there is such a good thing. Tisk. Buggy, your friends are really wide. Morgans, who dare not even meet with the top executives of the world government, came to hold a banquet with you. Ha ha ha. Just match what you like and use each other." While everyone was chatting happily, Long, who was sitting on one side, suddenly asked a sharp question. Buggy, now that you've taken down Wano-kuni, what do you do next? When Buggy heard this, the corners of his mouth raised and he said something that made everyone puzzled. Of course, I clean up the house before treating guests. Clean the house before treating guests. Hearing this sentence, everyone who was still talking and laughing fell into deep thought, and their tables suddenly became quiet. The more they taste it, the more they feel that Buggy's words are very interesting. But before they could open their mouths, they heard Buggy's soft drink. Who? Don't hide below, just come out. Hearing this, the thoughts of Shanks and others who were originally in deep thought were also disturbed, and they all followed Buggy's gaze. Soon, they also showed a look of surprise. At this time, the banquet hall they were in was the only bottom floor that remained after the Battle of Ghost Island, which was the first floor of the Ghost Island. Buggy and the others are on the left window sill at this time, with the sea view outside and a better view. But in the shadow of the rear corner, a stone slab suddenly moved over there. After Buggy finished speaking, the huge stone slab was removed with a bang, and then a woman with two horns on top of her head jumped out of it. Boom. As the woman jumped out of the hole under the shadow, her full body appearance also fell into the eyes of everyone. There are a pair of red devil horns on the top of the head, and a beautiful gradient white long hair. From the top of the head to the middle to the tip of the hair gradually changes from white to green and then to blue, and is combed in the middle. Two stacks of stacked hair naturally fell in front of the huge 36F Shwazi, with a ponytail tied behind her head, and a pair of golden earrings on her ears. The figure is even taller, wearing a white sleeveless tight-fitting kimono with blue embroidery patterns on the kimono, two rhombus patterns on the chest, and a huge shimanawa tied around the waist. The lower body is wearing a wide red dress, and a pair of clogs on bare feet. At this time, she wore a slave-specific bomb collar around her neck, and special seastone chains on her hands and feet. The most striking thing is that she is holding a huge mace in her hand, which is exactly the same as Kaido's one. When they saw this woman, everyone in the audience fell silent, looking at her with inexplicable expressions. Upon seeing this woman, Buggy recognized her immediately. Kaido's slave daughter, airy little padded jacket, father's enemy, Kazuki Oden's title, Momosuke his father, Yamato. Yamato, who just ran out of the basement, saw that everyone's eyes were on her, and she couldn't help saying a little embarrassedly. Well. You guys, I'm Kazuki you. Miss, you can eat indiscriminately, but don't talk indiscriminately. Yamato was stopped by Buggy before he finished speaking. He said with a half smile. You should understand what Kazuki Oden represents in Wano-kuni these days, and don't just worship someone just because you read a diary he wrote when you were a kid. The world is not black and white. The adult world is not so simple. Anahime Yamato. Hearing this, Yamato's body shook, his bright almond eyes stared straight at Buggy and said in astonishment. Mr. Buggy, you know me? Shanks and the others also looked at Buggy in surprise. The latter shrugged and said, Kaido's precious son. Oh, it should be said that he treats his daughter more like a daughter raised by a son. The corner of Shanks' mouth twitched and he pointed to Yamato, who was wearing a slave collar and his hands and feet were locked by seastone, and said. You call this a baby girl? PFF ha 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 ha. Does Captain Buggy tell jokes too? Why not? Your Captain Buggy has been called Clown Buggy for decades, so it's normal to make jokes. Ha ha ha. Shanks you bastard, give me almost as much as hay. Buggy held his forehead, and everyone burst into laughter. In the distance, Yamato saw the scene where the captain and his partner were talking and laughing freely, and her pair of beautiful almond eyes shone with longing light. That's right, that's it. It's also recorded in Oden's notes. Is this the free life of pirates? Hearing her words, everyone felt a sense of irony. Especially Yamato, who had seen Buggy's speech in the furry principality before, scoffed at his words. Yamato frowned in confusion. Buggy chuckled. Yes, Yamato, this is the free life of pirates, but Oden is not worthy. No, to be precise, he cannot enjoy this kind of life. It is precisely because Oden's freedom has gone too far that Wano-kuni has the status quo today. Yamato, I've heard about you, so you must have a deep understanding of being hungry, right? When Yamato heard this, his body shook violently. She thought of the scene when she was so hungry that she was about to pass out when she was a child, the scene where the good man who called her Master Ghost G brought her food. It was a scene she would never forget. But the next day, she saw the body of that friend who was good to her on the execution rack. Blood dripping and miserable, her father killed her benefactor. Since then, Kaido, the father, has also completely died in her heart along with her benefactor and friend. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Yamato nodded heavily, and said seriously. Yes, I understand. Then you understand that millions of people in Wano Kuni have not only starved for 20 years, but also died slowly in this country where there is poison in the mountains, water, and animals. Is it bitter? Buggy looked directly into Yamato's eyes. This is the mess left after your Lord Odin went too far. Wano Kuni could have been richer, could have lived a quieter life, at least until Whitebeard died. But it was all ruined by your Lord Odin. Millions of Wano Kuni people paid for his freedom and paid for it. Even so, don't you want to be Kazuki Odin? Plop. Yamato's body trembled violently, and he sat down on the ground with blank eyes. Seeing a pair of Yamato that was ruined by Buggy, Shanks on the side immediately booed to ease the atmosphere. Buggy, the little girl told you that you were dumbfounded, come and drink. Drink. If you don't get drunk, you don't return. Buggy didn't say anything, because he joined the party with Shanks and others with a smile. In the distance, Yamato was still sitting there with blank eyes. The next day. News of the world headlines. Change in the world pattern Wano Kuni Battle Report Global Presentation. See Circle Calendar April 1501. The god-killing pirates landed in Wano Kuni at noon yesterday and started a war with Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates of the Double Emperor Alliance. Thus began the War of the Three Emperors. The total strength of the Shuangwang Alliance in this battle totaled 130,000. The total strength of the God-Killing Alliance is less than 100, most of which are dominated by Gecko Moria's private household army. 130,000 vs 100, the advantage lies in who needs to go into details. But the battle had just started, and Godslayer, Clown Emperor, Dreamer, Mr. Buggy took the lead and overwhelmed the audience with a flower tree birth, causing chaos among the 3 legions of 100 beasts and 10,000 kingdoms. So far, the war is complete. Among them, the former Shichibukai, the former king of Dressrosa Don Quixote Doflamingo led his Don Quixote family, and the foreign aid he invited Gildart Tesoro to join the Double Emperor Alliance. The disadvantage of the god-killing pirates expanded again. Cadre Duel. God-killing pirates. Enel of God vs Double Emperor Alliance. Doflamingo, Enel of God wins. Doflamingo is captured. God-killing pirates. Copper Jabba vs Double Emperor Alliance. Katakuri, Sao Zhongsheng. Katakuri was defeated and fled. God-killing pirates. Heirs of the Ghost Bullet vs Double Emperor Alliance. Flame Calamity Jin, Bullet wins. Jin is defeated and captured. God-killing pirates. Fallen Angel Duolingo vs Double Emperor Alliance Plague Quinn, Duolingo wins. Quinn is defeated and captured. God-killing pirates Murloc Karate Master Sunbell vs Double Emperor Alliance Droughtjack, Sunbell wins. Jack is defeated and captured. God-killing pirates Desert King Crocodile vs Double Emperor Alliance Rock Giant Pika, Crocodile wins. Pika is defeated and captured. God-killing pirates Optimus Prime San Juan Wolf vs Double Emperor Alliance Golden Emperor Gildart Tesolo, Juan wins. Tesolo is defeated and captured. God-killing pirates C. Shaw Jinbei vs Double Emperor Alliance Flying Fuzifu, Jinbei wins. Fuzifu was defeated and captured. God-killing pirate alliance former Shichibukai Pirate Queen Boa Hancock vs Virgo, Perispero, Owen and other cadres, all victorious. Virgo died, and the rest fled. The above is the record of the cadres of the God-killing pirates, all of which are complete victories. At last. Captain of God-killing pirates God-killer Joker Emperor Dream. Homesick Mr. Buggy vs Twin Kings Baisho Kaido, Big Mom, Mr. Buggy wins. Baisho Kaido and Charlotte Linlin lose. Captain of God-killing pirates, Godkiller, Clown King, Dreamer Mr. Buggy vs Fifth Emperor, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, Mr. Buggy wins. Blackbeard is seriously injured and flees. Summary. Wano Kuni War. The Godslayer pirates won a big victory. The above is the full presentation of the Wano Kuni War, which is even bigger than the Summit War. News of the World in Morgans will report for you. When this News of the World was published today, the whole world was in shock. God. Isn't this God-killing pirate group too terrifying? Several major wars have been set off in just a few months. What are they trying to do? To subvert the world. What do you know? Mr. Buggy is to realize his dream. How can chasing dreams be regarded as subverting the world? It's too strong. God-killing pirates. A man should go out to sea and fight with such a man so that his life is not in vain. This year's tax, labor and capital will not be paid. Yongfan, set sail. I really like Mr. Buggy's words. What the F*K is the Four Emperors Alliance. Labor and management are fighting the Four Emperors Alliance. I will target that man from now on. Mr. Buggy said. I am honored by the Alliance of Emperors. Today the world focuses on you. Take down Wano Kuni. Mr. Buggy, how will you realize your dream? Mr. Buggy, the dreamer, has finally taken his first step. I think this is a historic step. The three New World Kings have not been able to stop Mr. Buggy's footsteps. Your believers will follow you forever. I'm stupid. Awesome. I'm stupid. None of the three Emperor-level powerhouses can stop this Godslayer. It's too strong. Brothers, go to sea. I want to follow in the footsteps of Master Buggy. It can be said that all parts of the world are extremely lively today. Today, the same is true for Wano Kuni, the capital of flowers. At this time, the Flower City Square was full of people from Wano Kuni. A huge curtain with a diameter of 100 meters hangs down on the city wall, and a phone bug shines on the opposite side from outside the tall building. This scene occurs simultaneously in Wanakuna's Kuri, Nozomi, Rabbit Bowl, Ringo, Hakumai, and the City of Flowers. That's right. Buggy is ready to do his old job again, live broadcast. At this time, Buggy was standing on a high platform of yellow sand under the city wall of the capital of flowers, holding the microphone in his hand, with his arms open. Wow! At the same time, the hundreds of thousands of people in the flower capital below let out a shocking cry. Ah! Mr. Buggy, Master Buggy, I love you. Long live Master Buggy. When Lord Buggy comes, there will be a blue sky. When Lord Buggy comes, Wano Kuni will be at peace. The bursts of shocking cheers were finally assembled, and then the whole city of flowers rang out, and then all the districts of Wano Kuni, who were watching the live broadcast, raised their hands to go. Prestige. At this moment, Buggy raised his hand and pressed it. The next moment, today's cheers stopped quickly, and the whole Wano Kuni fell into silence at this moment. Everyone wants to hear what their new leader of Wano Kuni has to say. Wano Kuni is dead. Wano Kuni died the day it fell into Kaido's hands 20 years ago. Since it is a legacy of the old times, then sweep it into the garbage dump of the times. Starting today, Wano Kuni will cease to exist. I will give it new life. The first paragraph of Buggy's words was not shocking and endless, which made the people of Wano Kuni stunned and unbelievable. Wow! But just as the noise started, everyone fell silent again under Buggy's vain left hand. That's the power of Buggy. Buggy at this moment is the god of Wano Kuni. Before coming here, the speech in the Furry Principality completely shocked the people of Wano Kuni. After coming, Buggy defeated the alliance of Kaido and Big Mom, and successfully won the. He did everything he said, therefore, the worship of Buggy by countless people in Wano Kuni is fanatical. I hope Wano Kuni will be a whole new country from now on. She does not distinguish between races, and she teaches without discrimination. She is peaceful, friendly and inclusive. She comes to the people, goes to the people. She will be a new big country built by everyone's blood, sweat and hard work. So, I call her Scarlet Empire. Boom. At this moment, Wano Kuni, no, it should be said long live Lord Buggy on the territory of the Scarlet Empire. Cheers resounded through the sky. They said long live Lord Buggy, he said long live the people, long live the Scarlet Empire. Looking at Buggy, who was giving a passionate speech on the high platform, and the people of the Scarlet Empire who were enthusiastically cheering under the stage, Long couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Why don't they overthrow a country every time and help a country complete a revolution but don't see such passionate people? Could it be because the original Wano Kuni people are more enthusiastic? Long denied this idea as soon as it came up. He looked at the people with fanatical beliefs in their eyes, and he also knew that this was not the reason for the Aborigines at all. If they were like this before, they would not be so easily suppressed when facing Kaido. So, the final conclusion is that the man Buggy made it all. On a high-rise building closest to the square in the capital of flowers, Shanks, Dragon, Hawkeye, and the major cadres of the Buggy Pirates all watched Buggy's passionate speech here. When did Buggy become so talkative? There is one thing to say, that is, my blood boils when I hear it. Just now Enel turned his eyes to death. I didn't think he was hot-blooded, so I gave him a punch on the spot to make him hot. Captain Buggy is so crazy. Even Roger back then is far inferior to him. Hey, Bullet, is it really okay for you to say that? My deputy captain is still here. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. After Buggy announced the rules of the Scarlet Empire on the stage, the entire Scarlet Empire fell into a carnival. Buggy on the platform just opened his arms, as if he wanted to embrace the whole country, and the clown makeup still had a wanton and wild arc. At this time, the people saw his action and gave him the biggest cheers and shouts of support. Long live Lord Buggy! Long live the Scarlet Empire! Long live Lord Buggy! Long live the Scarlet Empire! At this moment, Buggy on the high platform suddenly raised his hand and made a false pressure, and almost the entire Wano Kuni quickly fell silent at the same time. I saw Buggy shaking his head slightly at everyone. It should not be long live Lord Buggy, but long live the people, long live the Scarlet Empire. Why do you say that? Because the future of our country will be determined by your blood and sweat, and it will be your blood and sweat that will help her grow. So, the people should be the first. Everything that benefits the people is correct. So I say, long live the people. As soon as Buggy said this, not only all the people in Wano Kuni were stunned, but even Long and others who were watching this scene on the tall buildings in the distance were shocked. Immediately, all of them looked at Buggy almost in shock. When the whole country is cheering for him, when the whole country is shouting his name, he said, "Long live the people." These 4 words are like a heavy mountain, weighing down everyone's hearts. It's a feeling they've never felt before. Although they couldn't say it, they were shocked. Only seemed to understand something. Put the people before everything else? Is that what you think, Buggy? What an amazing and unpredictable man. Long's heart is the same as everyone else's at this moment. Although there are sprouts, he is still shocked by these words. At this moment, Buggy put the thought of his own country in the previous life in this other world. He didn't know if there was any soil for this kind of ideological development in this world. But once the seeds are planted, whether they can germinate depends on the changes of the times in the world. The entire Scarlet Empire fell silent at this moment. After a brief silence, it is unknown who yelled that sentence first, and then the overwhelming momentum was out of control. Long live the people! Long live the Scarlet Empire! Long live the people! Long live the Scarlet Empire! At this moment, the people of the Scarlet Empire are as if they have been brainwashed. Looking at the man on the stage, their eyes are full of reverence and shock. Only such a man, and only such a man would say such a thing, right? In this era where everyone stands a god above their heads, in this world where ideas have been imprisoned for more than 800 years, suddenly someone said that he would put the people before everything, which is tantamount to a peaceful world. Dropped a bomb on the lake. Deep fried, and unbelievable. But looking back, I am looking forward to it. This is the personality of Buggy. That's called charisma. On another high platform in the Flower City Square. At this time, Yamato, who had already been untied by Buggy from the collar, bracelet and anklet, also looked at the man on the high platform in front of him in shock. Compared to this man's ideal, compared with the behavior of this man, she suddenly felt how naive the diary she saw when she was a child. Perhaps this is what the man meant when he said to her, "It is better to travel thousands of miles than to read thousands of books. If you don't take a look, how can you know the real world?" Mr. Buggy, I understand. On the other hand, Robin, who was watching Buggy's speech with the cadres of the Buggy Pirates, was also lost in thought at this time. In terms of knowledge, she is undoubtedly the most knowledgeable existence of all. It is precisely because her knowledge is far beyond everyone, and her understanding ability is far beyond everyone, and the shock that Buggy brought to her is naturally chosen by everyone. Among all the people present, only Robin understood Buggy's intention. This man is planting a seed for this country, no, even this world. A seed called liberty and equality. Long live the people. Now that the seed is tiny, perhaps it will only germinate and grow in the original Wano Kuni soil. But when one day this seed grows into a big tree in the sky, it will eventually stand on the world stage, show its sharpness, and set up its banner. Robin suddenly thought of the words Buggy said to her not long ago. A single spark can start a prairie fire. What a man who always surprises people. Thinking of this, Rosso couldn't help showing a smile. But from the corner of her eye, when she saw the domineering, yet still overwhelmed Empress, her smile suddenly subsided, and she felt angrily in her heart, but it's a pity that she is a big carrot. Just when Robin was thinking about going over to mingle with the sisters, Buggy's next words made her stop in place again. Okay. People of the Scarlet Empire, the program of our country is finished. Buggy holds up 3 fingers. Next, there are 3 things I want to do here. 3 things? Isn't Kaido already killed? Is it some kind of national policy? Just when everyone was thinking about this, Bawei's shout echoed in the ears of everyone in Wano Kuni. From now on, there will be no distinction between high and low in the Scarlet Empire. There will be no distinction between civilians and warriors, and there will be no distinction between nobles and commoners. Aristocrats over the top? The bloodline is extremely noble? None exist. Perhaps life is not necessarily equal. But personalities are absolutely created equal. People of my Scarlet Empire, you were born free. Boom. Buggy's words fell, and the entire Scarlet Empire was detonated again, and everyone's eyes were filled with tears. Even there were already a lot of people mad. Long live the Lord Zhongji, and knelt down and kowtowed. Stand up. Don't kneel. But at this moment, Buggy's roar rang out over the entire Scarlet Empire. Hearing the anger in Buggy's tone and voice, everyone in the Buggy Pirates was stunned. Captain Buggy was so angry, even when he was facing Kaido and Big Mom, or even when he was attacked by Blackbeard, he had never been so angry. Why now? Not only everyone in the Buggy Pirates was puzzled, even everyone in the original Wano Kuni was also puzzled and puzzled. But out of obedience to Buggy's words, they still stood up one after another. The reason why I choose Wano Kuni. The reason why I established the Scarlet Empire on this land. To do these three things. Only then did everyone notice that Buggy's 3 raised fingers had never been put down, and then they heard Buggy take a deep breath and shout. Fair. Fair. King Fair. The words were obviously vulgar, but they were like a sharp knife piercing into the heart, slashing everyone's heart, making everyone who heard these words tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, all the people of Wano Kuni finally understand what kind of country their future Scarlet Empire will be. I also understand what kind of attitude the emperor of this country, which is now called the strongest man in the world, treats them. From these words, all of them understood. This man really came to save them who were the poor people of Wano Kuni. Fair. Fair. Is it fair to him? No one in this world has ever heard such straight-to-the-heart words. Therefore, after a brief silence, everyone reacted from the shock of hindsight. I don't know who took the lead in shouting. When Lord Buggy comes, there will be a blue sky. When Lord Buggy comes, the Empire will be at peace. Then the entire Scarlet Empire once again set off a wave of carnival. On the top floor of a certain brothel on the outskirts of Flower City Square, Kazuki Hiyori was looking at the high-spirited man on the high platform in the distance with a complicated expression. At the same time, I heard the entire Flower Capital. No, it should be the entire Wano Kuni, and it is not right, it should be called the Scarlet Empire now. The entire Scarlet Empire is cheering for this man at this moment. Compared with the peace, equality, and freedom he brought, his father is really like Shaoshan. Kongshiro, do you think it is necessary for us to continue? At this moment Kazuki Hiyori spoke suddenly. Kagashiro, who was staring at the man on the high platform in the distance with a frenzied face, didn't hear Kazuki Hiyori's words at all. Crazy dead man. Kazuki Hiyori turned around, just in time to see Kagashiro, who had the same fanatical face as the people downstairs. She smiled slightly. Even Guangxi Lang is like this, let alone others. That, Hiyori-sama. Guang Shiling also reacted at this time, and spoke in embarrassment. It's just that before he finished speaking, Hikari Hiyori smiled slightly and raised his hand to interrupt his words. Didn't you hear what the man said? There is no distinction between high and low in our Scarlet Empire. From now on, you and I should be friends, just call me Hiyori. Guang Shilang's body shook, and he looked at the former young master in disbelief that he would say such a thing. As if Kazuki Hiyori didn't see Kushiro's expression, he suddenly said. I heard Kurozumi Orochi was caught. Right. Guangxi Lang gloated immediately when he heard the words. The way. That guy still wanted to use the fruit ability to escape, but he was cut off with only one head left. Oh? Kazuki Hiyori couldn't help showing surprise and said. Did the man say what was going to happen to him? Kushiro shook his head and said, I don't know about that. Hey, wait a minute, Juheda. Hihei, look over there. Hearing Kiyoshiro's awkward change of words, Kazuki Hiyori couldn't help chuckling, then subconsciously turned his head to look. Then, they saw that under the golden platform where Buggy was standing, a group of people were suddenly pushed up on the left and right sides. All of them were tied up with sea stone chains into rice dumplings, only one head was exposed. But even so, they can still recognize that each of these people is the 3 big billboards of the original Beast's Pirates, and the 6 flying cells. Even some numberers from the Beast's Pirates were escorted over one by one. These people all kneeled in a row on the high platform of yellow sand. They saw the angry expressions on the faces of the original Wano Kuni people below, some disdainful, some sneering, some terrified. The only thing is that these people's mouths are all gagged. Then, a group of specially selected warriors stepped onto the stage and stood behind these cadres. Of course, it is the cadres other than the big Kanban and Kurozumi Orochi. Immediately afterwards, several people who came up behind these samurai directly made Kazuki Hiyori exclaim in surprise. Is that Kikunojo? Wait, and that guy Hisong, where did he go after disappearing for so long? Another Ashura boy? Inwarashi and Nekomoshir. My god, Yizang is also here. Hey, that little old man seems a bit familiar. No, he is brother Hanano Guro. Where did Mr. Buggy find them? Kazuki Hiyori's exclamations and questions were heard. Guangxi Lang on the side said thoughtfully, if I had some doubts about the appearance of Kawamatsu before, then if brother Hanano Guro appeared, it should be Mr. Buggy and they have captured Smileworks factory, liberating everyone inside. Otherwise, it would be impossible for brother Wazibing Guro to come up to help with this kind of thing. It seems that even Guro the Hanano Hige-san approves of Mr. Buggy. Kazuki Hiyori was equally amazed. Ha. After Buggy ordered all the cadres of the Beast's pirates to be brought up, the whole Wano-kuni once again fell into cheers. Everyone is looking forward to it. It can be said that all the people in Wano-kuni have only one thought in their hearts at this time. They want to see blood flow into rivers. After watching the blood flow into a river, they will completely become citizens of the Scarlet Empire. Wano-kuni will be history. Buggy also has this meaning. Therefore, Buggy dismissed the existence of these few top powerhouses for other forces. Now that you have done something, you must pay the corresponding price. Kaido is running away. These people have to use their blood to pay homage to the souls who died in vain on the land of the Scarlet Empire these years because of them. Snapped. Buggy snapped his fingers, and then said decisively. The hour has come. Use their blood to commemorate the heroic spirits of Wano-kuni. Use their lives to comfort this field. The new empire has blossomed unyielding in death. Blood for blood, tooth for tooth, execution. As Buggy's voice fell, the execution place on the top floor of the high platform, a series of high-level armed emissions surged out from their long knives. These people were worried that they would not be able to kill these bound monsters, and they all used their calendars directly. And Jin, Quinn, Jack, and Kurozumi Orochi never imagined that the death of themselves and others would be so absurd. Executed in front of the entire Wano-kuni live stream. It has to be said that this seemed insulting to them. But cussing and stuff like that they've said to Buggy before. But Buggy didn't care about what they said. Know the insult now? You have persecuted Wano-kuni for more than 20 years. How many people of the Scarlet Empire have you persecuted? Chi. Not surprisingly, dozens of cadres of the Beast's pirates were all splashed with blood and their heads fell to the ground when these warriors shot with the long sword with emission in anger. Wow, seeing this scene, all the people in Wano-kuni wept with anger. Seeing this scene, Buggy also understands that from now on, Wano-kuni will bid farewell to the past, and they will embrace the brand new Scarlet Empire. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the Wano-kuni plot line change, and the rewards have been issued. Ding. Reward. Advanced Observation Haki. Listen to the voice of all things. Super Observation Haki Knowledge Kill. Evaluation. You have come to the top of the world. Just as Buggy was about to take the last step of today's speech, the long-lost prompt message of screen change panel came in his mind. Feeling the surging power in his body, Buggy's smile couldn't help but grow stronger. This wave of rewards is extremely commanding. Not to mention making up the special knowledge color of Advanced Observation Haki. It also made his Observation Haki reach Super, and even completely mastered the Observation Haki Nemesis, Knowledge Kill. In this way, he will not have to worry about being captured by other people's future foretelling knowledge in the future. At least he cannot receive any interference during the battle, which greatly improves his safety and mobility. Now it seems that there is only one observation haki that can read other people's memories. I just don't know whether this kind of observation haki is advanced or super. If it's super, it's great, because as far as Buggy knows, there are currently only two people who can achieve this level of strength. One is Pluton Rayleigh and the other is Redfield. As for Fujitora, he has not seen him show his ability in this area for the time being. Finally, the biggest gain of this Wano-kuni war is undoubtedly super observation haki. This apex ability, one of Conqueror's haki, is what Buggy needs the most right now. For now, among the people he knows, only Redfield and Shanks have mastered this ability. There is still a big gap between mastering, knowledge kill, and not mastering, knowledge kill. One can be predicted and perceived by the color of knowledge, and the other directly shields the color of knowledge and knowledge. This skill alone can be said to have abolished half of Marine Admiral, referring to Fujitora. Suppressing the idea of wanting to experiment immediately, Buggy began to prepare the last plan for the day. Scarlet Empire. On top of the tall buildings outside the Flower City Square. Tisk. Buggy is really ruthless. There are all Masters of Beasts pirates here. Did they kill them all? What a pity. This is normal. If he wants to completely win the hearts and minds of the original Wano Kuni, then the people from the Beasts pirates must be used to prove the canon. It can only be said that Buggy understands people's hearts. I've come to this point. I can't be regarded as a simple pirate anymore, can I? Do you think everyone is like you, Shanks? Ahahaha, is that so? I have to say that Buggy's move surprised many people. They didn't expect Zhongji to let the original Wano Kuni warriors execute the Beasts pirates. This can be said to be really hard work. The samurai were a kind of representative of this country before, and it can be said that the execution of the Beasts pirates by them made the original Wano Kuni people feel more involved and cathartic. Watching the leader of the Beasts pirates who ruled and persecuted them for more than 20 years be beheaded by the warriors, the emotions that have been suppressed in their hearts for many years burst out at this moment. Someone was crying. Someone shouted. Someone is distraught. In any case, Wano Kuni will cease to exist from now on, and will be replaced by the new Scarlet Empire. As for the devil fruit on Jin, Quinn, and Jack, Buggy has naturally stripped them out. Otherwise, how could he have easily made the move of beheading these people? In addition, if Buggy hadn't given each of them a wave of ruthless words before, it's really hard to kill the 3 meat shields of Bo, Quinn and Jack with ordinary swords alone. First, he was beaten by Buggy, then stripped of devil fruit, and finally he was able to execute easily. After ordering people to hang the heads of the Beasts pirates Kadris and Kurozumi Orochi, Buggy is ready to start his last move of the day. This is an interesting point that Buggy discovered through Birth of the Flower and Tree World during yesterday's war. That is, after the Flower Tree birth ability is used, it can absorb the toxin pollution caused by the Smile Factory in Wano Kuni to the national environment. While Flower Tree World extracted a lot of vitality yesterday as nourishment, it also extracted a lot of toxicity from Smile Factory. And this kind of toxicity seems to be more effective than the life force extracted from ordinary people, and it can make the Flower Tree World grow more lush. You must know that sensen fruit's change to the environment is permanent. That is to say, Flower Tree World is not an ordinary energy creation, and it does not exist that it will disappear after the energy dissipates. This also gave Buggy a whole new idea. With this ability, why doesn't he just plant a large tree in every area of the original Wano Kuni? At least plant first-hand trees on the Smile Factory in each region, and then check the quality. If the feedback from Flower Tree World is good, then he will increase the planting area. Because this will not only speed up his ability to control sensen fruit, but also possibly speed up the awakening speed of sensen fruit. But as a man who claims to count every 10 steps, how could Buggy waste such a good opportunity to put on a show? All you need is to take advantage of everything to ultimate. Watching the corpse being carried down, bloodline was drained by the yellow sand of crocodile, and then Buggy picked up the microphone again and said with a smile, "Now we have completed the step of blood for blood and tooth for tooth. But if you want the people of the Scarlet Empire to live a comfortable life, you must first clear the entire country of the toxin pollution caused by Smile Tigwang. I had thought about this problem long before coming to Wano Kuni, and it has achieved certain results. To change Wano Kuni and improve the Scarlet Empire, we must start with the first step of clearing the country of toxins. If the people cannot be safe and happy, then all my previous efforts will be in vain. Today everyone can see how I remove the toxins from all over Wano Kuni step by step." Snapped. While talking, Ba snapped his fingers. Crunch immediately, a space gate appeared beside Buggy, and it also fell into the eyes of everyone in Scarlet Empire. This is a cadre of our Buggy pirates, and many people may be unfamiliar with him. But from today onwards, you should get to know him again. Because without him, this war would not have gone so smoothly, and our Buggy pirates would not have grown so fast. His name is Bluno, a down-to-earth man who has made great contributions to the Scarlet Empire. Wow! After hearing Buggy's words, the people of Scarlet Empire cheered loudly to express their respect and love for Bluno. He who used to be a CP9 spy agency had never experienced such a scene. This immediately made him feel at a loss. Buggy just chuckled, patted him on the shoulder and didn't say anything, but walked into the space door under the surprised eyes of everyone. With the disappearance of the space gate, Buggy's figure reappeared above the Smile Factory, in Gildart, and at the same time, his figure appeared again in various places. Buggy snapped. Under the watchful eyes of all the people of the Scarlet Empire, Buggy clapped his hands together, and the sound of his drinking resounded in several other areas of Wano Kuni. Birthday in the tree world. With the sound of Buggy's drinking, a burst of blue light shot up into the sky, covering an area of more than 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye, covering the Smile Factory, and some of the surrounding barren plains. Ha ha ha. In the next moment, under the shocked eyes of the people of the Scarlet Empire, they saw that the Smile Factory, which was so disgusting in their eyes, was suddenly swallowed up by the forest that suddenly rose from the ground, and then the vines quickly expanded and extended outwards. Seeing this scene on the live broadcast screen, it was as if countless huge pythons were climbing outwards rapidly. It was extremely shocking. In just a few minutes, the entire Smile Factory and its surrounding barren plains were covered by a virgin forest tens of meters high. Seeing this scene, all the people of the Scarlet Empire were shocked. At this time, they saw that Buggy was floating above the sky with his eyes closed, as if he was feeling something. And at this moment, Buggy is indeed feeling the feedback brought to him by the big tree rooted in the Smile Factory, in the tree world, below. That's right. Things like the materials for making artificial devil fruit in Smile Factory can bring good nourishment to tree world, and it also has a huge vitality that is fed back to Buggy. Even through the feedback from tree boundary, Buggy suddenly sensed that his perception range has an additional area above the original Wano Kuni territory. Another area is the site of the former Ghost Island, which is now somewhat dilapidated. Because there is also a tree world in that place. Buggy seems to be able to feel that the tree world in these two places has begun to have a certain connection. This feeling is very good. Perhaps it is another opportunity for the awakening of Sen fruit. So Buggy didn't hesitate, and immediately started to try the next place. Crunch. As the door of space opened, Buggy came directly from Gildart to the sky over Hime's Smile Factory, and at the same time he opened his mouth to explain to everyone in Scarlet Empire. Through yesterday's battle, I discovered that my devil fruit ability can absorb and remove the toxins on the territory of the Scarlet Empire. So, I just want to try it. The effect is not big. Judging from the ability I used in Smile Factory before, my tree realm is indeed able to absorb toxins in the environment and remove them. Judging from my ability feedback, the effect is extremely good. But everyone should know that this kind of thing can't be rushed, and the lesser of two evils. So today we first eliminate the biggest cancer, which is also the Smile Factory, that has plagued the entire country for decades. After today, these Smile Factories will completely disappear on the territory of our Scarlet Empire under the witness of everyone. Then I will not say much, and start today's last tree planting trip. Wow. After listening to Buggy's words, the crowd who looked forward to watching in front of the live screen once again made a shocking noise. This man always brings surprises to all the people of Scarlet Empire again and again. As the highest figure in this country, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the Emperor of Scarlet Empire. Such a person is in control on the first day of the country. I started to get rid of the biggest disease for the country. This kind of behavior is called two-circle fan, in a word from Buggy's previous life. Ha ha. Soon, under the witness of everyone in the Scarlet Empire, another Smile Factory was swallowed by the endless forest. First, Gildart, then Hime, and then Rabbit Bowl, Ringhao, and Giwu. The large Smile Factories are all located in Scarlet Empire. Destroyed completely under the witness of someone. After a wave of 6 rounds of tree planting, even Buggy couldn't help but feel a little exhausted. Finally, with his waving farewell and the cheers of all the people in Scarlet Empire, the live broadcast of speech planting trees ended. Part of Buggy's idea is basically the same as Kaido's, that is to use Oni Island as his, Buggy's, pirate group's base. After all, it is an otherworld, so it is impossible for him to copy the method of his previous life to manage the country. The world is different and the times are different, so the national conditions and management methods are naturally different. If we copy the previous life's governing philosophy in this era when strength is paramount, it will basically be the same as my death. He was able to plant the seeds of the program and enable people to live a relatively fair life, which is already a paradise for people of this era. After returning to Ghost Island, Buggy could vaguely perceive the sensory feedback brought to him by the tree world, where the Smile Factory, in the major townships of Wano Kuni is located. This feeling is amazing. He seems to have the feeling that the entire Wano-kuni land is under his control, and that's just a small area he's planted with trees. With this kind of feedback and improvement of vitality, Buggy decided to take a trip to the 6 villages of the Scarlet Empire every day in the future. Plant 1 round per day, and it won't take long for the entire territory of the Scarlet Empire to have forests that can report back to him. This will not only quickly remove the land, forests, animals and plants polluted by the Smile Factory, but also increase Buggy's control over all parts of the Scarlet Empire. Of course, the most important point is to speed up the awakening of Sen fruit. This situation is based on the feedback from Tree World. After Buggy planted a round of trees. This is the reason why Zhongjil is loyal to planting trees all over the Scarlet Empire. Judging from the feedback on planting trees today, it seems that contacting and feeling different tree species is also a major factor in the awakening of Senator Sen fruit. And Buggy has a new idea. It seems that it is necessary for me to feel the Adam and Eve of the 2 Yarchman mangroves under the Fishman Island. The previous Wano-kuni can almost be said to be spliced by 6 huge islands, so the land of Wano-kuni is much larger than other islands. It can be said that the size of a township in Wano-kuni is 1 size larger than that of Dressrosa. With such a huge land, Buggy can do whatever he wants. But with the technology of this era, the degree of control over each village is also a big trouble for Buggy, who is now scarce in manpower. This is also the reason for frequent contact with the dragon and the Revolutionary Army, and the frequent relationship with them. After taking down Wano-kuni, he even had a bold idea: annex the Revolutionary Army. Of course, this idea is not yet realistic. If you want the dragon to get closer to him, you must first let him see the effectiveness of his governance of the Scarlet Empire. And for this, Buggy has long been prepared. Planting trees is just the first step. Then there is the previous deal with the little people. The little humans are the most plant-growing race in the world today, and it is only the first step for Buggy to cooperate with them to clear the toxins on the territory of the Scarlet Empire. The back door helps improve crops on the territory of the Scarlet Empire, increase food production, melon and fruit production, etc. Naturally, these plans were already thought up by Buggy. After Robin and the others came back, Buggy held a meeting and told Princess Manshirley about the deal with the little people, asking her to help. Manshirley also readily agreed, and immediately let Bluno open the door to Greenbit. Then groups of little humans came out from the gate of space under everyone's amazed eyes, and then Manshirley and Bluno followed them and started to investigate the situation in various places in Wano-kuni. After that, Buggy looked at Shirahoshi and smiled at her. Shirahoshi, it's time to complete the agreement with you, the Fishmen Island. Are you ready? Hey. Mr. Buggy, are you talking about the agreement with the Smurlocs? So soon? The country hasn't stabilized yet. Shirahoshi was pleasantly surprised when he heard Buggy's words, and then he hesitated to speak. Buggy smiled and shook his head. It is precisely because the country was first established that you, the Fishmen Island, are required to participate together. The new home that everyone builds together can better integrate the Fishmen Island. Lord Buggy is right. I'll call my father and my brothers right now. Shirahoshi immediately waved his little fist happily, and started dialing the phone bug. 10 seconds later, the person on the phone was answered. Neptune's surprised voice came from inside and said, "Ah, Shirahoshi, you finally called your father. Hey, I was freaked out by reading the newspaper today. How are you doing in Wano-kuni? Are you still used to eating?" Hearing Neptune's nagging, Shirahoshi said shyly, "Father, let's not talk about this matter. I called you because I have a business. Also, now Wano-kuni is not called Wano-kuni anymore. Master Buggy dethroned Wano-kuni and founded a nascent empire on the site. Her name is Scarlet Empire." The Scarlet Empire? Neptune's expression also became serious when he heard the words. He didn't expect Buggy to make such a move. Build a nascent empire on Wano-kuni's territory? Not a bad idea. After all, Wano-kuni has been enslaved by Kaido for more than 20 years, and the original country has long since existed in name only. Then you are calling me now, is it also Mr. Buggy's opinion? Master Buggy said that he is going to start fulfilling the agreement with the Fishmen Island, Shirahoshi said firmly. What? So fast? Crash. Hearing Shirahoshi's words, the exclamation of Neptune and the 3 princes next to him came from the other side of the phone, and then there was the sound of things being smashed. Despite the unexpected, Neptune was thrilled. Shirahoshi, let me talk to your father and the others. Buggy smiled. Okay. Shirahoshi nodded obediently. Neptune also heard Buggy's voice on the other side of the phone. After Buggy told the general story, Neptune fell into deep thought. I have to say, Buggy's words are very convincing. Now it is the beginning of the establishment of the Scarlet Empire, which requires all kinds of manpower and talents. If the Murlocs can participate in the construction of the country from the very beginning, then they will definitely be able to better integrate into the big family of the Scarlet Empire. Good. Neptune said decisively this time. Mr. Buggy, give us a month to prepare, and we will strive to completely remove the Fishmen Island. Also, Mr. Buggy, please send Shirahoshi back. The Fishmen Island still needs her help for this relocation. It is the new residence of the Fishmen Island in the Scarlet Empire. I need to trouble Mr. Buggy to help find a place for the time being. Buggy naturally understood the meaning of Neptune's words. He wants to use his daughter, Poseidon's power, to control the Sea Kings, and let them drag Noah and take the Fishmen Island to Wano Kuni. As for Shirahoshi's Poseidon power, after she boarded the ship, Buggy consciously taught her to be familiar with and control this power. Shirahoshi, who has mastered observation hockey, can at least communicate with advanced Sea Kings, although he can't control low-intelligence Sea Kings, but that's enough. Just the few Sea Kings that hauled Noah away a few months ago are enough to help the Fishmen Island relocate. After all, each of those Sea Kings is one size or even a few sizes larger than the Kaido after dragon transformation. So this is not a problem at all. Thinking of this, Buggy smiled and said, I don't know if it's a coincidence, but it can be said that the territory of our Scarlet Empire in the world today is the most suitable island for harmonious coexistence with human beings. Oh? How do you say that? Neptune also became interested. Jabba, Crocodile, Robin, and the Empress sitting beside them all showed curious expressions. You may not know that there is a large underwater space under the water of the Scarlet Empire. Not only is there a large diving port below, but the underwater space around it is very huge and rich and diverse. After briefly describing the underwater environment of Wano Kuni, Buggy laughed. Moreover, this underwater space has a thick outer wall for protection, so it can be said that it is a place naturally suitable for your Murlocs to live in. And there's also Wanakuna's formerly submerged palace underwater. It can completely become a paradise for the Murlocs. After a while, Sunbel and Jinbei can accompany Shirahoshi to investigate, and let them use the video phone bug to broadcast live to you, and you will understand what I said. That's great. Neptune and the others cheered immediately. I'm starting to mobilize everyone on the Fishmen Island now. I'm sure they will be so happy to know our new home. Okay. I'm heading to the Fishmen Island on the day you decide to go. After Buggy finished speaking, he hung up the phone. After seeing Buggy hang up the phone, Dagong, who was originally sitting at the back of the south seat, was suddenly pushed out from behind by the cat viper. Snapped. Inulan didn't stand firm and came directly to eat shit. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, everyone burst into laughter. Cat viper, you bastard. Inulan blushed, and immediately glared at Maomoshi. Only after the latter winked wildly, he coughed dryly and looked at Buggy and said, Well, Mr. Buggy, can our furry principality also participate in the construction of the Scarlet Empire? Everyone in our furry principality is born with supernatural powers, and they are definitely good hands at work. Well, Buggy looked at Inuarashi and smiled. Are you also planning to move your family to our Scarlet Empire? To tell you the truth, I am sure you are welcome to come. But if you leave your family and leave the back of the Elephant Master, is there really no problem? Or, have you really thought about it? Don't make decisions just because your brain is hot. Inulan, Maomoshi, and several other fur warriors looked at each other, and the latter nodded heavily. Yes, Mr. Buggy, we have considered it. Scarlet Empire, an empire of racial equality that has never been seen in 1,000 years, was first established, and our furry principality also wants to contribute to it. We also want to participate in this unprecedented change in the millennium. Please Mr. Buggy, do it. Boom. Good. After hearing Inuarashi's words, Buggy patted the table with a big laugh, then raised his glass and shouted happily. Add another family of brothers to our Scarlet Empire. Cheers. Cheers. After the banquet was over, only the members of the Buggy Pirates, the Empress and Yamato, were left in the hall. The two of them were asked by Buggy to stay and discuss the follow-up matters. To everyone's surprise, Buggy looked at Crocodile first and said, Old Shaw, how is the sand clone I taught you before? How many can be separated now? Everyone was puzzled when they heard the words, and they thought to themselves, why did Captain Buggy care about Lao Shaw's cultivation progress, and it seemed that he had specially instructed him before? Well, Crocodile was also taken aback for a moment, but he still opened his mouth and said, My sand clones can now split into 6, and basically without the main body engaging in fierce battles, with my physical strength, I can last for 7 days. Okay, old Shah. Buggy smiled as soon as he clapped his hands. It seems that urging your physical training during this period of time is still very effective, so tomorrow you will use your sand clone and my wood clone to go to the 6 regions of our Scarlet Empire to recruit talents with reading and writing skills. Even if we are pirates, we cannot deal with the country at will. The country still needs to be governed under certain circumstances. Recruit talents, then assess, and then incorporate into our administrative system. You should be very clear about this, right? Buggy's words made everyone dumbfounded. It is for this that you asked Lao Sha to practice the sand avatar together? Crocodile was also speechless, but this was Captain Buggy's order. What else could he do? He could only nod. Seeing his appearance, Buggy gave him a contemptuous look and said, I'm not talking about you, Lao Sha, it's just that your comprehension ability is really poor. Why did I let your sand clone go with me to the 6 villages of the Scarlet Empire to recruit talents? Naturally, to push you out. My plan is to make you the next head of the Scarlet Empire. What? Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar, even Lao Sha was full of confusion and doubts. At this moment, Lao Sha is really confused. Although he is addicted to kings, he is not an idiot. Such a big empire, or the empire that Captain Buggy painstakingly created, should not be inherited by his heirs logically. Seeing the shock and doubts on everyone's faces, Buggy smiled and shook his head. I'm not interested in being a head of state for long. You should know my ambition and ideal. What I want to be is the king of the world. What's more, the head of state of an empire should preferably not reign for more than 10 years. I decided to replace the head of state in accordance with the system of one election every 5 years. This will not only make the people below more motivated, but also make the country less prone to corruption and autocracy. What I need is a thriving, peaceful and healthy country, not an instrument of power in the hands of one person. I'm not interested in power. I want to do more than just build an empire. So, sooner or later I will hand over this key to power. That being the case, leave it to the most experienced. This 5 years is me, and the next 5 years will be Lao Sha. As for the next 5 years, it might be Robin. I will strive to be as fair as possible. Lao Sha had a similar experience. And Robin was once one of Lao Sha's right-hand men, and her ability to manage large organizations is no worse than Lao Sha's. Even she is much smarter than Lao Sheikh. Hey Captain, there's no need to say that. Crocodile's face darkened. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard the words. Robin covered his mouth and laughed a few times, then said doubtfully. Then why did Mr. Buggy decide to make Lao Sha the next head of the Scarlet Empire? Others are also very curious. Why choose Crocodile? Enel expressed dissatisfaction. He also controlled a country, why not choose him? It wasn't that he wanted to be the king of the Scarlet Empire too much, or that he was simply puzzled like Robin. Is such that. Buggy swept everyone and smiled and said. One is because Lao Sha has such experience, and the other is his ability to achieve fruit. This is the most important point. Lao Sha's fruit ability can undoubtedly play a huge role in the construction of the country. As far as his ability is concerned with the country's infrastructure, it's not even weaker than my sensing ability. From housing construction, to road paving, to national water conservancy facilities, Lao Sha's ability can play a key role. Plus, he's one of his own, so he is without a doubt the best fit. Oh, everyone suddenly realized. At this moment, Lao Sha also understood. Did co-authoring make him an infrastructure madman? Seeing Lao Sha's unlovely expression, Buggy raised his hand and nodded him. Old Sha, Lao Sha, so you are small. Otherwise, how could he go to Pluton when his strength was rising? Don't you know that when you complete these infrastructures, you are also exercising your own abilities? At the same time, you are also raising your reputation. When the people of this country walk on the road you built, live in the houses you built, and use the water conservancy facilities you built, do you think they won't thank you? At that time, it is a certainty that you will become the next head of the Scarlet Empire. When you become the head of the Scarlet Empire, won't your conqueror's haki come naturally? Wonderful. Crocodile's eyes lit up immediately, and he immediately patted his chest to promise that the infrastructure construction would start tomorrow. Only one side of Robin looked at Lao Sha with pity, and said, Mr. Zero, you are still too young. In a few words, Buggy can't find the north. Everyone else was smiling too. Only the dragon sitting on the side was lost in thought. He was still shocked at the moment. It never occurred to him that Buggy would be willing to hand over the power of his carefully built empire. The heads of state of the empire change every 5 years, and they are all people who want to make great contributions to the country. This is a brand new system. It's really shocking. Coupled with the national program that Buggy talked about in his speech before, Long suddenly had his own revolutionary army as if he was playing house. They have a program, a system, and a long-term plan. They just helped one country overthrow their king who ruled them brutally, and then went to overthrow another country. In this way, it won't take long for the world to fall into an endless loop again. At this moment, Long, looking at Buggy who was sitting in the middle talking and laughing happily with others, he suddenly had a bold idea. Don't rush. Don't rush. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Long decided to stay in Scarlet Empire for a while to see the changes in this country. Hancock, what are you going to do about Daughter's Island now? Buggy turned to look at the Empress aside and said, Your Amazon Lily Island is really too big. I don't think the current bullet can roll up such a big island. Even if he can do it, the speed is very slow. After all, his fruit ability has not yet been awakened, and Kaido can't even fly an island fast enough. It's a pity that our pirate group doesn't have lion fruit and heavy fruit, otherwise we could have moved Amazon Lily to the vicinity of Scarlet Empire. When the Empress heard Buggy calling her name, she was shy for a while, and then said seriously. Mr. Buggy, there is no need to worry about this. After all, with Blueno's ability over there now, even if Marine wants to attack our Amazon Lily again, we can quickly get more members if we only ask for help. That's true, then let's put aside the matter of your Amazon Lily for now. Buggy nodded. Finally his eyes fell on Luo, and he smiled. Luo, now is the time to complete the agreement between us. I deprived Doflamingo of its fruit ability last night. He is also extremely weak now. Believe me, you should be able to solve it easily yourself. Hearing this, Luo suddenly became a little excited. He had been hesitating how to speak to Captain Buggy before. After all, for the enemy Doflamingo, he really wants to solve it himself. Who let this man kill his only benefactor? Ah. Buggy nodded, thought for a while and said, Doflamingo is handled by you. In order to prevent accidents, we will accompany you through this process, which can be regarded as the last journey to send this scumbag. Most of all, I want to squeeze out the last of the Doflamingo guy's worth. I just don't know if there are any unexpected gains. People are going to die. What's the value? Everyone was puzzled. But in the end, there was still a sigh of relief, saying that it is indeed you. Terrorist Spinnaker, in the underground cell of the castle. Fufurfur, Doflamingo's body was tied up at this time, and the injuries on his body were not recovered with the help of string fruit. At this time, he was still extremely heavy, and he still had coagulated plasma. He looked at the group of Buggy who walked in, and most of his eyes fell on them. On love. I didn't expect it to fall in the hands of a little guy like you in the end. Fufurofur, it seems that Keelasong is really good to you. That's right, if I can give you all the op fruits for eternal life surgery, I should really treat you as my own. He would rather trust a strange child than help his elder brother. Is it wrong for me to kill him? Ah. Lo. Wow. As soon as Doflamingo said this, everyone who came down with Buggy was in an uproar. All of them looked at Luo with shocked eyes. Eternal life surgery? True or false? Hey, can op fruit do this kind of thing? I remember that the world government seemed to have issued a bounty more than 10 years ago. I forgot the specifics. Later, Marine intervened. Yes, it should be Suru Vice Admiral, right? After hearing everyone's discussion, Luo couldn't help but sneered, looked at Doflamingo and said. As expected of you, Doflamingo. At this time, don't you forget to trip me up? I might as well tell you directly that the deal I made with Mr. Buggy was that I agreed to help him with this eternal life surgery after the fruit awakened. I'm using this condition in exchange for your life. Wow. When Luo fell behind, everyone was in an uproar again, and they all looked at Luo and Buggy with shocked eyes. They didn't expect that there was such a thing in it. On the other hand, Robin and Jabba both found that Blueno and Khalifa seemed very calm. Rob Lucci glanced at both of them thoughtfully. Judging from the unsurprised expressions of the two people before, they should have known about this for a long time, which means that Mr. Buggy completely trusted them. Thinking of this, Rob Lucci's heart suddenly relaxed, and Kakuzu's mouth even raised an arc unconsciously. This kind of thing is not concealed, it means absolute trust in them. It's like bringing them here at this time. With the wisdom of Captain Buggy, can you think of something that may reveal the secret of op fruit? He just trusted them completely. Just like he wants to train Crocodile to be the second head of the Scarlet Empire. Is this the trust between partners? This feeling is just right, Monkey D. Luffy, I seem to understand your crazy behavior. Rob Lucci's mentality quietly changed at this time. In fact, it is not only Rob Lucci that has changed at this moment, but also the original CP9's Fukuru, Nugget, Jabra, and Kaku. They were all members of the most elite espionage agencies in the world, and their observation and analysis abilities were first class. After seeing the expressions of Bluno and Khalifa, and Buggy's behavior of bringing them down deliberately, they understood a lot. This man's trust in them is absolute. This feeling of being trusted by others, or being trusted by one's own boss, is very pleasing. Although other people are not as fast as CP9, they are also slow-witted. Fufurofer, after hearing Luo's words, Doflamingo burst into laughter and said, I didn't expect you to be so courageous. As far as I know about you, with the degree of control of your current op fruit, awakening should not be far away. Never mind. Anyway, you'll be down with me soon. It's not a loss for me to exchange one life for two. Hearing this, Luo looked at him mockingly. So sorry to disappoint you again, Dover. Captain Buggy told me to let me do this operation for him when I thought I was too old to die. So, I still have decades to live. Sorry, Dover. I also want to follow Captain Buggy to witness the changes of this era in the world. Wait. You said one embarrassment for two benefits? After talking about it, Luo found something was wrong, and looked at Doflamingo with some doubts. Doflamingo didn't pay attention to Luo at the first time, but looked at the calm Buggy, and looked at him for a few seconds before he laughed and sighed. Buggy, you can even resist the temptation of eternal life surgery. Should it be you? Having said that, he paused and turned his head to look at the cell on the other side with a light smile. As for the other life, isn't it over there? Luo, you kid is still too slow. This is not very good. Following Doflamingo's gaze, in a prison cell not far from him, it was the Golden Emperor Gildart Tetzolo who was tied into a rice dumpling by seastone chains. After feeling everyone's eyes, he couldn't pretend to be dead, and immediately yelled at Doflamingo. Doflamingo, you bastard. I'm here to help you, now you turn around and drag me into the water. Labor and management really want to hammer you to death. After seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help being happy. It turned out that Tetzolo had been playing dead just now. I have to say, this guy Doflamingo is really bad enough. Fufurofer. Doflamingo didn't care about Tetzolo's insults and taunted at all. I said, Tetzolo, you are too naive, aren't you? They even want to deprive me of my string fruit, and now you have heard the secret of eternal life surgery. You don't think you can really live, do you? I'm just telling the truth, you just refuse to accept the reality. What the hell, you bastard, of course it's easy for you to say you're going to be killed. Tetzolo exploded immediately when he heard the words, and said with a look of despair. If you can't die, only my daughter-in-law will die. Yes, if you cannot die, who wants to die? Buggy suddenly spoke at this moment. Then, Tetzolo, do you know why I stripped everyone else's devil fruit ability, but not yours? After hearing Buggy's words, Tetzolo, who was originally desperate, squirmed a few times with his body bound by seastone, and looked at Buggy expectantly. Boss Buggy, what do you mean? It's very simple, I need the ability of Jinjingguo to help. Buggy looked at him and smiled. Now that you have mastered the golden fruit, you happen to be an ability awakener. I'm too lazy to spend a lot of time cultivating a golden fruit ability awakener. Moreover, even if I cultivate it, it may not be able to guarantee that the other party can awaken. After all, you also know that such things as fruit awakening are rare. Yeah. Tetzolo suddenly regained his energy and said eagerly. Boss Buggy, as long as you tell me, I will help you with anything. As long as you don't kill me, I can do anything. Everyone looked at Buggy with puzzled expressions. Isn't Shinsai here to squeeze out the last value of Doflamingo? How could he want to accept this Tetzolo? Besides, is it really okay for him to hear the secret of the previous immortal surgery? They think that if there is no special reason, it is better to keep silent. In fact, not only did they think so, even after Tetzolo heard the secret of eternal life surgery, he knew that he was finished. If Buggy could pretend to be unconscious when he stripped the string fruit before, but after being called out by Doflamingo, he knew that he was completely dead. So, now that he has the hope of life again, how could he not seize it? As for leaking secrets, unless Buggy dies, the Buggy Pirates disband. Otherwise, who would dare to reveal the secret? I want 30% of your Gulen Tetzolo's annual income. I know that your Gildart is the world's largest entertainment city that you and the king of the underground world jointly opened. Buggy holds up the first finger. But I don't care about the extra things, you can coordinate by yourself. When I find pure gold, I want to add another 20% on this basis. This is the first point. Pure gold? Tetsolo was completely shocked. Others didn't know what it was, but as a golden fruit capable person, how could he not have heard of it, the owner of the most gold in the world? This is something that can make people immortal. Does such a thing really exist? But since it was this man who spoke, it means that this thing is probably really somewhere, and it just needs him, a golden fruit capable person. No wonder the other party left his life behind. Thinking that he still has value, Tetsolo breathed a sigh of relief. But he didn't dare to become arrogant because of this, he still said very respectfully. That's no problem. If Mr. Buggy really finds pure gold, let alone an additional 20%, I think they will forcefully agree even if it is 30%. Very good. Buggy is pleased with Tetsolo's behavior. As the largest entertainment city in the world, Gildart annual income is immeasurable. In this way, he has at least tens of billions more income every year. For Scarlet Empire, which needs funds to develop in the early stage, it is already very good. Second point, I need you to help me investigate the underwater of the Scarlet Empire. Is there any gold and other metal objects? Can this be detected? Certainly, Tetsolo immediately assured. My golden fruit is not only able to detect gold, it is also extremely sensitive to the detection of all kinds of metals. This is also what I rely on to get rich, there is no problem. Snapped. Buggy snapped his fingers in satisfaction, and raised his third finger. The third point is very simple, just keep it secret, I believe you understand what I mean. Understood. Of course I understand. Tetsolo was delighted. Call out. Scoff the next moment, Buggy raised his hand and shattered the seastone chain on Tetsolo's body. Ha 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 ha, feeling the return of his golden fruit ability. Tetsolo laughed happily, the feeling of narrow escape is really great. Now it's Doflamingo's turn to be dumbfounded. After a while, he shook his head and said, Fufurofer. Godslayer Buggy, you are such an incomprehensible man. After finishing speaking, Doflamingo didn't look at Tetsolo's embarrassing face anymore. He knew that he was bound to die, so he didn't need to say any more. At this moment, Buggy spoke again. Doflamingo, you don't want your men to be killed like you, do you? Doflaming, who was already determined to die brother's body trembled, he opened his eyes suddenly, and there was even a hint of joy in his eyes. Aren't they dead yet? That would be great. Tell me, Mr. Buggy, what do you need? As long as I can get it, as long as you promise to let my partner go, I will give it all to you. Seeing his expression and hearing his words, Buggy felt a little uncomfortable. Robin squeezed his chin and suddenly said, It sounds so, why do we look more like villains? Will we be chopped into roast meat by lightning when we go out? Hey. Sister Robin, don't be so scary. Shirahoshi on the side was terrified by Robin's dark words. Others are also dumbfounded. The Empress said proudly. We are villains, because we are pirates, aren't we? Makes sense. Everyone nodded in unison, and suddenly felt a lot. What, so we are villains? That's fine. The corner of Doflamingo's mouth twitched, but he still looked expectantly at Buggy. Buggy couldn't laugh or cry at the performance of others, then nodded and said. Give me your connections, money, and identity from the underground forces, and I will let your subordinates survive. But capital crimes can be avoided, but living crimes cannot be escaped. I will let them stay in the Scarlet Empire and work for the Empire for 10 years. They have the same salary for 10 years, and after 10 years they can be free again, and have a house and a family business in Scarlet Empire. This is the guarantee I can give. A salaried job, a house and a family business? Doflamingo had a satisfied smile on his face. Fufurofer, this has exceeded my expectations. What you said was hidden in Giuli, in the basement of the mansion that Duo gave me. Go find it, I put all the most valuable things there. Alright, Luo, you can do it now. Buggy nodded, then turned to look at Love. Base. After Luo saw that everything was explained, he walked towards Doflamingo without any hesitation, pulled out his long knife and plunged it into Doflamingo's heart without hesitation. Goodbye, Doflamingo. Puff, blood splatter. When Luo thrust out the sword, he felt relieved as if he had relieved a heavy burden, and looked at Doflamingo with an extremely complicated expression. The corner of Doflamingo's mouth was bleeding, but he still had a smile on his face. He looked up at Luo, finally set his eyes on Buggy and said with a big smile. Fufuro for Godslayer Buggy, I seem to have foreseen the future of the world falling into your hands. I really want to see that era ruled by you. Can your dream come true? Old age has its end, the strong has its use, and the young has its strengths. Widowed, lonely, alone, disabled and sick, all are different. Such a world would be beautiful, right? Asterisk asterisk. The laughter gradually died down. Once celestial dragons. Later Shichibukai Dressrosa. Today's pirates. A generation of heroes, heavenly Yaksha Don Quixote Doflamingo, die. At the same time. Naval Headquarters, Ma Jodwo. The Smoky Marshal's office. What did you say? Buggy abolished Wano-kuni and then built a Crimson Empire in Wano-kuni? What was just announced? Would Sengoku listen to what you're saying? Akainu was a little confused holding the phone. What? That guy Buggy founded a country. Crane, Smoker, who were sitting in the marshal's office, and Kizaru who just came back at the speed of light to report the situation of the Wano-kuni war. The three of them heard Akainu's exclamation and they. Also confused. Holy Land, Mariajoy. Five Elders' office. What are you talking about? That guy Buggy started a nation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What kind of country does a pirate build? Does he think he is Doflamingo? Doflamingo didn't have Jongo either. He was snatched. Oh, and Buggy was snatched too? That's okay. Keep an eye on that guy and see what he wants to do. Damn Godslayer Buggy, you can always do something new for me. New World. Neo Marine Base. What? That guy Buggy started a nation. In the office, Zephyr looked at his disciple Ain with disbelief, confirming with his eyes again and again. Ain nodded firmly and said, "That's right, teacher, you asked our submarine force to follow Buggy and the others. They had actually spotted us, but they didn't stop us. Whether it's the Great War on Onijima, or our Wano-kuni afterwards. Oh, no, it should be called Scarlet Empire now. During the Wano-kuni War, the Shuangwang Alliance participated in a total of 130,000 troops. More than 40,000 of them died in the war. It was the slave army who died the most, and more than 20,000 of the more than 40,000 people were slave soldiers. More than 70,000 people lost combat effectiveness. More than 10,000 people were captured. Whether these were killed or lost combat effectiveness, they were basically confused by Buggy's Flower Tree World. And in the end most of their vitality was sucked away, making them enter a short-lived state of kidney deficiency. On the way, many people were affected by the fighting of other cadres, and those who died were those 40,000 people. The last 10,000 people had lost control of the war in the future, or they were not able to participate at their level, so they hid in the hall on the first floor of Ghost Island mechanically. It can only be said that they were lucky that they were not annihilated along with the dozen or so floors above the Ghost Island. That's the number of people Buggy left behind on purpose. Otherwise, more people will just die. Although the new Scarlet Empire has 2 god-level infrastructure capabilities, he and the Sand Crocodile, it still needs a slave population in many aspects. For these slave war criminals, Buggy also gave them a way out. As long as they have served for 15 years, they can become ordinary people of the Scarlet Empire, and their previous crimes will be written off. In fact, this special case is tolerant enough. But for those who eat the artificial devil fruit made by Smile Factory, I am afraid that some of them may not be able to live that long. This is the difference between Guy Caesar and Vegapunk. For slaves who are badly wounded and out of combat, Buggy has a great way to heal them quickly and recharge their bodies with energy. This is the fruit ability of Princess Mancherly and the energy food of Boing Islands. With these 2 whole cards, Buggy can restore the infrastructure population he needs in a short time. Taking advantage of the September 30th days when these slave workers were recovering, Buggy and Crocodile demonstrated the power of infrastructure that shocked all the people of the Scarlet Empire. It also made many people understand that if the power of devil fruit is used to benefit the people, it will have such a great effect. In the past few days, while Buggy planted trees to dilute the toxins in various parts of the Scarlet Empire, he commanded Crocodile to build roads, and also performed Sand Fruit's awakening trick, 3 rooms and 1 hall technique. I have to say, this ability of Crocodile is really awesome. With just a slap of the little hand on the ground, a solidified gravel road was formed. No matter what rocky mountain terrain is in front of you, just raise your hand and press, and a road with a line of sky will appear. Most of the roads are straight ahead and it's brutal. And, starting from around Flower Capital, the 5 or 6 story stone buildings of Sinzaza have sprung up. And those dilapidated and leaky wooden villages outside the capital of flowers have all turned into 20% stone houses with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, sheltered from wind and rain, durable. This wave of operations by Lao Sha immediately attracted the cheers and love of countless Scarlet Empire people. This made Lao Sha's always sullen scarred face a lot more amiable, and this guy's smiles became more and more frequent. Seeing this scene, Buggy couldn't help but smile knowingly. Although Lao Sha said it was annoying and boring, he still enjoyed the feeling of being sought after by everyone, and worked harder afterwards. It is a pity that Buggy has not fully developed the stone fruit, otherwise, the height should be able to be built higher. He gave the stone fruit to the original CP9, and his control over life return is much higher than that of everyone except Rob Lucci. So his speed of developing fruit should be faster. After Buggy told him about the burden of his future, he has been exercising in Boeing Islands these days, eating when he is hungry, and exercising after eating. Return. Hard work. Buggy is very satisfied with the performance of snuggling. Although everyone in CP9 is more suitable for the zone fruit, he still gave the boob fruit to Kong Duo. Finally, it was Fukuru, and Buggy gave Fukuru the Katmao fruit ancient species saber-toothed tiger form, that was stripped from Fuzifu, one of the 6 flying cells. In this way, all members of CP9 have devil fruit. It can be said that the combat power has been improved by another section. After they found out that Buggy let Bluno and Khalifa know the secret of eternal life surgery, for the first time, they worked harder. Because they don't want to betray that man's trust. Rob Bellucci's breakthrough is even bigger. Zone seems to be on the verge of awakening in the past 2 days and is practicing against Bullet every day. Despite being tortured to death by Bullet every day, Rob Lucci still couldn't think of leaving. It can be said that when Buggy and Lao Sha were in the infrastructure construction, all the members of the Buggy Pirates did not stop, and they were all doing their own cultivation. What surprised Buggy the most was that Robin took the initiative to ask the Empress to teach her hockey, and the Empress agreed. I don't know how the 2 women got along. Maybe it's because there is a small Hancock in the middle as a swap. Because the relationship between little Hancock and Robin is also very good. Then there is this guy Enel, who often disappears these days, and Buggy doesn't know what he is doing. But he doesn't bother to care about him now. During this week, he and Crocodile almost traveled all over the 6 counties of the Scarlet Empire, and they have changed to Buggy. How much better it sounds. At present, the main cities of the 6 counties of the Scarlet Empire have been connected with roads, the stone houses are well located, and the toxins around the main cities have basically been drained by the tree world. To be honest, this kind of non-stop tree planting is really too much for Buggy. Crocodile also said he wanted to take a day off. Buggy couldn't agree more. It's true that you don't need to be so daring, the current progress is already outrageous. The current Scarlet Empire and the previous Wano-kuni are completely different countries. On the day Buggy chose to rest, a fleet with the Neo Marine flag came to the diving port outside the Scarlet Empire. Buggy couldn't help being stunned when he heard the report from his subordinates, and immediately smiled and headed towards the submerged harbor in person. Crocodile, who was also resting, saw Buggy rushing out, and followed curiously. Knowing that it was Neo Marine, and that the visitors were not young, he had no intention of taking a break. While asking others to inform others, he followed Buggy towards the diving port. This diving port is an access channel below the waterfall outside the original Wano-kuni island. There is a karst cave entrance tens of meters high, and covered by the waterfall flow, hundreds of meters below the island. Later, this entrance was built by Wano-kuni people and became the only port that can enter Wano-kuni normally by boat. And Neo Marine seems to know this too. A fleet of 20 large ships had already stopped in front of the waterfall. At this time, in front of the bow of the ship headed by Neo Marine, Zephyr, Ain, Zuo Shu and Binzi stood back and forth. Seeing the waterfall still standing in front of him without any movement, Ain said worriedly. Teacher, is it really safe for us to come here so suddenly? There was no notification, and more than 3,000 troops were brought. It would be terrible if the god-killing pirates believed that they were here to start a war. Or should I go up and report first? Need not. Zephyr waved his hand and said, if they don't even have this bit of vigilance, then the old man will really be disappointed. Jongo is not a house-playing game for pirates. Especially Wano-kuni, who has been enslaved by Kaido for more than 20 years, really can't stand the toss. Zuo Shu on the side heard the words and said in doubt. Teacher, that Buggy doesn't look like the kind of man who would torment ordinary people, does he? Of course he's not that kind of guy. Zephyr rolled his eyes and said. However, governing a country is different from being a marine pirate. Sometimes an inappropriate policy and action may cause ordinary people to be tossed to death. The most uncomfortable thing is that your original purpose may still be for the good of ordinary people. Such kings abound all over the world. PFF'd, the teacher really cares about Mr. Buggy. Hearing this, IN suddenly covered his mouth and chuckled. Hey hey. Binzi also grinned and said, the teacher is a sharp mouth and a bean-curd heart. Mr. Buggy's ideal is really admirable. So I also want to see how Wano Kuni will be under his life. Zephyr heard the words but didn't speak. But if he doesn't speak, it's actually an attitude. He also recognized Buggy's dream, otherwise he wouldn't have come here to teach this young man, telling him that running a country is not that simple. If he is optimistic about Buggy, he will not bring all the belongings of Neo Marine. All three of his students understand this point, and it can even be said that everyone in Neo Marine understands it. At this moment, the water flow of the waterfall that was falling vertically was suddenly cut off, and then a huge gate tens of meters high slowly rose from below the sea level. As the gate was fully raised, a bright underground harbor appeared in front of it. In front of Zephyr and the others as far as they could see, a man with a white cloak over his shoulders, a white suit with clown makeup on his face stood there and was waving at them. Seeing this scene, Zephyr standing on the bow of Neo Marine could not help but raise the corner of his mouth. HMPH. He's a polite guy. Ain, Binzi and Zuo Shu all laughed after looking at each other. After seeing Zephyr and his group get off the boat, Buggy smiled and stretched out his hand to Zephyr. Welcome Mr. Zephyr to the Scarlet Empire. Zephyr was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Buggy would come to such a hand, let alone shaking hands with pirates before. Whenever a pirate dared to stand in front of him, he would punch him. Snapped. But what about that sentence? Come here. Zephyr also ignored the teasing gazes of his subordinates and students, and shook hands with Buggy, nodded at him and said, how dare you dare to establish a new country here just after taking over Wano Kuni, which has been enslaved by Kaido for more than 20 years. Has the administrative system been resolved? Has the food and clothing been solved for the people? Has the toxin in Wanakuna's water source, land, and forest been resolved? Have you destroyed that tumor, smile factory? If you don't do these things and you build a nation, then what you will bring to Wano Kuni and your Scarlet Empire will still be destruction. Not only was Buggy not angry about Zephyr's questioning, but he was very happy. Zephyr's ability to have such a clear understanding of Wanakuna's situation means that he has carefully investigated Wanakuna's situation. Combined with the tracking of the submarine fleet they found underwater in Wano Kuni, Buggy. I understand a little bit, that submarine force should be Zephyr's Neo Marine. It's just that maybe they didn't expect that the battle started so quickly, fought so fiercely, and ended so quickly. They haven't even found a way to get to the island yet, so there's no need for assistance. This is also the reason why Zephyr felt a little sorry and brought all his belongings. As long as Buggy is not the kind of guy who does all kinds of evil, he decides to join Buggy's forces and try not to let the other party go astray. Why don't Mr. Zephyr come with me to have a look? Buggy didn't answer Zephyr's words directly, but raised his hand directly. So confident. Zephyr frowned. If I didn't even have this bit of self-confidence, how could I have dared to speak out? Buggy did not show any weakness. At this moment he showed the confidence of the head of the Scarlet Empire. Walk. Zephyr didn't say much, but seeing Buggy's expression, he was relieved a lot. At least the people of Wano Kuni should not be too miserable. As long as Kaido is gone and Buggy doesn't mess around with things, they can slowly get better. Humans are very adaptable. As long as there is no persecution and interference, it will be prosperous and prosperous soon. Just when more than 3,000 people from Zephyr came down from the port, they discovered that there were still 5 huge ships parked at the port on the other side. Large ships are estimated to be able to catch up with Marine's large warships. Zephyr's eyesight is also vicious, and he can see the origin of these ships at once. Deep Ocean Current Umit. Did Mr. Zephyr recognize it? Buggy wasn't surprised that Zephyr recognized it. As a 73-year-old man, how could Marine Admiral, who had been in office for decades, not even know the 10 kings of the underground world, Jerry Hyliu Umit? The banner of the king of the underground world, it's hard not to recognize it. Zephyr looked at Buggy with narrowed eyes. Buggy didn't seem to understand the meaning of Zephyr's words, and after calmly walking forward for a certain distance, he said lightly. I paid a sum of gold, and I got enough food from him for 3 years for the people of the Scarlet Empire. Wow! As soon as Buggy's words came out, the crowd, Neo Marine, was in an uproar. What is the concept of eating and drinking for free for 3 years? This price may already be an astronomical figure. At least tens of billions of Baileys are absolutely necessary. Did this man spend such a huge amount of money so easily to buy food? Hiss. Even Zephyr was shocked by Buggy's courage. There is no way that is really Buggy, and Bailey, who can easily spend tens of billions, really shocked him. It seems that I still underestimated your courage. Zephyr didn't want to lose face, so he hurried to make amends, took a deep look at Buggy and snorted coldly. But governing the country is not just about feeding the people. You should also know what happened to the people before Wano Kuni. Now if they just eat and don't cook, they will probably have problems. Buggy smiled again and interrupted Zephyr. As Mr. Zephyr trying to say cash for work? Huh? Relief with work? Zephyr was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately began to ponder over the 4 words Buggy said. For a moment he forgot to move forward, after a while he clapped his hands and said. That's a great word. Yes, that's what I mean. Ain. Shuzo. Binzi. Everyone in Neo Marine covered their faces. My heart said that the teacher forgets it. Mr. Buggy is obviously not the kind of person you think. The people of Wano Kuni will certainly not have a bad time. Just when all of them came to the ground from the underground of Kyangang with this thought in mind, everyone was stunned. Because the subterranean port and the upper area are the capital of flowers, and it is also the most prosperous area of Scarlet Empire today. Therefore, just after everyone in Neo Marine walked out of the passage, they were completely dazed before their eyes. Zephyr suddenly took off the little sunglasses on his face, then rubbed his eyes and said in shock. Impossible, absolutely impossible, scoff. Before anyone else could react, a thunderbolt appeared beside Buggy and then came Enel's eager silence. Captain Buggy, I seem to have found a lion fruit. What? What did you say? Lion fruit? Buggy wasn't calm anymore, and without any hesitation, he said to Zephyr and the others who were also bewildered. Mr. Zephyr, excuse me first. After finishing speaking, he patted the shoulder of Lao Sha, who had been pressing his face, and said. Old Sha, take Mr. Zephyr and the others to visit. You can call Bluno and take them around our Scarlet Empire. After speaking, he spiraled directly into the sky, and followed Enel towards the island of ghosts. Soon the 2 of them turned into a blue light and a platinum light and disappeared into the sky. One can imagine how fast they are. Now 1 Sensen fruit and 1 Sand fruit have almost completed the basic construction of the Scarlet Empire. If there is another lion fruit, the amount of work will also be solved in the future. As for the Shi fruit, it is more practical to use it in mountain quarrying. In the future, we will capture the kid who was killed in seconds, let him cooperate with Enel, and then call Guy to help study an electrical system. Tisk. It will cross the era at once and enter the electrical age. Soon, after returning to Ghost Island, Enel held a Devil Fruit illustrated book in his hand, then turned a few pages, pointed to a fruit on it and said. Captain, lion fruit looks like this, right? Buggy looked carefully and nodded. This is the Devil Fruit illustrated book, left by Kaido. There should be no mistake. Snapped. Enel clapped excitedly. That's right. I remembered that there seemed to be such a fruit in my Burka orchard. I was going to pick it after I came out to water the pumpkin that day, but the arrival of you and Bluno, Captain, made me forget. Tisk. Buggy clicked his tongue and looked at Enel carefully, and found that he didn't seem to be bragging, so he immediately took out the phone bug and summoned Bluno first. After a phone call, a space door appeared beside Buggy and the others, and then Bluno poked his head out of it, and said doubtfully. What's the matter with Mr. Buggy? Didn't you mean to accompany Zephyr's group of Neo Marines? Buggy waved his hand and said. That's not in a hurry. Let Lao Sha show them around in the capital of flowers first. You open the door first, let's go back to Burka. Good. Squeak. Soon the door of the space opened, and Buggy and the others felt a unique airflow blowing in from high above. After that, the 3 of them walked directly into the space gate without any hesitation. Enel immediately led the way, towards his small orchard. After arriving at the back of his 2-story Shaoyun building, various fruits were hung on a wooden shelf in front of him. Among these peculiar fruits, there is one fruit that is particularly eye-catching. I saw a bluish-white fruit hanging in the air by a green vine, appearing in front of Buggy and the others. This fruit is a bit gourd-shaped, about the size of 2 apples. On the surface of this fruit, there are lines like floating clouds, which look extremely mysterious. That's it. It's really a lion fruit. Buggy was shocked. Ha 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 ha, Captain, have I done a great job this time? Enel laughed triumphantly with his hands on his hips. Buggy was also very happy. and then sighed. I didn't expect that the golden lion that roamed the world back then has also fallen now, and there is one less remnant of the old era. Bluno was also shocked after hearing Buggy's words. Is that golden lion Shiki actually dead? Enel said with a puzzled look. Captain, Bluno, what are you talking about? Who is the golden lion Shiki? A big pirate of the same era as Mr. Jabba. His flying pirates back then drove our Roger pirates to hell. Buggy briefly told Enel about the story of Golden Lion Shiki, which made Enel fascinated. The fruit of a man who can put Captain Buggy's captain in a rut. Click. Without hesitation, Buggy took off the lion fruit directly. After thinking about it, he turned his head to look at Bluno and said, Bluno, do you know where Mr. Jabba is now? Well, he should be practicing under the deep sea. He has been exercising his body recently. Bluno thought about it and said. Okay, then go and call him over. Ba nodded. Good. Crunch. Bluno decisively opened the door to the space and left. Captain Buggy, you mean? Enel looked at Buggy. Right. Buggy nodded and said, let's see if Mr. Jabba is willing to eat it. Such a good fruit, I don't want to make it cheaper for others. Enel nodded and sighed. Mr. Jabba was already as strong as a monster, but now with the addition of this paramecia lion fruit, his strength will definitely go up to a higher level. Maybe it can be equal to you, Captain? Buggy shook his head. Without being modest, he said directly. It's still hard. If you want to reach my level, you must either awaken the fruit and develop devil fruit to a very high level, or you must have Conqueror's Haki. Mr. Jabba doesn't have Conqueror's Haki, so his fruit ability must be at least awakened. Enel, you underestimate your captain. Buggy looked at Enel with a half smile. Snapped. Enel slapped his forehead, and said with a sense of enlightenment. I forgot, Captain, that you have Conqueror's Haki, and you are also a double fruit capable person, and one fruit is already in an awakened state. Hey, it seems that I still have to work hard. Recently, I can't find the opportunity to awaken Thunder Fruit. Patting Enel on the shoulder, Buggy laughed. Don't worry, Logia's awakening should be much more difficult than normal paramecia and zone. You can see that although Lu Chi has reached the edge of awakening these days, he still hasn't been able to break through immediately. Maybe the next time you fight, you will be able to awaken. Don't put all your thoughts on this, Haki also remember to practice. Captain, I understand. Enel gave a thumbs up. Only Chi is above everything else. As long as you know. Buggy nodded in relief. Enel has changed a lot, at least he's not as strong as he used to be. Crunch. While they were chatting here, Bluno also brought Jabba out of the space gate. Buggy, are you looking for me? After saying that, Jabba looked around in surprise. Hey, this is Sky Island. Buggy didn't talk nonsense, raised the lion fruit in his hand and shook it in front of Jabba. Mr. Jabba, how's it going? Would you like a sip? Jabba was stunned for a moment and said in astonishment. Devil fruit? Right. Buggy seduced. And it's our old rival's devil fruit. Old rival? Jabba held his chin in thought. When Buggy refers to us here, do you mean the Roger pirates or the current Buggy pirates? It's lion fruit. Not intending to whet his appetite, Buggy smiled directly and threw the lion fruit to Jabba. Jabba caught it subconsciously, and then said in shock. Shiki? Unexpectedly, that guy also fell. Why? Seeing that Jabba sighed and remained silent, Buggy didn't hurry to urge her. It can be said that they, the Roger pirates and Golden Lion, have developed a relationship, first Whitebeard, and then Golden Lion. It is indeed very unpleasant to see old friends die one after another. Mr. Jabba, I won't say how important this fruit is. If you don't eat it, I'll have to find a way to exchange it for other people on board. Buggy spoke seriously. Jabba took a long breath and said. I'm not a person who doesn't know what to do, Buggy. Since you gave me such an important fruit, I must eat it. If my strength wants to go further, then devil fruit is the only choice. I don't want to watch you 1-on-2 next time, and 1-on-3 can't help. It's simply a dereliction of duty by us crew members. Click click click. After finishing speaking, Jabba didn't hesitate, and directly threw the lion fruit into his mouth. After chewing a few mouthfuls, he swallowed the devil fruit forcefully with a face suppressed. Seeing this scene, both Buggy looked at Jabba expectantly. The three of them have never seen what the power of lion fruit is, so they are naturally very curious. After Jabba closed his eyes and felt for a while, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he sighed. Shiki's ability is really good. No wonder we were able to mess up our Roger pirates in the first place. Well, having said that, Jabba paused, shook his back hand to the white sea void in front of him and said with a smile. What was Shiki's move called? Oh, by the way, Lion Majesty. Govern place earth coiling. Hurrah! As soon as Jabba's words fell, under the surprised eyes of Buggy and others, the bye-bye sea in front suddenly surged, and then the bye-bye sea rolled over in an instant. It turned into a huge wave hundreds of meters high and swept directly in their direction. Come. Just as it was about to fall, the huge white wave froze 100 meters above Buggy and the others, and then the white sea surged, turning into the shape of a lion's head. Seeing this scene, Buggy and the others were also amazed. Hiss. This ability is so powerful, it looks like it. You know that bye-bye sea is also seawater. Can even seawater be manipulated? Mr. Jabba, you can control the ability of this fruit. Have you developed it to this level just after eating it? Crash Jabba raised his hand and waved it casually, and the monstrous white waves obediently backed up and fell back into the white sea again. After hearing the exclamation of Buggy and the others, he shook his head and laughed. Buggy, don't you forget that we spent time with Shiki. Now that I have mastered the power of lion fruit, it is normal to be able to copy Shiki's skills, right? It has to be said that the ability of this fruit is indeed powerful. Not only can control the sea of clouds, but even seawater and land can be controlled. By the way, Buggy, don't you have a lot of insight into the development of devil fruit? Is there any good development direction for lion fruit? Buggy thought for a while and said, I think lion fruit is better to control the island and smash people. But if you don't consider its characteristic of needing to touch objects to make it float, maybe it's really promising. Oh? How to say? Jabba is also interested. Look, Mr. Jabba, since you can directly control land and seawater, can you control wind and thunder? Buggy raised his hand to feel the airflow of Sky Island. A little higher, can you pick up the meteorite from the sky? Mr. Jabba, you have seen the ability of the gravity fruit of Marine Admiral Fujitora, right? If it can be developed to this point first, I feel that it is already very powerful. Of course, now, let's go and bring the Fishman Island back with us. Originally I wanted to only have those big sea kings from the Fishman Island bring Noah. Now that Mr. Jabba has mastered lion fruit's abilities, let's move the entire Fishman Island over. Jabba's eyes lit up and said, yes, these suggestions of yours are indeed a good reference. Later I can develop more in this area, and then add my axe skills. In that case, my strength can be raised to another level. After listening to Buggy's suggestion, Jabba suddenly became excited and wanted to go to training. But he was grabbed by Buggy, and after gesturing to Bluno, they went directly to the Fishman Island. At the same time, the Scarlet Empire, outside the capital of flowers. No, is this really the dilapidated Wano-Kuni we had in mind? Why can these rural people live in such a nice two-story stone house? Unbelievable. Looking at those huge trees, why do you feel as if they didn't grow here? Look at the farming people, their faces are full of smiles, this cannot be faked. A group of Neo-Marines are just like country bumpkins entering the city at this time, and they are fighting everywhere. No, if this is called a country, what was the place where they lived before? Even though Zephyr is well informed, he couldn't help being amazed by it this time. The sand crocodile who was following them raised the corners of their mouths slightly at this time, obviously very happy. It's not in vain to accompany these guys for a walk today. This is just outside the capital of flowers. After all, it was one of the most prosperous cities in Wano-Kuni. It is understandable to have such a level. When they go to the countryside in the counties of Jiuli, Fangwen, and Linghao to observe, they will be shocked directly. Sure enough, everything was as the sand crocodile thought. After he summoned Bluno and took these Neo-Marines to the most backward Rabbit Bowl County, everyone was shocked again. Because they found that the houses in the countryside looked even better than the houses in Tuan County, and they were all brand new. Not only the house, but even the road surface is exactly the same as outside the capital of flowers. Moreover, every roadside has a placard saying, if you want to get rich, build roads first. There are even some stone facilities for children to play in, such as slides and the like. Almost every place like this is occupied by those children. Looking at the appearance of those children, although they are a bit dirty, they are obviously new clothes, and their rosy faces, it can be seen that the food of these children is not too bad. This is true from the capital of flowers to the Rabbit Bowl. Neo-Marine was already numb from the shock. Many people secretly glanced at their teacher, thinking that teacher, this is the Wano-Kuni you said you couldn't get past? Is this Wano-Kuni without food and clothes? Good guy. It's not worse than any other country, isn't it? Especially those 2-story stone houses with 6 bedrooms and 2 halls, except that they didn't deliberately make them beautiful. Some noble houses are not bad. Is this really Wano Kuni? Oh, this is no longer Wano Kuni, it is Scarlet Empire. That's okay. What a ghost. At this time, countless Neo-Marines were completely shocked and paralyzed. However, the old man Zephyr was very stubborn, and he still refused to believe his eyes, so he let the sand crocodile take them to another few counties, and all he saw was the same. After reading it, Fa fell silent. After a while, he turned his head to look at the sand crocodile and said in a deep voice, "Crocodile, please ask Mr. Buggy to come over. I want to discuss with him about our Neo-Marine joining your Scarlet Empire." Crocodile, who had always had a Sema face, was shocked when he heard this, and a look of astonishment suddenly appeared on his face. He never thought that the surprise would come so suddenly. This is a powerful army that has always been active in the New World. There is also Zephyr, an old admiral-level figure leading. Lao Sha immediately understood why his captain had treated him so courteously before, and there was such a possibility of co-authoring. He immediately said solemnly, "Okay, I'll call Captain Buggy right away." The Fishmen Island. Geelong Cador Square. Neptune and all the Murlocs exclaimed in disbelief. "Mr. Buggy, is what you said true? The Fishmen Island can be taken away with such a big one? How can such a thing be done? But since Mr. Buggy said so, there must be a solution, right? How do you say, we don't want to take Noah? Hey, but a lot of things in my house have been moved up." Hearing the discussions of Murlocs around, Buggy smiled slightly and said, "If Noah wants to take it away, the Fishmen Island can also be taken away, there is no delay." Well, I won't say more. Let Mr. Jabba do it next. Swish. Everyone immediately set their sights on Jabba after hearing the words. Jabba didn't say much, just squatted down, then raised his hand to touch the ground, stood up and nodded. "All right. All the Murlocs exclaimed again, with an expression that although we are Murlocs, don't lie to me." Neptune shook his head when he saw it. Jabba didn't explain much. After all, seeing this kind of thing is believing. He raised his palm and gently swiped upwards, and said calmly, "Rise." Boom! In the next moment, all the Murlocs felt the Fishmen Island under their feet vibrate violently, and then the vibration became more and more frequent. Even some Murlocs underwater saw the Fishmen Island slowly rising. It didn't feel very strong at first, but after tens of seconds, all the Murlocs shouted in shock. "It's moving. The Fishmen Island is floating up. My God. Are we really going to leave this bloody bottom?" Mr. Buggy said that we can go to a country where we can see the sun every day and live together with human beings. Is this true? It must be true. Haven't you read the news of the world these days? It is said that Mr. Buggy established a new country in the original Wano Kuni, called the Scarlet Empire. I'm really looking forward to it. I really want to go ashore and play. All the Murlocs were panicked at first, but then they all imagined that Buggy had briefly told them about the situation of the Scarlet Empire. It is an inclusive country where all races coexist peacefully. There are humans, there are fur people, and there are even little people. In addition to their Murlocs, it seems that it is not impossible, right? When the Murlocs were excited, Buggy said to Shirahoshi, who was equally happy. "Shirahoshi, how are you communicating with those Sea Kings these days?" Upon hearing this, Shirahoshi immediately focused on Buggy. She pointed her chin with her index finger and said, "Well, how should I put it? Those big guys said that although the agreed time did not arrive, they were still willing to help us. It is no problem to drag Noah to Scarlet Empire. But they don't seem to stay in any place for a long time, and people don't know the specific situation." "Is that so?" Buggy nodded thoughtfully. "Is it because of that Joey boy thing? So these giant Sea Kings have lived for 800 or 900 years, or even longer." Looking at the sky over the Fishmen Island, behind the darkness of the mangrove tree in Nair, there are several loyal Sea Kings who are also watching the Murlocs with curious eyes. They don't even know that their conversations are falling into Buggy's ears. "Hey, tell me, could that human being be Joey Boy?" "Surely not. Is it still more than a year before our agreed time? Is it possible that it is not so accurate? Who knows? Since he has a way to leave with all the Murlocs from the Fishmen Island, how about we help him once?" "Huh? That human seems to be looking at us. Could it be that he is listening to us?" "Stop kidding. We're giant Sea Kings." The corner of Buggy's mouth twitched, and he turned his head to look at Shirahoshi on the side and saw her looking at him with a confused face, so he knew that Shirahoshi didn't hear. In past life memories, Shirahoshi seems to be heard only in water? After thinking about it, Buggy patted Shirahoshi's arm and said, Shirahoshi, I want to go to the Yarchman Mangrove, will you take me there? Okay. Although Shirahoshi didn't understand what Buggy was going to do, he still flew with Buggy. Well, Shirahoshi has a bubble ring in the middle of her body, plus she can fly with the swing of her tail. Although Neptune and the others were puzzled, they didn't have time to worry about that much. As the king of the Fishmen Island, he must also appease the people and educate them about the purpose of their operation. The Murlocs who had been in a commotion calmed down under the comfort of Neptune and the three princes. Everyone was waiting quietly with their heads up. Because they heard before that Neptune was going to take Noah away with him, and many people had already stored their things on Noah. After entering the sea, Buggy sat in Shirahoshi's hands with a bubble wrapped around his body, and she swam quickly towards the huge Yarchman Mangrove in the darkness ahead. Hey! Look, Poseidon and that man are coming. His relationship with Poseidon seems very wrong? Of course, Poseidon said that this power of hers was only controlled with the help of this man. An amazing human man. It's so small that Poseidon needs to hold it. It's so small, you have to hold it. Sitting on Shirahoshi's hand, Buggy's mouth twitched again, he couldn't take it anymore. It's okay to insult him, but he can't bear to insult him when he is young. Hey! I said you voyeurs, give me about the same amount. Hey, don't think that I can't hear you hiding behind the red tree and saying bad things about me. Buggy looked up and stared viciously at the dark back of the red tree. Come out. If you have the ability to speak ill of me, don't you have the ability to come out and see me? As soon as this remark came out, not only the giant sea kings behind the red tree were shocked, but even Shirahoshi was shocked. Shirahoshi looked down at Buggy suspiciously and said, Mr. Buggy, can you hear those big guys talking? I didn't hear all of it just now, I just vaguely seemed to hear someone talking behind me. But I'm not so sure, but since Mr. Buggy heard it, it should be them. When Buggy heard this, he immediately understood. Was it because Poseidon's power was immature? But there is no need to worry about this, as long as it takes a lot of training, he will soon be able to control the power of Poseidon, which is not working at this time. After all, it was the same when Shirahoshi mastered the knowledge color before. Gululu clatter. After the shock, those gigantic sea kings emerged from behind the Yarchman Mangrove, and their eyes could even glow in the dark. A pair of hot eyes looked at Buggy. Each of these giant sea kings has a distance of more than 10 kilometers, and even the largest one has reached tens of kilometers. Huge and incomparable, like small islands, even island whales like Laboon pale in comparison. At this time, they are suspended above the heads of Buggy and Shirahoshi, giving people a strong sense of oppression. There is a sense of déjà vu that obscures the sky. Humans, are you calling us out? Can you hear us? It's amazing. You seem to be the second human being who heard us speak, and has such a close relationship with Poseidon. Several giant sea kings kept sending out sound waves from their mouths. Shirahoshi looked up in surprise and said, Hey guys, what are you talking about? Can Lord Buggy hear you too? Several giant sea kings nodded when they heard Shirahoshi's words. As expected of Mrs. Buggy, you are really amazing. It took Shirahoshi a long time to do it. Shirahoshi looked down at Buggy who was being held in her palm. The adorable face was full of admiration. After pinching Shirahoshi's big white face, Buggy looked at those sea kings and said, If you promised that Shirahoshi would pull Noah out of the deep sea, then please escort him around the Fishmen Island. This can also save a lot of trouble. You don't want the Fishmen Island to be swallowed by some unknown giant sea kings, do you? After several giant sea kings looked at each other for a while, they all nodded in agreement. He's someone who can summon sea kings, yes, it is. For Lord Poseidon Sake, just help him once. Help him once. A few huge sea kings talked on their own, biting Noah's huge chains, and swam out around the Fishmen Island. Seeing this, Buggy showed a satisfied smile. It would be troublesome if a master lanternfish like the one in the movie version of the previous life ran out. Hey, they're gone. Shirahoshi turned his head suspiciously. Send me to the Yarchman Mangrove first, and we'll catch up with them later. Buggy clapped Shirahoshi's hand. Okay. Buggy is because of people. Shirahoshi immediately speeded up and swam to the edge of the Yarchman Mangrove. Buggy left her palm, and raised his hand to stick to the trunk of the Alkman red tree. In the next moment, a cyan light emanated from Buggy's body, turning into cyan ripples and spreading outward. What he did here caused the few giant sea kings that hadn't swam far away to stop and look back in Buggy's direction. It seems that there is a strong wave of life. What is that human doing? I don't know. Who knows? A few giant sea kings didn't move, they just floated there and turned their heads to stare at Buggy. With Buggy's sense of knowledge, he naturally felt their gaze. But with Shirahoshi here, he doesn't want to destroy the Yarchman mangrove, he's not worried. With the ability of sense and fruit pouring into the Alkman red tree, the ability fed back from it immediately gave Buggy a better understanding of the Alkman red tree. At the same time, he also drew a lot of vitality from the Alkman mangrove and integrated it into his body, which immediately made his dense fruit power a bit more abundant. Before coming to the Fishmen Island, Buggy took the time to go to the Saboti archipelago and sense the sunny of the Straw Hats. To be precise, it is to perceive the structure of the Atom Treasure Tree. Coupled with his previous understanding of the structure of various magical plants in Boing Islands, he has greater confidence in the awakening of sense and fruit. After going back this time, Buggy wanted to have an interview on Ghost Island to see if he could grow the treasure tree of Atom. As for the Yarchman mangroves, it should be no big deal. What a problem. If you want to grow so huge, I am afraid that only awakening can do it. Although he has not yet been able to awaken himself, he already feels that he can draw part of the vitality from the two largest Yarchman mangroves in the world, Adam and Eve. The harvest was huge. The next step is to digest this vitality, and then control it, and the awakening of the Zaishinsen fruit will go one step further. Buggy's awakening route is completely different from that of Green Cow. That guy evolved his own fruit ability by constantly extracting the vitality of others and accumulating energy. In the end, he turned into a monster who almost lost his human functions, and even the food was no longer in line with his appetite, and it was not impossible for him to become another kind of creature. Buggy would have done it if he wanted to. After the Wano-kuni War is over, he can completely drain the hundreds of thousands of enemy troops, and then drain the cadres of the Beast's pirates. Such a huge amount of energy, coupled with Buggy's own energy, should also be able to push Sen Senguo to the level of awakening, which is similar to that of Huang Mu. But from Buggy's point of view, Huang Mu's level of awakening is simply too weak. It's just that the tree planted from the Sensen fruit is huge to attack, it is bulky and stretches the hips. Elementalized, he was directly forced back to the prototype by a long-range conqueror's haki with red hair, which can only be said to be pulled to the extreme. The real way to open sense and fruit should be divided into two modes. A battle mode. Hashi Hot Mom form. A planting mode. Where is the magical plant form? These are two ways for Buggy to use Sen fruit after awakening. At present, more are still used for farming, for the production of food, and for the production of various melons and fruits. Then he planted all kinds of magical plants on the Boing Islands, or some plants that only existed in games or movies that he had seen in his previous life. If it can be awakened, Buggy even wants to plant all the Boing Islands. After a harvest, Buggy and Shirahoshi returned to the Fishmen Island. As soon as he returned to the Fishmen Island, the phone bug on Buggy rang, and Crocodile's excited voice came from the opposite side. The captain, the old man Zephyr said before, seems to bring Neo Marine to join our Scarlet Empire. He asked me to contact you and wait for you to go back and talk to you in detail. Do you think there is any fraud in this matter? Could it be a conspiracy by Marine? Another funny. Buggy smiled, shook his head and said. It is impossible for Zephyr to work with Marine anymore, I will go back immediately. Crunching with the opening of the space door, Buggy has appeared in the third-floor office of terrorist Spinnaker. At this moment, the horror triangle sail is parked on the edge of the island of ghosts. Standing by the window, Buggy smiled as he watched the group of Zephyr walking towards this side led by Crocodile. Looking up at the ghost island in the distance, he thought for a while that if he wanted to plant trees here in the future, the reef island would still be smaller. When the Fishmen Island is pulled over, he is going to ask Jabba to move some small islands over, and expand the front of the ghost island several times, which will be more conducive to the 10 ideas in Buggy's mind. At the same time, Naval Headquarters, Meeting Room. At this time, in this meeting room, the highest level battle history of Naval Headquarters gathered. Headed by Marshal Akainu, then Admiral Kizaru, Aokiji, Fujitora, Vice Admiral Garp, Crane, Smoker, Huishaoshan, Doberman and several other Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Rear Admiral are listed. Mr. Sengoku, you said that the sword team sent you important information. Now all the people from our headquarters have arrived. You can say it. Swish. Everyone turned their heads almost at the same time to look at Sengoku, who was standing by the window of the conference hall, wearing a blue shirt and beach pants, with white hair. The latter turned around, looked at everyone with a solemn expression, and slowly spit out a sentence. Sword Marine Information, Neo Marine, made a big move 2 days ago, and all their members left the base. Then, Neo Marine, landed in Wano-Kuni half a day ago. Oh, it should be called Scarlet Empire now. But the imaginary battle did not take place in the Scarlet Empire. Currently unable to enter the Scarlet Empire to investigate, the situation is unknown. What do you think about this? As soon as Sengoku's words came out, the entire conference hall suddenly caused an uproar. Then, it fell into a deathly silence. They all understand it in their hearts. If there is no battle, it means that their teacher, the former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, has very likely joined the arms of the Scarlet Empire. But, can this blame him? Scarlet Empire, Ghost Island, first floor, Council Hall. Buggy stood up and applauded first. Guys, let us welcome Mr. Zephyr and his students to our Crimson Empire. Clap clap, the crowd also applauded with dignity. Although Zephyr brought Neo Marine and said that he joined the Scarlet Empire, not the Buggy Pirates, they all knew that if the Buggy Pirates encountered a strong enemy, they would definitely attack. It's as if the Empress joined the Scarlet Empire on behalf of the 9 Snake Pirates. It can be regarded as an ally of Scarlet Empire. Nothing to do with Buggy. In short, it is right for Buggy's team strength to expand again. Buggy motioned for everyone to sit down, then he looked at Zephyr and said directly. I still admire Mr. Zephyr's personality. Since you are here, I will hand over the Scarlet Empire's army structure to you and your students, right? After he finished speaking, everyone in the Buggy Pirates remained calm. Because the strength has reached their level, the ordinary army structure is really not very attractive to them. This is a world where strength is paramount, and the military can only play a limited role in maintaining stability. After all, this is a world where conquerors can wipe out 100,000 troops. Ordinary people are simply not allowed to have too many opportunities to show their faces. But Bullet and Jabba didn't care, and the veteran Frenchman was in an uproar. They didn't expect that the other side of Scarlet Empire, which they just joined Buggy today, would directly hand over such an important and huge organization as general power to them. It really made them a little unbelievable. You know, if you compare it to the world government, Buggy's behavior is equivalent to randomly handing over Marine to a member country that has just joined the government for management. Buggy, isn't this a bit too sloppy? Zephyr said in a deep voice, looking at Buggy. Yes, Mr. Buggy, we just came here, so the people below you will be dissatisfied. Ain also nodded. Hee _W Buggy chuckled, shook his head and said. Gentlemen, in this way you underestimate my partners, they are not interested in these things. At the same time, you underestimate me too much. It's my Buggy style to employ people without suspicion. What's more, the Scarlet Empire is not chaotic, only what I say will count. As soon as Hockey's words came out, everyone in the Buggy Pirates smiled. This is their captain. Zephyr and others were also shocked by Buggy's words. But it is more because of Buggy's phrase, employing people is not suspicious and others are not used, which fully demonstrates the trust in them and self-confidence in themselves. After thinking about this point, Fa also laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. Good boy. Have courage. That being the case, what if the butcher took over the structure of your army? Then it's decided. Buggy nodded and said. The teaching about the 6 forms can be handed over to Rob Lucci among my companions. As long as there are elite talents, they can be selected to learn and train with them. You don't have to worry about overtraining and energy replenishment when training here, and your personal physique and strength will improve very quickly. The why? Rob Lucci. Zephyr turned his head and looked at Rob Lucci, who was wearing a black suit and several CP9 groups, and nodded thoughtfully. He had also heard about the reputation of CP9. These people also had a very penultimate performance in the Wano-Kuni War. They killed many cadres of the Don Quixote family, and Kaido's 6 flying cells were also killed by them. It can be seen that their strength is not bad. Thinking of this, Zephyr nodded in agreement. At this time, Ain beside him suddenly said, Mr. Buggy, since you've said before, you don't have to be suspicious, so I'm going to be blunt. You should also know that the cost of army construction is huge. I'd love to know, now that you're just building this empire, where is the money coming from? What industries in this country can export profitably? In this way, we can also have a bottom line in our hearts and delay some temporary unnecessary expenses. Otherwise, once the army is constructed and there is no funds to make up for it, it will easily cause chaos. Snapped. Hearing this, Buggy snapped his fingers and said. Bluno first gave our future Marshal Marine to see our confidence and open the door to the underground treasure house. Good Captain. Bluno raised his hand and slapped the space behind his chair with a bang, and then an arrogant space door appeared in front of everyone. What appeared in front of everyone's eyes was a stone staircase that rotated downward. Buggy got up directly and said, "Let's go. Many of you probably haven't seen it. This is the secret hidden under Wano Kuni that Tezzolo found last time. There was no time before. Now is the right time to take you to have a look." Oh. Everyone showed interest when they heard the words. It was also during this time that their own captain and Lao Sha were busy building infrastructure and water conservancy for the various counties of the Scarlet Empire. Leave. After Tezzolo helped Buggy find what he wanted to find, Buggy just asked Bluno to send him away. Tezzolo was still a little apprehensive at first. After all, he discovered such a big secret. He felt that he might really be killed this time. This secret day. But he found that the man just thanked him and asked Bluno to send Tezzolo back for him. Standing on the golden tower of Gulen Tezzolo, Tezzolo looked at the bustling Gulen Tezzolo below, and he felt a dull feeling. Especially when he followed Buggy and Crocodile to complete the infrastructure projects one by one, and seeing the grateful eyes of the people, he couldn't help but feel a little excited, as if he had returned to the hot-blooded boyhood. It seemed that Stella was always smiling at him in his dreams. At this moment, Tezzolo suddenly felt a little lonely. Although Gulen Tezzolo had returned, he found that something had changed. What is that man planning? Looking back in his mind at that time when the entire Scarlet Empire was crazy about that man, he felt a long-lost throbbing in his heart. Godslayer. Buggy. Let me see, what will you do after you get the ancient weapon Pluto? Huh. That's it. The main text of history. Didn't expect there is a piece under the Island of Ghosts, and there is also a piece under the City of Flowers? My God. So much gold. Hiss. Looking at it this way, there seems to be gold under the water. This is a mountain of gold. How much does it cost? Hundreds of billions of peli. Or hundreds of billions of peli. Why did the original Wano Kuni have so much gold? 1. After coming to the underground below the capital of flowers, everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. Not only the historical text, but also the endless gold. As far as the eye can see, there is no head at all, only the gold can be seen in the depths of the water. Seeing everyone's shock, Buggy laughed and said. Before Tezzolo left, he told me that the gold here was more than half of the gold reserves on his tongue, Tezzolo. Gold worth at least hundreds of billions of Baileys. Moreover, judging from the tightness of the gold, these golds were originally piece by piece, but they were melted into a hill by people. The one that can do this should be the devil fruit that can melt gold. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so much gold to be buried in the sea by a hill in Rongcheng. If it wasn't for Tezzolo's golden fruit, unless later generations know that there is gold in the underground of this basement, it would be impossible to find it. In other words, it is very likely that the previous Wano Kuni knew the news as dead. Otherwise, how could so much gold be left untouched? Everyone took a closer look, and it was true that the gold was melted together in various shapes. There are quite a few devil fruits that can do this. Indeed, who wouldn't be tempted by this golden mountain? Everyone sighed in their hearts. Zephyr didn't expect Buggy to have such a huge wealth, and even Gulen Tezzolo was subdued by him. That way you don't have to worry about money. At least for a short period of time there is no need to worry at all. But a country can't do without other income, but Zephyr didn't say it, he believed it was impossible for a man like Buggy not to see it. Since he brought people like himself to see the gold, it means that everything in the G's empire is under his control. In this way, you can work with more confidence. At this moment, Buggy said something shocking again. Do you know what the most interesting thing is? He paused, but he didn't make a fool of himself, but continued. The golden mountain we see is only a small part of it underwater, and more than half of it has been cut away by people. Everyone was shocked. Plop, plop. I'll go down and have a look. I am coming too. After Buggy finished speaking, Sunbel and Jinbei resolutely fell into the water after everyone came back to their senses, wanting to see how big the gold mountain was cut off. Plop. Shuzo also jumped directly without hesitation, following closely behind Sunbel and Jinbei. Zephyr glanced at Buggy, and after the latter made a casual gesture, he also jumped down. Captain, so much gold was cut away? Enel looked at Buggy in shock. Buggy nodded and said, exactly. I am afraid that the part that was cut off is Busan, which is bigger than the golden mountain we see now. Such a huge amount of gold, even the former gold town, Sandora, does not have it. However, if it appears in the world, it will definitely cause a sensation, but at least I have not heard of it. Have you heard of it? Even Robin, who has been reading the main text of the history, bowed his head and thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "There is no record of this in the history I have studied. This is indeed very strange. Was it hidden by someone?" Bullet, Jabba, and Duolingo all looked at each other with weird expressions. Crash at this time. Sunbell was the first to surface from the water, and the expression on his face was also extremely strange. Buggy looked at Sunbell, then at Bullet and others, and suddenly had a bold guess in his mind. Crash. 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 Afterwards Jinbei, Shuzo and Zephyr also returned to the shore, but the expressions of the three of them showed shock. It turned out to be true. This mountain of gold may only be a small part of the one that was moved. Unbelievable. Such a huge gold mountain might be able to buy the world. Ain and the others sighed after hearing this. Buggy looked at the frowning Empress, Little Hancock, Robin and others, and then at Bullet, Jabba, Duolingo and Sunbell, who looked strange, and couldn't help being shocked. Laugh out loud. Ha 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 underscore. Everyone turned to look at Buggy suspiciously. Captain. Why are you laughing? Crocodile looked at him in surprise. Buggy ignored Lao Sha, but turned to look at Bullet, Jabba, Duolingo and Bao Buyer with a smile. The mountain of gold that was taken away was placed in Raftel, right? As soon as Buggy said this, the entire basement fell into a strange silence. Even Zephyr's eyes widened at this time, and he looked at the four of Jabba in disbelief. Everyone's eyes also fell on them, with longing in their eyes. It was only at this time that they suddenly realized that these people were all crew members on the ship of One Piece Roger, but they all went to Raftel with him and saw One Piece, the person with the big secret treasure. Why? Jabba sighed, and said dumbfoundingly. I didn't expect you to see all of this. Should I say that it's you? When you said that a large part of this golden mountain seemed to be cut away by someone, I had a feeling. After seeing Sunbell's expression, I was sure. The even bigger mountain of gold that was cut off below, that wealth that Roger said could buy the world, is indeed an incomparably huge mountain of gold. At this time, Sunbell raised his thumb and index finger in a cosmic fingertip gesture. And, this gold mountain is only a small part of the gold mountain in Raftel. Hiss. Everyone gasped wildly. No wonder Roger said it was a treasure that could buy the world. You can really buy the world. How much is that huge gold mountain? It has been immeasurable. No, that's not the point. What did they hear? This is the final island, the secret of Raftel. Everyone looked at Jabba and Bullet without blinking. Crack. Crack. Buggy clapped his hands and said dumbfoundingly. I want to know if I will take you to see the captain when the time comes. Why not be so eager? What you hear from others is far less meaningful than what you find yourself. Now we have 2 historical Sanwan road signs, and when the Scarlet Empire stabilizes, we will go to Wangguo and Big Mom to get the 3rd road sign. After that, find the 4th road sign, and it will be over if you don't. That's right. Enel shouted excitedly. Since it is the greatest secret treasure in the world, let us find it ourselves. What does it mean to hear it from someone else? Is it worthy of the title of our world's strongest pirate group? It's embarrassing to say. Folks. Ha 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 ha, underscore. Crocodile also burst into laughter and said, Enel has to say, what you say is very appetizing to me. Great secret treasure. Moonlight Magic Duck also sighed. I didn't expect that I would be able to get in touch with this kind of secret in my lifetime. Following Captain Buggy is really a death without regret. Ha ha ha. Buggy patted Moria's shoulder and smiled. Okay, Moria, you don't need to say it so tragically. When the time comes, you will have plenty of opportunities to see the great secret treasure. Have a little faith in me. Have some faith in our fellow Buggy pirates too. We are the strongest in the world. Ew. Everyone cheered excitedly. Zephyr, Ain, Binzi and Shuzo all looked at each other, then shook their heads dumbfounded. There is one thing to say, they really wanted to know before. After all, there is no one in this world who will not care about the secret of the great secret treasure that can affect the world. Bullet, Jabba, Duolingo and Sunbell all looked at each other and smiled. The man they chose was right. This kind of courage is worthy of being their captain. Meanwhile, another place in New World. Egg Point Island, in a laboratory. Beep beep, ontology. I have successfully locked the location of the S-Eagle and the S-Snake. Should I send someone to look for it now? No, take this sound shell to them, and give it to Godslayer Buggy. Well, let the bear go. Okay. Scarlet Empire, 9 Mile Mine. Blue blue blue. When Buggy was taking Zephyr to watch the seastone mine, the phone bug on his body suddenly rang. This left Buggy wondering who else would call him with the rest of the team here. Click. After connecting the phone, Buggy couldn't help being startled by the voice from the opposite side. Buggy? Is that you? Ah? It's Yamato, haven't you traveled around the Empire? Why do you have time to call me? Buggy spoke suspiciously, is such that. Yamato brooded for a few seconds and then said. I met a bear that looks like a bear. No, bears seem to have no wings. Birds? It's not right either. Anyway, I don't know who they are, but they are very similar to the eagle and snake girl in your team. They all have the same wings, and they all have flames behind them. Hearing this, Buggy frowned, and the eagle and snake who were standing not far away also looked over in surprise. The voice of the phone bug was not low, and Buggy didn't hide his intentions from them, so the two of them could hear it naturally. It's Bear. After Snake Girl and Eagle looked at each other, they spoke in unison. Bear? Buggy understood, and said to the phone. Yamato, he's right across from you, right? Yes. Yamato nodded. Okay. Then don't go away, I'll ask Bluno to open the door, we'll go find him. Buggy hung up the phone and turned to look at Bluno. Crunch Bluno has already opened the door of space tacitly. At this time, Buggy looked at the puzzled Zephyr group and laughed. Mr. Zephyr, would you like to take a look with me, another seraphim without personality? No personality? Zephyr glanced at young Hancock and the eagle nodded thoughtfully. The group on Buggy's side crossed the door of space very skillfully, and when they came to the opposite side, they saw Yamato staring vigilantly at the Seraph's little bear opposite. Yo, Yamato, I haven't seen you for a few days, why are you so annoying? As soon as Buggy walked out of the space gate, he saw Yamato's face was in a mess, he was not energetic, and he even seemed to be a little thinner. Yamato scratched his head and smiled. I don't know how to cook, hee. Sometimes I can't find anything to eat, so I'm hungry. I really miss Uncle Fry's cooking. Buggy rolled his eyes and said. Come back if you want to eat. It's not just a phone call. See what you said, I don't seem to give you food. Hey. A rare blush appeared on Yamato's face and said. I also want to save face, I'm a dignified Kazuki. Anahime Yamato, I can't find anything to eat. Ha, everyone couldn't help laughing when they saw Yamato's naive appearance. Are you Godslayer Buggy? At this moment, Xiao Zhang's voice sounded slightly childish but almost exactly the same as Da Xiang's. Yes, it's me. Buggy looked at him with interest. Who sent you to find me? No comment. Little Bear answered mechanically, then raised his hand and took out a sound shell from his pocket and handed it to Buggy. Someone asked me to give it to you, and he hopes you can keep it as secret as possible. Good. Buggy took the tone. Bear. Little Hancock and the eagle were smiling at this time and spoke almost at the same time. Oh, it's you, Eagle and Snake. Little Bear finally showed a smile on his indifferent face, looked at Little Hancock and Eagle and said. Are you going back with me? We're not going back. That is. Little Hancock and the eagle shook their heads at the same time. Little Bear, you can stay here too? Yeah, let Master Buggy give you. Bang! Before Little Hancock could finish his words, Little Bear slapped himself with a palm, and then disappeared without a trace. At the same time, there was a hint of sadness in his voice. Well, that's a pity, Bear. Why? Seeing this, Little Hancock and Eagle were also a little unhappy. Crack. Crack. At this moment, Buggy put his big hand on their heads and smiled. Do you want the bear to be free? Think. Little Hancock and Eagle immediately looked up at Buggy expectantly. Okay. I promise you I'll set him free and it won't take long. Buggy assured them with a smile. Master Buggy is awesome. The two little guys immediately became happy. After the chip was removed, although the strength of these two people is still strong, their personalities are indeed similar to those of children of the same age, and there is not much change. That's fine. It can let them have a memory of self-growth. Even if it is a clone, it will become two completely different people from the main body in the future. Seeing Little Hancock laughing, the Empress also breathed a sigh of relief. Now she really sees Little Hancock as her own daughter. No way, the two of them are too much alike, so naturally it is very precious. In fact, not only the Empress, but the entire Buggy Pirates are very fond of the two of them. After all, who wouldn't like two strong, talented, and cute little guys? It can be said that the haki of both of them are mastered by the members of the Buggy Pirates. Both have now mastered the two-color haki, and are both able to maturely use winding and hardening. After that, it is time to accumulate the thickness of hockey. These can only be accumulated slowly by fighting and practicing, which cannot be helped by others. But there is no doubt that the two of them will definitely belong to the world's top combat power in the future. Click. At this moment, Buggy raised his hand and pressed the sound shell in his hand. Hey. Is that okay? Captain, didn't that guy tell you to listen alone? Duolingo on the side exclaimed. Are there any outsiders here? Buggy rolled his eyes. It's not something very personal. People have named them by name and handed them over to you alone, isn't this still personal? Everyone was speechless. But at the same time, they also felt very warm in their hearts, knowing that this was a sign of Buggy's trust in them. Zephyr and the others on the side looked at each other. They were all Zephyr's disciples, so they could understand Buggy's move. Gather people's hearts. But you know it's one thing, it's another thing for the other party to be able to do it so naturally and so contrived, and let you know it but still be moved. What a clever guy. Zephyr couldn't help but sigh. Even though he knew the significance of Buggy's actions, he still couldn't help feeling a little bit happy. Hi. I'm Vegapunk, please answer. Hi. I'm Vegapunk, please answer. Hi. I'm Vegapunk, please answer. WWW. Everyone looked puzzled. What the hell is Tien? This tone was repeated several times in a row, and it was always the same sentence. Even Buggy couldn't help but frown. Does Vegapunk have something to ask him? But this voice, Barry, has only one sentence. Isn't it strange? He didn't understand it for a while, and the others didn't understand it even more. Vegapunk. It turned out to be that old man. If it was him, it would definitely not be such a simple sentence. Zephyr was the first to speak. Compared to everyone, you know more or less the identity of Vegapunk. Everyone nodded. The greatest scientist in the world. Gaia is the object of envy, jealousy and hate. There is no need to say this sentence. Hey, I am still here. It is said that the technology in his head has been ahead of the world for 500 years. There was a lot of discussion. Guy floated over directly, looked at Buggy and said. Captain, show me. Good. Buggy threw the sound shell directly to Gaisa. Click. Click ding ding ding. Everyone just watched Guy babbling to a voice, not knowing what he was doing. It can be said that everyone here has a lot of knowledge, and I am afraid that there are only a few people who do not know Yinbei. Therefore, basically everyone knows the function of the sound shell. This thing doesn't seem to have any other functions other than recording? Ha 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 ha. Just when everyone thought of this, there was a burst of wild laughter. Yes. Vegapunk, you old bastard. I knew you were dishonest. You were discovered by me, right? Drop. As Guy pressed something, a blue light shot out from the tail of the sound shell, which made Guy shake his hand and drop the sound shell to the ground. However, this does not prevent the blue light from shooting into the air. Immediately, under everyone's shocked eyes, Vegapunk, with half an apple on his head and a long tongue sticking out, appeared in the light curtain. Holographic projection technology. Seeing this scene, Buggy couldn't help but scream out in shock. Can you imagine seeing a holographic projection in an era of flintlock guns and gunpowder shells, something that only appeared in the interstellar era? Although there are some clones in this line of black technology, Buggy is more biased towards devil fruit ability. But holographic projection is not easy, star-level technology. This has already involved cosmic technology. This kind of thing appears in the world of One Piece, which is simply too inconsistent. Oh, I have hung up too. That's fine. Oh? Godslayer Buggy, you actually recognize the door technique? The inch-faced Vegapunk was so surprised that he clicked his tongue a few times to express his excitement. Sure enough, you are just as I thought, you are very extraordinary. So, your purpose is to find me. Buggy was surprised. What am I doing? Others were inexplicable, unable to understand what the hell Vegapunk and his own captain were talking about, holographic projection. But they are not in a hurry, because they know that their captain will definitely explain to them later. Now they are also very curious. Why is 4+ Punk looking for his own captain? Me. With his hands behind his back, Vegapunk looked solemnly, looked at Buggy with great awe, and suddenly his tongue twitched a few times. I need your help. Everyone. Give me some respect when you call for help, old man. Everyone roared inwardly. Buggy is crying too. Can't laugh. Wow, ha 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 ha, old man, have you finally studied the government's taboo? Guy with his arms akimbo laughed triumphantly. I said a long time ago that you will kill yourself, so you might as well follow us and run away with buckets. Run with you? Vegapunk looked disgusted and flicked his tongue. With you poor bastards. You. Guy clutched his chest, his heart ached and he couldn't breathe. He was seriously injured by the old man. I still have a lot of unfinished experiments, and I need a lot of money. Vegapunk opened his arms and said, if I run away with you, who will give me research funding? You poor bastards, look at how you are messing around now. You really lost me. Don't say you are my student when you go out. Oh. So you're a student, Guy. Hearing Vegapunk's words, Buggy and the others elongated their stomach tone in unison. No. I am not this old man's student. Guy lost his defenses, jumping up and down in anger, and purple gas spewed from his head and ears. In order to prevent himself from being ridiculed, he immediately changed the subject and said, Old man, didn't you say that you came to save lives? Who dares to take your life? Oh, it's the government, that's all right. By the way, Tutu, what exactly did you research that the government wants to kill you? They should also know that it would be a pity to kill you, right? Vegapunk spread his hands and flicked his tongue. I can't do it without killing me, who let me study the historical text thoroughly. Ohara, which was just the beginning of Yanju, was destroyed. So what if I'm a genius scientist? I know more than Ohara. It can be said that everything about Ohara is in my head. They will kill me. You know you're still researching. Are you an idiot? Guy burst into a rage. Why can't you do science with peace of mind? Wasn't it the same when you cut off the bloodline factor research? Why be stupid? I can't help it, I'm human too, Gaisa. Vegapunk grinned. The death of Clover, the destruction of Ohara, the death of the Tree of Omniscience, I am very angry. Old man. Guy fell silent. Snapped. At this moment, Robin's eyes were blurred with tears. She didn't expect Vegapunk to have such an attitude. She grabbed Buggy's hand and said pleadingly in her eyes. Buggy, can you save him? Buggy raised his hand and rubbed Robin's head, wiped away her tears, and smiled. If you say save him, then I will save him. Robin nodded heavily. Thank you, little girl. Vegapunk nodded at Robin insincerely, and sighed. Actually, I have no choice but to restrain myself. 20 years of restraint, but what can I do? I'm too smart. I am so genius, just read it once. I didn't expect the text of history to be so simple. What can I do? I'm also desperate. Everyone. No, old man, you have a billion points of narcissism. Robin. Buggy, I regret it. Sorry, I was being arrogant. Vegapunk immediately bowed to Robin, and Robin couldn't help laughing when he saw this. But before her smile widened, she heard Vegapunk say, I'm not targeting you. I just want to say that the wisdom of all life on this planet is not as good as a hair of mine, and I don't mean to discriminate against you. As soon as this remark came out, the farmer ran away immediately. Hey. Old man, are you courting death? Kill you old man. What an unlovable old man. Could it be that the world government wants to kill you because of your cheap mouth? Absolutely. Died by a mean old man. Zephyr and the others also twitched the corners of their mouths. Even though they hadn't seen this old man for many years, his mouth was really hard to resist. Buggy raised his hand to look at Vegapunk and said, It seems that there is an inner ghost on your side, so you have to ask outsiders for help. But you find my word. Should I say you are wise or not? As expected of you. The man who is known as 10 steps and 1 count. Vegapunk eyes light up. State your terms. Saving you is easy. Buggy said calmly. My partner Bluno has locked the bear's breath. As long as he returns to where you are, it won't take long for all of us to go there. No matter who your inner ghost is, I can easily find out and solve it. But if you don't agree to my conditions, I will consider whether it is dangerous to save you. You also have to think about whether it's worth it. Very good. Vegapunk smiled and said, I dare to trade with you only if I have conditions and concerns, otherwise, if you don't want anything, I will still have a headache. Tell me, what soil do you want? Buggy holds up 3 fingers. First, I need a brand new rice crop. The yield per mu of this rice crop is several times higher than that of the current rice crops in the world. Second, I want hydroelectric generators, wind generators, thermal generators, and I want Scarlet Empire to enter the electrical age. Second poll. Show Vegapunk is in a hurry. You have no problem with the first 2 conditions, but it takes a long time to experiment. I'm afraid that you will be killed by the ghost before you even make the experiment. This is very simple. Let me help you find the ghost first. Buggy spread his hands. Do you think this kind of thing is difficult for me? You just help me complete the research at your place, and when the world government really wants to make a big attack to destroy you, we will take you away in the past. And without delaying your other research matters at your base. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Vegapunk's eyes lit up when he heard this, clapped his hands and said. Okay. Then it's decided. When are you going to help me find the ghost? I haven't said the third condition yet, did you agree so quickly? Buggy looked at Vegapunk with a half smile. The latter grinned and said. From your above two conditions, I can basically judge that your third condition should also be related to the development of your current Scarlet Empire. As for the technology that helps the country develop, I think I am still very confident. The third condition is that it will not be too late for us to start practicing after I find your strength. I will help you complete the first two conditions during this period. Before you come to help me solve the inner ghost, remember to bring the soil, food, melons and water sources of your Scarlet Empire, so that I can analyze the experimental samples. Snapped. Buggy snapped his fingers and smiled. Pleasant cooperation. Happy cooperation. After Vegapunk finished speaking, he raised his finger and said. This is a holographic projection receiving dictatorship exclusive to me, the only one in the world. Remember to keep this thing safe before I arrive at your Scarlet Empire. No problem. Buggy nods. Drop. Then Vegapunk's figure disappeared in a flash. After Vegapunk disappeared, Jabba on the side said. Buggy, you said you were going to help Vegapunk find the mole? What's wrong with this? If Redfield is here, we can still do it by taking advantage of his special knowledge. Now this old guy doesn't know where he went, and we didn't come to find us after we made such a big commotion. This old man didn't know where he died in that corner. Buggy chuckled, and said to himself, calling me an old man? Maybe he'll be younger than you the next time he shows up. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, he glanced at the crowd and saw that they were also frowning in thought. He couldn't help but chuckled and said a name. Violet. Oh, hearing this name, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then immediately reacted. They all almost forgot that Buggy has such a girlfriend as the Queen. Looking at it this way, Buggy seems to have quite a lot of good friends with the Queen. There is Hancock beside them, and after a few years, I am afraid that Robin will also become the first queen of G's empire. Afterwards, Ovalay's niece, Rebecca, may also become the second queen of Dressrosa. Tisk. Here are four at once. It's not that I don't know, it's a shock. Good guy. Doesn't Buggy have some kind of hobby? Jabba glanced at Buggy with a weird look, and when he saw Buggy was a little puzzled, he coughed dryly and patted Bluno, saying. Bluno opened the door. It seems we are going to Dressrosa. Crunch with a nod of his head, Bluno immediately opened the space door of the Dressrosa Palace Hall. Then, under the surprised gazes of the Dressrosa guards, Buggy and the others came out, nodded at them and said. I'm looking for your queen, please inform me. Yes. Master Buggy, wait a moment. Those guards looked at each other, and then shouted excitedly and respectfully. This is their Dressrosa's great benefactor, so it's impossible for them not to recognize him, and it's even more impossible for them to have that kind of pretense and slap in the face. 10 minutes later, Violet, dressed in a glamorous queen's dress, and Rebecca, in a pink princess dress, rushed over from the hall. Buggy. Lord Buggy. A queen and a princess, ignoring everyone's surprised gazes, threw themselves directly at Buggy. Fortunately, Buggy has a strong body, and he hugged the two girls easily. Hee hee. Ahem. Just as the two women fell into Buggy's arms, three different voices came from behind. Buggy immediately felt the coolness on his back. Three stern gazes were staring at his back, undoubtedly the Empress, Robin and Khalifa. Buggy let go of the two women immediately with a dry cough and smiled. Violet, how are you doing with government affairs now? It's very easy to have my father and some ministers help me. Violet blushed when she saw the crowd behind Buggy and immediately adjusted her clothes. Where's Rebecca? What have you been doing lately? Buggy looked at the pink-haired little loli. Well, it doesn't seem to be small. Me. I've been practicing swordsmanship with my father every day recently. Rebecca said excitedly. Buggy also listened with a smile, not in a hurry. Violet went to say hello to Robin and Khalifa first. After all, they were the ones who had been slept together, and they still had a relationship foundation. After saying hello, she looked suspiciously at Hancock, who was looking at him with unabashed hostility. Under Robin's explanation with a smile, Violet knew the identity of the Empress, and immediately began to communicate with her in a friendly manner. They are queens after all. After exchanging greetings with everyone, Violet was also very sensible, and instead of continuing to ink, she looked at Buggy and said. Buggy, I heard from the guards that you have something to do with me. I don't know what it is. Recently, the fruit of the stair is still developing according to the direction I said? Buggy answered the wrong question. Certainly. Violet nodded seriously and said, now unless Hockey is a very powerful person, I only need to glance at ordinary people from a distance to see their inner thoughts clearly. Very good. Buggy smiled. I need you to help me identify some insiders. Do you have time now? Of course there is. Violet smiled and said with bright eyes. It just so happens that there is no reason to take a vacation recently, so you wait for me for a while, and I will ask for a vacation with Grandpa and the others. Take a fart leave. The old man is in a hurry. Buggy hugged Rebecca and Violet one by one, jumped into the space door and laughed loudly. Let's go. Ha 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 ha. Ah. The two girls screamed, and then they laughed like silver bells. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but sighed helplessly. This Buggy character is really out of character, making people unpredictable. Blue Buggy and the others had just returned to Ghost Island when the phone bug rang. Click. He answered the phone bug directly, and Neptune's voice came from the opposite side. Hey. Buggy? We're all set. There is really a complex of palaces and buildings under the water, and they are all well preserved, which is simply amazing. Do you have time now? Come down to the party. Hearing the voice coming from the phone bug, Violet and both exhaled in shock. Ha ha ha, it seems that you came at the right time. Buggy waved at everyone and said, come on, brothers, don't care about that Vegapunk's life or death, anyway, he won't be dead for a while. Let's have a party. Let's take a look at the underwater world of our Scarlet Empire. Everyone couldn't laugh or cry when they heard the words, and then stood silent for a second for Vegapunk. Except for Violet and Rebecca, everyone else has seen the scene where Jabba controls Noah and the Fishmen Island to fly to the sea area behind the Ghost Island. At that time, they realized that Jabba actually ate lion fruit. The strength of the entire pirate group has improved a bit, which makes everyone extremely excited. Lion fruit. This is the ability of the pirate admiral Golden Lion Shaki, who once crossed the sea and overwhelmed the Roger pirates. With Jabba's strength equivalent to that of Marine Admiral, eating this lion fruit is simply unthinkable. Soon, everyone came to the beach, but when they came to the seaside, they were a little surprised. Guy scratched his head and said, Captain Buggy, we are all capable people here, how do you tell us to get into the water? Indeed, there are 20 or 30 people in their group here, basically all of them are capable people. If this goes down, almost everyone will roll their eyes in place. Buggy turned his head to Jabba and said, what do you say? Mr. Jabba showed his hand. It's not impossible. Jabba grinned, obviously eager to try. Everyone was very curious, how would Jabba's ability get them into the water? Doesn't lion fruit make everything float? Soon everyone will understand. They looked at Jabba, who stood on the shore, stretched out his hands and made a movement of peeling towards the sea in front of him, and at the same time shouted in a low voice. Divide the sea. Ha ha. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, the sea area behind Ghost Island turned out to be a huge crack with a diameter of 5 meters directly from the deep sea in front of their feet. The seawater on both sides is directly separated. They can even clearly see the fish swimming on the seawalls on both sides. Seeing this, Buggy patted Crocodile and said, Old Shaw, build a road. The corner of Crocodile's mouth twitched and said, didn't you say it's good to take a vacation? Build roads again. Having said that, Crocodile stepped forward step by step on the 5-meter diameter, uneven submarine road. Poof! Immediately, everyone saw that as Crocodile's footsteps fell down, the uneven rocky ground in front of him was instantly deserted, and then under the ability of the old sand, the water was instantly drained and solidified too. In just a few breaths, the road hundreds of meters ahead turned into a hard and wide gravel ground with a diameter of 5 meters. Wow! Seeing this scene, everyone suddenly exclaimed. Although they knew that Lao Shaw's ability infrastructure was very strong, they had never witnessed it with their own eyes. Now so one look, even Jabba and the others couldn't help being shocked. This made Crocodile's mouth with a cigar in his mouth lifted a little bit, and Kakuzu felt windy when he walked. Zephyr even sighed. I understand why your Scarlet Empire and ordinary people in the countryside can live in 2-story sandstone houses. No one thought that sand fruit could be so convenient in this respect. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the most important weapon of the country. Right. Buggy said as he walked, so I plan to make Lao Shaw the second head of the Scarlet Empire. What? Hearing this, Zephyr, Ain, Binzi, Shuzo, and even Violet and Rebecca, who were walking aside, were shocked. They never imagined that the head of the empire built by Buggy is going to let someone else do it. They all looked at Buggy in disbelief. Hee, don't be so surprised. The head of state I established, where the capable live, is somewhat different from the traditional kingdom you know. Buggy briefly introduced the political system of the Scarlet Empire. After listening to it, they looked at Gu Buggy with even more admiration. Zephyr couldn't help sighing in awe. Very good. It seems that my choice is not wrong. A man like you is worthy of entrusting Neo Marine wholeheartedly. Ain, Binzi and Shuzo were also shocked. Buggy smiled at Zephyr and said, with Mr. Zephyr's words, I feel more at ease. They chatted all the way, and the road behind slowly narrowed and disappeared, until they came to an island surrounded by a huge bubble under the water, and they all showed surprise. Violet, Rebecca, and Robin were even more amazed. The underwater world in front of you is simply too dreamy. Mermaids swimming around, beautiful and colorful coral reefs. It is already an island suspended in the water, and half of the island is underwater and surrounded by seawater. On the other side of the island, there is also a huge boat wrapped in air bubbles. Noah was also used here. Originally, I was worried about not enough houses, but now another place underwater is a series of palaces wrapped in bubbles. At this time, many Murlocs in the palace group were coming in and out, cleaning them up. But looking at the structure of the palace complex, it is definitely still extremely hard. Even after being under the sea for so many years, there is still no sign of decay. Judging from their materials, they look a bit like seastone materials. But now it's too far away to see clearly. When Buggy and the others came to the outside of the Fishmen Island, Neptune led the three princes, Shirahoshi, and a group of the Fishmen Island Murlocs and mermaids came to welcome them. They are all incredibly grateful for the new living area Buggy has chosen for them. This place is simply beautiful. Not only is the water quality extremely good, but you can also swim out to the sea to watch the sun at any time, and you don't have to worry about being surrounded by too many people. Because they are in this sea area, which is a sea area between Onishima and Wano-kuni. The Onishima side is a cliff, the Wano-kuni side is also a cliff, and there is only a small unused port. Perhaps it was a small port used by Wano-kuni fishermen for fishing. Buggy will be repaired slowly in the future. Master Buggy. Ah, it's everyone from the Buggy Pirates. Thank you so much. Ah, I love you so much. Sister Robin is so pretty too. Oh, Master Enel is cool too. As soon as Buggy and the others entered the Fishmen Island, they were surrounded and cheered by countless Murlocs, and they all expressed their gratitude and gratitude. The cheers roared like a tsunami. The cadres of the Buggy Pirates all had solemn faces, obviously trying to pretend to be cool. Buggy, who was walking behind, had no scruples, teased Shirahoshi from time to time, then adjusted Rebecca's breath, and occasionally chatted with Khalifa in front. Life is simply beautiful. Naval headquarters is in a state of bewilderment as Buggy and the others throw a party at their new The Fishmen Island. Naval headquarters was still holding a meeting about Neo Marine going to the Scarlet Empire, and suddenly an intelligence officer rushed into the meeting room. Swish. When the intelligence officer who just came in faced the eyes of so many strong men, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. However, due to the seriousness of this information, he still gritted his teeth and said, Marshal Sakazuki is in trouble. What's the matter? Say it. Akainu also knew that when the intelligence personnel made such a move, it meant that something really big happened. The others also felt their hearts skip a beat. Even Garp doesn't eat senbei anymore. The Fishmen Island. The Fishmen Island is gone. Crash. As soon as this statement came out, the whole audience changed color. Red line, Pangu City. Inside the Five Elders Conference Hall. The five old men were either sitting or standing, looking solemnly at Akainu, who was smoking a cigarette in front of him, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Sakazuki, do you know what you're talking about? The Fishmen Island disappeared. Maybe it was wiped out. How is this possible? Don't be ridiculous, Sakazuki. So you came here specially for this matter. Did something really happen? After the five old men calmed down a bit, Akainu exhaled a puff of smoke ring with a solemn expression and said slowly. If it's not an emergency, do I need to go there myself? What about your CP agency? Why is there such a big thing in the Fishmen Island? You don't know anything about it. It's absurd, right? I just wanted to ask if you had any news. Now it seems that your news is lagging behind me? Hearing Akainu's unceremonious mocking tone, five elders became angry immediately. Sakazuki. Watch out for your identity. What grade are you? Are you worthy of questioning us? Even if we have any information, are we obliged to share it with? Isn't this what you Marines need to do? It happened near the headquarters. You haven't noticed such a big thing and you still have the face to ask us? Get out and investigate immediately. Otherwise, we will deduct your Marines' military expenses. Akainu opened his mouth. In the end, the military expenditure was too high, so he could only turn around and leave bitterly. After Akainu left, the 5 elders looked at each other in dismay at this moment. It was hard for them to understand at this moment. The Fishmen Island disappeared? How did such a big the Fishmen Island disappear? Could it be devil fruit? But what kind of devil fruit can quietly make the Fishmen Island disappear? That's 10,000 meters under the sea. Demon fruit power can't be sustained, right? I can't figure it out. Even that adult is very difficult, isn't he? You can't attack 10,000 meters below the sea. Ask Vegapunk? Maybe he can give us some advice? Are you sure? That guy has some problems with his mind recently. Let's wait for the CP agents we sent to investigate the situation first. Scarlet Empire. Underwater the Fishmen Island. At this moment, various banquets are being joyfully held at the location of the Fishmen Island, which is thousands of meters underwater. Violet and Rebecca are seeing Murlocs and Merfolk for the first time, so they are very happy. The banquet lasted until the evening was almost over. Only Buggy and his party were left in the banquet hall, as well as Neptune, the 3 princes, and several ministers of Dragon Palace City. Buggy looked at them and said, "After you settle down, see when you can start to join the construction of the empire. Tomorrow, you can go to the capital of flowers to find me in Crocodile's avatar to receive errands. Regarding your joining, I have already announced it in the empire long ago. The people of the empire welcome and look forward to you. So, don't worry, this is our country. If there are Murlocs and mermaids who are excellent in listening, speaking, reading and writing, they can apply for clerical jobs. Now the empire is in urgent need of talents in this area." Good. Neptune excitedly held Buggy's hand and said, "Thank you so much, Buggy. Unexpectedly, we, the Fishmen Island, would one day be able to walk out of the deep sea and embrace the sunshine. This is something that Joy Boye failed to do back then." Buggy waved his hands and smiled. "We don't need to be so polite between us, we may be busy in a few days, and after the handover of other things, everything will basically be on the right track. So it's up to you, the Fishmen Island, to work hard to create the future. The establishment of the empire requires everyone to cooperate and win-win." Win-win. Neptune and the others waved their arms excitedly. Buggy, who was about to leave, suddenly thought of something, smiled and said, "By the way, before I leave, I have another housewarming gift for you." "Oh? Any more presents?" Neptune and the others were very excited. "Yes, let's go outside, after all, this gift is not small." Then Neptune and others, as well as Buggy and his group, followed him to the outside of the Fishmen Island. Everyone in the Buggy Pirates looked at Buggy with puzzled faces, and they were also curious about what the gift was. Now Buggy has nothing in his hands. Could it be that Blueno should open the door to get it? Now the Fishmen Island is illuminated by all kinds of huge bright pearls, and even the swimming fish outside the bubble film can be seen clearly, just like being in a dreamlike fairy tale world. I didn't feel like holding a banquet in Dragon Palace before, but now after I came out, everyone was amazed. What a beauty. I feel that this place is more beautiful than the surrounding area of the Fishmen Island, which was under 10,000 meters before. This is for sure. There are not many creatures and plants that can survive on the seabed below 10,000 meters. The biodiversity is definitely much worse than here. In addition, no one has been in the water in Wano-kuni for hundreds of years, and there has been no damage to the underwater, which is why the underwater remains so intact and beautiful. After Buggy and the others came out, many Murlocs who saw them below raised their hands to say hello to Buggy and his group who were sitting in the long eel cart above. Suddenly, it caused another commotion. Then Buggy took a bubble wrap generator, and under the suspicious gazes of the crowd, he rose directly to the sky and fed himself a bubble wrap. After that, he came to the outside of the Fishmen Island bubble wrap. Snapped. Immediately, under the incomprehensible eyes of everyone below, Buggy clapped his hands together, and a burst of soaring blue light spread from around his body to all around, and spread to 1,000 meters away in the blink of an eye, and it was still spreading rapidly. For a while, the surrounding dark seabed was illuminated by this blue light. This scene caused many Murlocs at home to come out to watch the fun. Birthday in the tree world. After Buggy's voice fell, countless green plants began to pop up from the land in front of the seabed, and then these plants grew wildly, and in just a few breaths, they grew into a large area with a diameter of several meters on the seabed. Kilometers exist like seaweed. Ha ha, many Murlocs on the Fishman Island were shocked when they discovered this scene, but before they could make a move, there was movement again on the seabed covered with seaweed. Ha ha ha. As the seawater was crazily swirled, individual seaweeds grew rapidly, and in just a few breaths, they turned into huge 980-degree trees, and these trees were still rapidly expanding and soaring upwards. Ha ha ha. Those trees are still expanding and growing. After a few minutes, each of these trees has grown to a diameter of nearly 10 meters, each of which is hundreds of meters high and is still growing rapidly. There are even 1 or 2 big trees that have broken through the water, rushed out of the sea, and directly grew into a 1,000-meter giant tree. This miraculous scene completely shocked the entire the Fishman Island. If the Murlocs of the Fishman Island didn't recognize what these seaweeds were at the beginning, after these seaweeds grew up like crazy, they were very familiar with the tree patterns on the big trees. It is just because they are familiar that they will be shocked. How is this possible? Can this kind of thing be done? On this day they seemed to see the presence of the gods. Everyone in the Fishman Island opened their mouths wide in shock, and after a while, almost everyone shouted that name in unison amidst the roar of mountains and tsunami. Yarchman Mangrove. Yes, that's Buggy's housewarming gift from the Fishman Island, Yarchman Mangrove. Although they can't grow to the size of the Saboti archipelago all at once because the sensen fruits haven't awakened yet, it's enough for the Fishman Island 1,000 meters below. Because these mangroves can bring sunlight into the seabed, from now on this place will be the second underwater dreamland in the world. This is the correct way to open sensen fruit. Oh my god, it's really Yarchman Mangrove. Master Buggy actually created a mangrove forest in such a short time? Woo ah, Buggy is considerate because of human factors. King Neptune just said that this is Mr. Buggy's housewarming gift from the Fishman Island. I just want to give Mrs. Buggy one. You want to fart? Master Buggy. The people on the Fishman Island below were completely crazy after seeing the huge Yarchman mangrove forest not far away, and the 5 million Murlocs in the entire the Fishman Island were crazy because of this man. But at this time, Buggy was in the seawater outside the bubble membrane, so naturally he couldn't hear the cheers like a tsunami coming from the Fishman Island. He is still exerting all his strength, trying to make this mangrove forest bigger and taller. However, he worked hard several times, and the highest he could lift this mangrove forest was about 1,800 meters, and the forest area was about 5 kilometers. This is the reason why his fruit ability has not been awakened. This wave of operations consumed more than half of Buggy's physical energy, and even a cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The one-time limit can only be extended to so much for the time being. This Yarchman mangrove is a very magical plant, because it can grow in seawater, so there is no need to worry about them being drowned by seawater. Birthday in the tree world. After exhaling, Buggy cast Birth of the Tree Birth twice again, but the latter 2 times did not stretch the Yarchman mangrove to the maximum like the first time, but kept each forest with a height of hundreds of meters and a length of 2 to 3 kilometers. In this way, there are 3 forests around the Fishman Island. These underwater forests are real existences, and they will grow up slowly in the future. There is the first forest that absorbs sunlight from the sky, so there is no need to worry about the mask problem underwater, and the other 2 forests can also grow rapidly. It can be said to be a huge underwater landscape, and it won't be long before this place is booming. After getting the Alkman mangrove Adam and Eve's vitality from the Fishman Island, Buggy has a feeling that he can grow them. Now it seems that it is so. As long as he has absorbed the vitality of similar plants, he can use the power of dense fruit to plant them and ripen them. Certainly. This housewarming gift, Buggy to the Fishman Island wasn't given for nothing. You know, there is an ancient battleship, Pluto, somewhere under the water. This mangrove is placed here to protect Pluton, and secondly, to allow Buggy to sense the underwater situation and movement at all times. For him who now has dense fruits, every piece of forest he planted within dozens of kilometers around him can become his eyeliner. Whether it's the Scarlet Empire or underwater. Now the whole country is full of Buggy eyes. As long as he thinks, he can observe the situation around any forest at will with a move of his mind. You know, the current him is still under the condition that the fruit has not awakened. Even Buggy himself can hardly imagine how powerful his ability will be after the fruit is awakened. Is it time to build an empire on tree? Use the forest to link the entire empire together, and use the trunk of the Adam tree to plant a big tree in the sky. It was a little thought in Buggy's mind. Looking at the mangrove forest in the distance with satisfaction, Buggy smiled. He had just returned to the bubble membrane of the Fishman Island when he heard the ear-piercing sound of mountains and tsunami. At this moment, Everyone in the Fishmen Island is shouting excitedly. Long live Mr. Buggy. After Buggy was stunned for a moment, he also smiled and greeted the Murlocs and mermaids below. After that, they returned to the eel car, bid farewell to Neptune and the others, and all the people returned to the Ghost Island through the space gate again. On the Fishmen Island, a group of Murlocs couldn't bear it any longer. They rushed out of the bubble and swam towards the mangrove forest in the distance. Without a doubt, this was the happiest day all Murlocs have ever had. It was too late to return to the Island of Ghosts. Buggy decides to have an in-depth chat with Violet and Rebecca about what happened after they haven't seen each other for a month. Robin and the others didn't bother the three of them either. This chat lasted for one night, noon the next day. After Buggy and his group finished their lunch, they were ready to go to Egg Point Island where Vegapunk is located. Before leaving, I asked Blueno to get a bag of soil and a bag of rice ears, and then, except for the housekeeper, a group of more than a dozen people came directly to Dangian Island through the Gate of Space. When Buggy and his group appeared on Dangian Island, it immediately caused a sensation. This sensation was not only on Dangian Island, but also on Buggy's side. Because the technological level of Dangian Island is too high, everyone in the Buggy team is like a bumpkin, shocked by the scene in front of them. This is equivalent to the feeling of a person in the 18th century coming to a first-tier big city in the 21st century. The feeling of future technology is indeed too shocking. But everyone in the Buggy Pirates is not ordinary people, nor are they crazy guys like Wong Luffy. After a shock, they calmed down. Crocodile on one side frowned and said, "Captain Buggy, what are we going to do now? No one looks around here." Buggy puts his hands in his pockets. "It's very easy. Don't worry. Let's look around first, but don't randomly bang. Since Vegapunk is here, there must be surveillance. If a group of uninvited guests like us can't notice it, he will be the #1 scientist in the world. Let's go, pure travel." After talking, Buggy really started to look around. When everyone heard what Buggy said, they all nodded in agreement. Sure enough, a cute loli more than 3 meters long appeared in front of her, with a black and white two-petal hairstyle, which was particularly obvious. And she flew to Buggy's side, smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Atlas. The ontology asked me to pick you up, come with me." Buggy nodded without hesitation, took the lead to follow, and said at the same time, "Let your main body call all his other avatars to the place where we meet, save time and time." The hungry Atlas in front glanced at Buggy in surprise, then nodded and said, "I'll contact ontology right away." Although Dangian Island attracted everyone's attention, they all knew the purpose of the trip, so no one made any extraneous incidents at all. Now is not the time to take risks. Soon they came to a huge research institute, and then saw the Vegapunk in the video before. After seeing Buggy and the others, he also showed his iconic sly smile, flicked his long tongue and said, "I didn't expect you to come so soon. It seems that you care about your 3 conditions." Buggy didn't say much, and put the 2 bags in his hands on the table and said, "One part is the soil of the Scarlet Empire, and the other part is the ears of rice. If necessary, I can also help you ripen it." Hey, you don't need this one." Vegapunk smiled, then he looked closer to Buggy and whispered, "How are you going to identify the inner ghost? From what Atlas contacted me before, you seem to have confirmed that the inner ghost is one of my avatars. Are you sure?" "Of course sure. I've seen the drama anyway." Buggy spread his hands. "Of course not sure, but I have a way to tell. The easiest way is to start with your avatar. If it's not a clone, then you can call other workers to string together. It will be soon anyway, you don't have to worry." "I see, it seems to be the power of devil fruit." Vegapunk reacted and sighed. "Devil fruit, it is the most amazing thing that the creator has given to this world." "Who said it wasn't?" Buggy agreed. Soon, the other 5 clones of Vegapunk were all present, and they stared at Buggy and his party with curious eyes. These 5 people are all clones of Vegapunk, and share the brain with the main body, so it is naturally impossible not to recognize the identity of Buggy and the others. Therefore, just looking at it like this made them exclaim, "God-killing pirates. Why are they here on the body? They're not here to kidnap you, are they? No, we'll call Seraphim here immediately. Let's notify the world government." Several avatars were a little nervous. Vegapunk laughed and said, "Don't worry, they are my friends and they are here to help." After a pause, Vegapunk pointed at the 5 people and said, "Let me introduce. These people are also my avatars. You have seen Atlas. This is Sakamuni. This is Lilith. This is Edison. This is Pythagoras. This is York." Buggy didn't answer the call, but turned to Violet. As early as when these people came in, Violet had already started to use the ability of glaring fruit. So when Buggy looked over at this time, she directly raised her finger to York and said indifferently. The ghost is her, York. What? Violet found out the ghost so quickly that everyone was stunned, even Vegapunk didn't react. But what Violet said next completely shocked everyone. I saw Violet's mouth curled up in a sneer, and said with a sneer. Your avatar has a lot of ambitions, she wants to kill the other 5 of you, leaving only one Vegapunk, and then she wants to become celestial dragons. Hiss. When everyone heard this, Fu Liang gasped. To take down the other 5 Vegapunks and become celestial dragons yourself. Everyone was shocked by Violet's words. Even the avatar of Vegapunk, York, is in a daze at this moment. Xiaopang's face was full of shock and disbelief. She never thought that the main body asked them to come here to pick at the ghost. What shocked her the most was that the woman just took a few glances at her, and completely picked out what she was thinking. How can this be? Crack. 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 Just when York, Vegapunk and others were too shocked to speak, Buggy's clapping sounded in the research room, which woke everyone up. Old Bay. What do you think now? This avatar of yours wants to kill even your main body. If you say a word, we will make her for you. Hearing Buggy's words, everyone in the Buggy Pirates suddenly became a little confused. I thought to myself, isn't the captain of the ship usually very sympathetic? He didn't even kill the 2-6 flying cells in Beast's pirates, he just let them go to mine. Why is it so ruthless now? The doppelganger of 4+ Punk kills as soon as he wants. Oh. Vegapunk is a man? That's all right. Vegapunk also came back to his senses. He stared at York with his small eyes and said in a puzzled way. Why York? Why are you going to be that filthy thing? What are celestial dragons like? Haven't you seen them? The other 5 clones also looked at York with puzzled expressions. When York heard Vegapunk's words, she knew that the main body believed what the woman said. She also understands now that that woman should be a person with abilities. It's just that I didn't expect ontology to ask for foreign aid. This caught her off guard. The most important thing is that this foreign aid of ontology is actually the strongest pirate group recognized in the world today. God-killing pirates. The guy who dares to execute celestial dragons, she has no hope at all. Thinking of this, York broke through the riot control and walked away, pointing at a circle of Vegapunk's avatars and main body and roaring. Why? You still have the face to ask me why. Then I want to ask you, why do I bear the desires of 5 of you alone? Why do you want me to carry out your eating and drinking? I also want to impose various experimental ideas and wishes on me. When you ask this sentence, have you ever thought about how painful I am? Since I was separated from you, I already have my own consciousness, I am also a human being, and I want my own freedom. But I was restricted to death by the desires of the 5 of you. Helps you eat, drink, and scatter every day, and bears the torment of your various desires. Have you ever thought about my pain? Have you ever wondered what it would be like when a person's ambition is expanded to the limit? As for the celestial dragons, as long as I become celestial dragons, won't it be someone else who suffers? What does it have to do with me? York's roar echoed throughout the laboratory. All 5 Vegapunks fell silent. They didn't expect that it was because their desires were too inflated, which caused York to bear such a huge pressure. It even twisted her to such an extent. Vegapunk didn't know how to face his clone for a while, and he was so smart that he didn't know how to speak at this time. The same is true for the other 5 clones. They are all clones of Vegapunk. Although they represent different personalities, they are undoubtedly extremely smart. Facing such York, there is no doubt that she will be eliminated. Because York has already betrayed them, if they are not eliminated, what awaits them is to be wiped out by York or the world government. But York is undoubtedly a life with independent consciousness. In fact, he can be regarded as a human being. If you let them do it, call out scoff. Just when the few of them were hesitating, a white gold beam of light directly enveloped York, and she didn't even let out a scream, and directly turned into dots of light and dissipated in the air. Then Buggy's indifferent voice sounded, she has betrayed you and decided to kill you completely. Since you hesitate, let me do it for you. I don't want to give her the opportunity to inform the world government of our coming here. If the world government knows that we have contacted you, I am afraid there will be another big war. Now my Scarlet Empire needs some time to recuperate. So, sorry. After Buggy finished speaking, everyone came to their senses. At the same time, I can't help but sigh Buggy's decisiveness. We understand. Vegapunk and the 5 clones spoke in unison. Go to your own business. Vegapunk sighed and said. Pay more attention to the situation overseas. We should have been discovered by the world government, and then they will definitely send CP agencies to investigate and prepare countermeasures. Okay. Clear. New. Several clones of Vegapunk nodded, and they all took a complicated look at Buggy before turning and leaving. Why? Vegapunk stared blankly at the direction where York disappeared for a while, and finally heaved a long sigh, then turned to look at Buggy and said. Buggy, anyway, you saved our lives. Now that the traitors are cleared, at least I can transfer some important data on Dangian Island in an orderly manner. You have already seen it when you came. This Dangian Island is the city of the future. I can say that most of my life has been spent here. If York calls people from the world government, and I'm not ready, the place will definitely be affected by the flames of war, and important data will also be destroyed. Anyway, thank you, my friend. Vegapunk opens his arms to Buggy. Buggy also knew that the old man must be a little sad at this time, so he nodded and hugged him. Just as he hugged him, he was directly locked by Vegapunk, and then soared into the sky, and then Vegapunk's mischievous smile echoed in the sky. Ha ha ha, you fell for Buggy. Although York's body was destroyed, her consciousness had returned to her brain. I can revive her anytime I want. Therefore, she is not considered dead. Everyone was stunned when they heard the words, and then they all looked at the old man who was holding Buggy in the sky with some dumbfounding, looking like he had succeeded in his tricks. Robin also helped his forehead and said, Dr. Vegapunk, not even the 4 emperors Kaido and Big Mom dare to get so close to Buggy, you. Hey, forget it. Just play around. Robin was halfway through speaking, but found that Buggy didn't mean to counter Vegapunk. She froze for a moment, and her eyes could not help but bend slightly. This man, would he be considerate to the old man? Jabba and the others saw that their captain did not intend to struggle, but instead yelled with Vegapunk, knowing that he was playing with the old man. Although he said that before, it can be seen from the slightly sad expressions of the other 5 clones that although they are all clones, they all have deep feelings. Vegapunk probably didn't want Buggy to fight back and beat him up. After flying for a while, Vegapunk put down Buggy in a slump, and leaned against the wall by himself for a long time without saying a word. Crack. Crack. Buggy didn't say anything more, patted the old man's shoulder, and gestured to Bluno. The latter knowingly opened the door of space. Lao Bei, let's go back first. If you need any help, please contact me directly. I will put the phone bug here for you. Buggy raised his foot and tapped the ground. If you think about it, we can help you take it away even from this Dangian island. Vegapunk nodded, then shouted at Buggy's back. Thanks. Buggy waved his back to him, approached the door of space and disappeared. He naturally knew the meaning of this thank you. After all, I acted as a villain, and I also used the fastest and most decisive way to solve all this. If they are really allowed to come by themselves, I'm afraid they don't know how far they will go. Back to the Island of Ghosts. Buggy and his group started their daily practice life again. Recently, he has not only brought Crocodile with him every day, but he also occasionally takes Snuggle, who has mastered the stone fruit, and Jabba from Lion Fruit to go out to do infrastructure construction from time to time. This allowed the Scarlet Empire's infrastructure to be quickly completed, and far surpassed some endowed countries in the world today. Because of their slaves, the happiness index of the people in the Shan's Empire has also greatly increased. As for the national income, there is no need to worry about it at all. Not to mention the gold mines on the bottom of the sea that are equivalent to a gold mountain without refining, but there are several gold mines in their country that are more valuable than gold. That's a seastone gold mine. This kind of ore was sold blindly when Kaido was in control of Wano Kuni. He didn't understand the principle that rare things are more expensive, and he didn't understand that monopoly is the most profitable business. Now with his own Tezzolo as the first agent, the wealth of the Scarlet Empire has increased dramatically. People's lives are getting better and better. At the same time, the Marine Army structure on Zephyr was also established. It is worth mentioning that Lu Chi and his Special Talent Recruitment Bureau have recruited a lot of talents. Except for some powerful samurai, there are a few more characters who appeared more in Buggy's previous life, Wano Kuni chapter. One is Denjiro, under the pseudonym Kagashiro. One is Kazuki Hiyori, under the pseudonym Oiran Shao Z. The other one is Otama, who ate Paramecia danzi fruit. And the so-called mature ninja, who ate Paramecia ripe fruit. These can be regarded as the more famous talents in the Wano Kuni chapter. Especially Kazuki Hiyori expressed his desire to meet Buggy. But Buggy is currently in the breakthrough period of Sen fruit, so he doesn't have the heart to meet them. Because Buggy has a feeling that Sen Guo seems to have begun to move forward from awakening under his efforts. It's been almost a year since this step. Over the past year or so, Scarlet Empire has developed extremely rapidly. Like Flower City, Jilly, Rabbit Bowl, Ringhao, White Dance, Hime. The capitals of these county guards have already entered the electrical age. Because the water and wind generators invented by Vegapunk are already in place, enough to welcome the supply of these major cities of the Scarlet Empire. As for the countryside, there is not so much output. Vegapunk's words are to let Buggy build a production line by himself in the future. After all, the generators he gave Buggy before are all made of world government wool, too much is easy to be discovered. As for hybrid rice, in Buggy 1 month after adding punk soil and rice ears, Vegapunk developed transgenic hybrid rice, with 10 times the yield per mu. The awesomeness of a scientist. It can be said that it only took 1 year for the Scarlet Empire to achieve food self-sufficiency, which made Umit regret it for a long time. After all, Buggy bought food from him very generously, and such customers are hard to find. After that, the Scarlet Empire entered a stage of steady development. But the outside world has fallen out, because the impact of the sudden disappearance of the Fishmen Island is too great. In addition, the secrecy of the Scarlet Empire is so good that no one knows that the Murlocs from the Fishmen Island have settled in the Scarlet Empire. If you ask why you have such a good security measure, you have to give Enel a lot of credit. He completed the Fruit Awakening a year ago, making his strength completely reach the Admiral level. With his electromagnetic waves covering the entire Scarlet Empire, there is no need for spies to send out radio signals in his hands. You must know that phone bugs are also transmitted by radio waves. For unfamiliar phone bugs, Enel can easily catch them in 1 click, and then directly punish them. Therefore, for more than a year, no spies could escape from Enel. Others are still carrying out their own cultivation. In the past year or so, Snake Girl and Eagle have made the fastest progress. The talents and strengths of the two of them are unquestionable, and the teachers they follow are either Hawkeye, Empress, Jabba, or Bullet. Even if the characteristics of their Lunaria tribe are found out, it is difficult for ordinary people to defeat them. Not to mention that the strength has reached the Admiral level, at least they're a quasi-Admiral level. After all, the existence of Admiral's level is not only achieved by ability, but also needs to be improved in all aspects of hockey and physical skills. At the same time, their fruit ability has not yet awakened, so in the final analysis, it is still a little bit worse. Over the past year or so, the overall strength of everyone in the Buggy Pirates has improved a lot. If outsiders know about it, they may be shocked to the point of numbness. No way, the training place of the Buggy Pirates is really great. The Sky Island above 10,000 meters, the seabed below 10,000 meters, Boeing Islands, supplemented by ultimate energy. The combination of these 3 places, plus the medical team like Luo, Huobake, and Man Shueli behind them, it's hard not to improve their strength. But during this year, only Buggy, who is deep and simple, has not improved significantly. After all, if his strength reaches his level, if there is a significant improvement, it will be terrible. Therefore, for Buggy, Sen fruit is an opportunity. Dread Spinnaker, Castle Lord. Khalifa looked at Robin, who was staring out of the window, and smiled and said, "Robin, have you packed your things?" "Well, it's packed." Luo nodded. "Don't worry, Captain Buggy said that he will take you there in person." Khalifa patted her hand. Robin held his chin with a chuckle and said, "It's okay if he doesn't make it in time tomorrow, it's just a matter of Blueno's portal anyway." "Oh? You think so?" Khalifa looked at her with a half-smile, and then deliberately teased. "Master Buggy is really cruel. My favorite woman is going to go on a trip with her partner, but she still doesn't come out to comfort her." Robin gave Khalifa a blank look. She was too lazy to argue with this stunner today. 2 years. This is an agreement between her and Luffy's partners. In order to save her, they broke into the Eni's lobby at the expense of life and death. How could she miss the appointment? Originally, she was worried that Buggy would not let her go, so she took the initiative to unlock many poses. But when she learned that this man did not object to her going out to sea for adventure, she immediately laughed, laughing that she had underestimated this man's mind and courage. But think about it too. Anyway, I left my life card behind, and it was just a portal to find her, so I was a little sad about parting. Boom boom boom. Just as Robin was thinking about this, the ground under their feet suddenly began to tremble. So strong. This is the breath of Captain Buggy. Khalifa stood up suddenly. Call whoosh. Robin's speed was even faster, and a pair of wings appeared behind her as soon as she thought, and the flapping of the wings brought her figure directly out of the window and into the sky. In the sky, after Robin flew out, several figures rushed out from Ghost Island and looked forward in surprise. Rumbling at this time, the huge shock was felt even on Ghost Island, not to mention the land of Scarlet Empire at this time. In front of the sea facing each other, on the left is the Prisoner Collection Field Plain in Tuan County, on the right is the plain of Hakumai County, Ebisu Town near the Big River, and the location in front of the Flower City County. A place in the middle of the intersection of the three counties suddenly saw huge forests rising from the ground. In just a few breaths, it has already stretched for nearly a kilometer, and at the same time, the trees in the forest are still growing rapidly. 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. Seeing the terrifying growth of the forest, Robin and the others above Oni Island showed joy. Does it mean that the fruit of Captain Buggy is about to awaken? It should be, Captain Buggy said before, it should be the nearest. The momentum of this awakening is really huge. Is this Logia? Ha ha ha. Anyway, our Scarlet Empire will not be short of wood in the future. Wait, you look at the middle position, my god, what a big tree. Hissed the members of the Buggy Pirates above the sky were still discussing leisurely. When they saw that the forest stretched out for tens of kilometers, the forest suddenly stopped extending, but there was a tree suddenly in the middle of the forest. The giant tree soars to the sky. Whoosh whoosh. When they saw this giant tree soaring into the sky, Robin and the others flew directly in that direction. When flying over the Murloc Sea area in the middle, they seemed to find that the mangrove forest in the water seems to have grown a lot, at least compared to what they watched before. Could it be because of the influence of Buggy? Hush. At this moment, many Murlocs suddenly appeared on the surface of the Murloc Sea. Among them are Sunbell and Jinbei. Robin paused and looked at the two people below and said, Mr. Sunbell, Mr. Jinbei, are the mangroves growing under the sea? Right. We just sensed something was wrong, so we came up to take a look. Sunbell and Jinbei spoke at the same time. Robin nodded and said, it should be because of Buggy. He may have completed the fruit awakening now. I just observed. The forests that Buggy had planted before on Ghost Island have also grown a lot. Want to go and have a look together? Everyone has passed. I think so too. Good. Sunbell and Jinbei also rushed out of the sea and chased Enel and others on the moonwalk. The wings behind Robin also accelerated and flew forward. Her current strength is completely different from that of 2 years ago. With Buggy's expertise, Robin not only improved rapidly in hockey, but also improved in bodywork. Flower Fruit has reached the point of awakening. Although Flower Fruit's combat ability is not very strong, it is comparable to ordinary characters who can fly far after awakening. Buggy asked Robin to imitate his Sensen Fruit fighting style to develop awakening moves. After getting bigger, coupled with the armed color, at least some pirates that have just exceeded 100 million can be easily killed. In fact, Robin's Flower Fruit awakening is not an exaggeration. After all, she has mastered Flower Fruit for more than 20 years. Although she didn't deliberately develop it before, she has been using this ability all the time. So the use of Flower Fruit has become Robin's instinct. It only needs a little guidance, plus self-training and development, and finally let Robin complete the awakening of Flower Fruit more than half a year ago. I have to say that it is worthy of Paramisha's Devil Fruit. After awakening this kind of fruit, the physical fitness can be slightly improved, which has enhanced Robin's physical fitness a lot. Make it easier for Robin to learn Murloc Karate. Robin's current strength can be said to be very good. At least it is no problem to be ranked in the top 4 of the Straw Hats. Even the day before yesterday, it was not impossible to compete. After all, Robin has mastered 2-color hockey, Fruit Awakening, and Murloc Karate. He should be able to compare with the 3 guys from the Straw Hats. That's why Buggy reassured Robin to go on an adventure with the Straw Hats. Buggy of the Straw Hats is still very relieved. From the fact that Eni's lobby and the others were able to risk their lives to save Robin, it can be seen that their bond is very deep. You can't directly restrict Robin's freedom just because she has become her own woman, right? Of course, the character of the Straw Hats is still trustworthy. Whoosh. Robin flutters across the sky like a dexterous butterfly. Since the fruit awakened, she basically didn't need much energy to fly. This feeling made her very intoxicated. At the same time, she was even more grateful to the man in front, although she could only see a huge forest for the time being. From a distance, this forest feels huge, and the highest places are at least 300 meters high. What shocked everyone in the Buggy Pirates most was that the tallest center of the forest was actually a tree soaring straight into the clouds. When I was in the distance, I felt that this giant tree was a bit unusual, but now I am shocked by its hugeness when I get closer. Even Enel, Jabba, and Bullet's eyes widened. No way, this giant tree is too big. Even compared with the Adam and Eve of the two Yarchman mangroves, they are only thick but not thin. The diameter has reached hundreds of meters, and the height has risen to the point of 1,000 meters. In particular, this giant tree is extremely straight, and only at the top of the canopy is there a canopy like an umbrella, which looks magnificent and beautiful. Wait. This is Treasure Tree Adam. At this moment, Sunbell, who had been with Master Tom, stared at the giant tree in front of him for a long time, and then he couldn't help but screamed. What? Sunbell, are you sure you heard correctly? How could there be such a huge treasure tree? It's impossible to be wrong. I worked for Mr. Tom, and I'm half a ship repairman. How could I even admit that Baoshu Adam was wrong? My God. Such a huge treasure tree. Doesn't it make people jealous? On the territory of our Scarlet Empire, what if they are jealous? I don't know if this is Adam Treasure Tree. Ask the captain later. Robin walked around the big tree and exclaimed. Its crown is like a canopy, its body is like a pillar of the sky, and its body is as steel as iron. This is the Adam Treasure Tree. It's just that I didn't expect that such a huge Adam Treasure Tree would be planted by Buggy. Hearing Robin's exclamation, everyone has a certain degree of confidence that this is the Treasure Tree Adam. After all, this is the most educated existence in their team. Just when everyone was amazed at the precious tree Adam, suddenly a pair of eyes and a mouth appeared on Adam's big tree, and he grinned at them and said, "Why, Captain, is it strange that I planted a treasure tree Adam?" Hiss. Hearing the sudden sound of the giant tree, everyone in the Buggy Pirates was shocked, especially when they saw the expression on the tree trunk. They were even more shocked. Captain Buggy? How is this going? Has Sensen Fruit awakened? Hearing everyone's inquiries, Buggy didn't hide anything, and said with a smile. Just woke up. You guessed right before, this giant tree is the precious tree Adam. And, if I want, I can grow more Adam's trees. I even think that the former treasure tree Adam might have been planted by the awakener of Sensen Fruit. It's just that his degree of awakening is not as high as mine, and his degree of development of Sensen Fruit is not as deep as mine, so it seems that the treasure tree Adam is relatively small. It also makes the number of Adam very rare. After all, there are probably very few people who can develop the Sensen Fruit to the point of awakening, which can explain why there are so few suitable treasure trees. Everyone nodded thoughtfully. It is really possible. But thinking about what his captain said before, as long as he wants, he can plant more treasure trees Adam. Doesn't that mean they're going to get rich again? On the black market, just a small section of Adam's treasure tree would cost hundreds of millions. If it was a bigger tree, it would not be tens of billions? Seeing the expressions of his friends, Buggy knew what they were thinking, and couldn't help laughing. You are right, we are indeed rich. Your attention is focused on the largest tree, Adam, and you look down at the situation around this huge tree. Hearing Buggy's words, everyone bowed their heads almost subconsciously. Seeing this, their pupils couldn't help shrinking for a while. I saw that around this huge Adam tree, there was actually a circle of small Adam treasure trees. In fact, it is not small, each tree has a diameter of more than 10 meters, and there are nearly 100 flowers. This kind of Adam's treasure tree can easily cost tens of billions. So much. Really want to get rich? Everyone showed joyful expressions. At the same time, I lamented that Buggy's ability to make money is really strong. Thinking about their previous lives, they were all digging and searching. Since following Buggy, they have eaten 18 meals in 3 days. Never worry about running out of money, it's such a cool feeling. At this time, the huge Adam treasure tree in front burst into a burst of blue light, and then Buggy's figure directly emerged from the body of the Adam treasure tree. When Buggy appeared, they found that Buggy had grown a lot taller. The current height is estimated to have reached 3 meters. Robin flew directly to Buggy, raised his hand to compare his height, coughed and pouted and said, "You've grown taller again." Ha ha ha. Buggy was obviously very satisfied with his current height, and patted Robin on the head. There was a sense of déjà vu as a daughter, then he turned his head to look at everyone and laughed loudly. "Brothers, let's celebrate with a banquet." Oh. When everyone heard that there was another extra meal, Yi Shi became excited and raised their hands and cheered. Buggy has been practicing retreat recently, and it can be said that he seldom shows up on weekdays. Naturally, it is impossible for them to have a banquet without the captain. So for more than half a year, everyone has been concentrating on cultivation. Now is the right time to hold a banquet. Also see off Robin. Because tomorrow Robin will go to the Saboti archipelago to complete the agreed trip with her partner. They were surprised that their captain would let them go, and then they respected their captain a little more. After that, it is naturally the busy time of the head chef. In this short period of time, Buggy and everyone gathered together to summarize their gains and strength improvements over the past year. For more than a year, one of the Buggy pirates. A total of 5 people have completed the Fruit Awakening, which has greatly improved the overall strength of the Buggy pirates. They are Enel, Bullet, Robin, Rob, and Rob Lucci. Everyone else was shocked when they heard the news. Originally, the awakening of devil fruit seemed to them to be a very rare occurrence, but now in their pirate group, including their own affairs, there are already 9 fruit awakenings. And depending on Jabba's control over lion fruit, I'm afraid it won't take long for Jabba to awaken. A pirate group of this strength really makes people feel trembling just thinking about it. But if it is one of their own, the sense of security is simply overwhelming. Even the current Marine headquarters cannot have such a powerful comprehensive strength. In fact, Rob Lucci's awakening surprised Buggy the most, because Zone's devil fruit awakening has a high probability of burning his brain and then turning into a propulsion. Those monsters in the city. In short, it seems that you have not spent more than a year in vain. Buggy raised his glass and laughed happily. Then, let's cheers to the improvement of the overall strength of our Buggy pirates, and another wave of wealth for us. Cheers. Everyone also laughed happily. We heard very good news at today's gathering. Seeing that everyone is so happy, then I may have to spoil everyone. At this moment, Zephyr on the side showed a smirk. Hearing his words, everyone looked at him with curious eyes. Zephyr took a sip of wine and said with a smile, "First of all, let me tell you about the changes in the world's pattern over the past year." "Okay, it's time to listen carefully," Buggy nodded. Zephyr brewed for a while and then said, "The first thing to say is what the outside world thinks about our Scarlet Empire. Because of Enel, the intelligence spies from the world government and Marine couldn't find any information about our Scarlet Empire at all. They couldn't install intelligence spies, and they didn't want to start a war with us. So they started to rush. Public opinion in the world today is very unfavorable to us, and the world government will smear us from time to time. They said that we harmed the people of Wano Kuni, that we were more cruel than Kaido, and treated all the original Wano Kuni people as slaves to mine. It is said that the people of Wano Kuni are not full of food now." After hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Zephyr also shook his head and laughed, then he said solemnly, "But we have to pay attention to the next point. The world government blames us all for the sudden disappearance of the Fishmen Island. Thinking that we, as the protection force of the Fishmen Island, can't even protect the Fishmen Island, so that the Fishmen Island was wiped out quietly, and we still don't know it, and we are still shutting down the country. They are destroying the prestige of your god-killing pirates. Coupled with the current turmoil in the New World pattern, many people believe it. Now New World is considered to be the top 5 forces. The strongest among them is us in the original Wano Kuni territory, and then there is the Wan Guo of the Double Emperor Alliance. After Kaido and Big Mom fled, they returned to Wangguo. After that is the marine base of New World, which is guarded by Aokiji Admiral and Fujitora Admiral, and there are Momoshagi and T-Dolphin, 2 Marine Admiral backup masters, which shocked many. Pirates of the New World. Then there is the Blackbeard pirates who have hunted and killed demon fruit power for more than a year. This guy successfully secured the position of the 5th Emperor and became the recognized 5th tomb in the world today. If it weren't for some of Whitebeard's original powers coming under our protection, this guy might even want to snatch it. But now he just had some minor conflicts with Wan Guo, and it is said that he also fought with Shuangwang. I don't know the specific situation. But both sides are fine, obviously there is no real fight. Finally, there is the so-called weakest red-haired Shanks. This guy is also the existence that Buggy said before that should not be underestimated. Coupled with the fact that Red Hair has contact with Elbaf, one of the most powerful nations in the New World, his weakest power seems to be self-defeating. This is the general change in the New World pattern over the past year. It can be said that except for our Scarlet Empire and the God Slayer pirates, which are developing steadily, everyone else is in chaos. After learning the information, everyone was thoughtful. In the past year or so, a lot of great things have happened. Oh, right. At this moment, Zephyr suddenly said with a strange expression. The singer Uda, who has suddenly become popular all over the world in the past 1 or 2 years, her team contacted us and seemed to want to hold a concert in our Scarlet Empire. Ha! Hearing this news, everyone was dumbfounded. What is this and what is it? Concert. Not only were they confused, Buggy was also confused. It's not that he doesn't know Uda, but it's outrageous that she wants to hold a concert here. How? Want to play Infinite Tsukuyomi with the Scarlet Empire? Buggy was a little dumbfounded, but after he thought about it, his eyes suddenly lit up and said, "This might not be an opportunity, chance?" Zephyr and the others looked at Buggy suspiciously. Yes, an opportunity for our Scarlet Empire to go global. The corners of Buggy's mouth turned upward. Zephyr, didn't you say that the world government is trying to discredit us in the world? Then we accepted the request of Uda's concert, let her come over, and then used Uda's reputation as a world singer to push our Scarlet Empire out. Just in time to slap a wave of world government in the face. Oh. Everyone was very excited when they heard it. Is it finally about to start? Zephyr was also very excited, grinning and saying, "I can't wait for world government to see their faces swollen." Shuzo also sighed. No one thought that the former Wano-kuni could develop so quickly after going through such a big war, right? Ain nodded heavily and said, "Which country in the New World can compare to our Scarlet Empire? Let alone the New World, even if you look at the whole world, there is no comparison." That is, everyone in the Buggy Pirates is also extremely proud. This is the empire built by their concerted efforts. With the current development of the Scarlet Empire, there are murlocs in the sea, fur tribes in the forest, and Amazon Lily Daughter country in the far sea. When such a temple-sized empire faces the world, I don't know how big a sensation it will cause. Ha 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 ha! Buggy burst into laughter and said, "About the construction of the empire, the who contributed the most are Mr. Crocodile, Nugget and Mr. Jabba. It is their ability that helped the entire empire to be completed in just 1 year. Infrastructure. It is conceivable how powerful the ability of Devil Fruit can be when it is used in people's lives." Hearing his words, Lao Sha, Wu Ku and Jabba all grinned. Shungfa shook his head and said, "Buggy, don't overlook your own role. Your forest is the foundation of this country. If you hadn't cleaned up the toxins of the entire empire, I'm afraid the population would have plummeted by now. Also, after the entire empire is blessed with your ability, even the food and melons will ripen several times faster than normal. Now our food reserves are enough to feed the population of our Scarlet Empire for 3 years. In addition, the food purchased before was only consumed for a year and a half, and the food reserves for a year and a half were not used. Now the melons and fruits of our Scarlet Empire have reached the level of export. It can be said that your ability is the foundation of the development of the entire country." Buggy grinned, spread his hands and said, "I did not lose sight of my own strength and merit. I'm just waiting for you, Mr. Zephyr, to praise me. After all, I am the head of state, so I can't shamelessly praise myself, right?" Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha! Everyone burst into laughter when they heard the words. Zephyr was taken aback for a moment, and then laughed too. After joining the Scarlet Empire for more than a year, he has become more and more satisfied with this big family. The people of this country are always full of vigor, enthusiasm and passion. It doesn't look like a country that has just experienced war. As he himself said, everything that this country can have today is all thanks to Barcelona. After the banquet, Zephyr looked at Buggy and said, "Then I'm going to reply to that Uda. Can?" Buggy nodded and said, "Then inform, we are ready to start the Scarlet Empire. The time has come for all races to get ready. Let them prepare their own commodities, gourmet food and so on. We want to use this World Diva Uda concert to show the most beautiful side of our Scarlet Empire. In this case, our Scarlet Empire will definitely have a large influx of people at the founding of the country. At that time, it will be time for our Scarlet Empire's tourism industry to make money. If you want to visit our country for nothing, you can't do it. In a few days, I will build some palaces and villas on the giant tree of Adam, to entertain real wealthy guests, and let them experience the feeling of living in the tallest and most precious tree hotel in the world. At that time, set a price starting from a minimum of 10 million a day, to hundreds of millions. Only for the rich to live in." Zephyr's eyes lit up when they heard this. This is indeed a great business plan. Think about how big that Adam's treasure tree is, with a diameter of hundreds of meters, plus the trunk protruding from the top of its canopy. It can be as long as 1,000 meters. Such a huge hotel can't make money. They knew that with Buggy's ability, he could casually create hundreds of wooden villas. At that time, I am afraid that it will be Bailey who can earn billions in a day. This kind of profiteering speed is probably more lucrative than Gildart. The main reason is that most of Gildart relies on gambling, which is not a safe thing, but if you tell Buggy that this kind of tourism is sustainable, knowing that the country will have another income item, the French left immediately satisfied. Meanwhile, Saboti Archipelago. A head of green algae is being carried aboard the port of the Saboti Archipelago by a girl floating in midair. Hey! I said, idiot swordsman, what do you think, you can go wrong for such a short distance? Perona in a gothic lowly outfit scolded Zoro, who was soaking wet. Hey! I'm so annoying, how do I know that there is a cliff over there? Zoro said helplessly, shaking the water stains on his body. How could you not know? Perona roared, and then kept raising her hands and saying. Forget it. Good people do it to the end. I will take you where you are going, so that you will not be abducted by human traffickers at that time. Ah? Chlorel's face is dissatisfied. What do you mean I was abducted by human traffickers, looking for death? I'm going to Genshi to blackmail the bar. Although his mouth was harsh, Zoro was honest about where he wanted to go. Okay. I happen to be going there too, come with me. Halfway through Perona's words, she paused and said. Forget it, you go ahead and follow my instructions. Zoro could only walk forward with a dark face. Half an hour later, after correcting Zoro's route several times, Perona finally brought Zoro to the gate of Sha-Chi Rips-Off Bar. Squeak! As soon as he opened the door and entered, Zoro saw the familiar Rayleigh and Shaki. He immediately smiled and said hello. Hey, Shaki, long time no see. Futura. Luffy, are they here? Oh? It's Brother Roronoa, Brother Straw Hat, you have to ask Lao Lei. Shaki held the cigarette in his hand, exhaled a puff of smoke ring and spoke with a smile. Oh. It's Zoro, long time no see. Rayleigh pinches his beard and smiles. I haven't seen that kid Luffy for half a year, but I think there's nothing wrong with it. His father has promised that someone will pick him up and send him over. Huh. Daddy Luffy. Zoro, who had just sat down, bounced up instantly, looked at Rayleigh in shock and said. Is that the man? Yeah. Rayleigh nodded with a chuckle, then he tilted his head and said. Oh? And a little girl? Hello, my name is Perona. Perona, who was floating in the air, politely raised her skirt to the two of them and said. I heard from Hawkeye that if you come to you, you will know where to find Lord Moria. Is this true? Oh. Are you looking for Moria? Shaki looked at Perona in surprise. She tilted her head and said. It's a bit difficult right now, because I can't get in touch with Buggy either. I heard from Robin that he seems to be in retreat recently. Speaking of which, she seemed to hear something suddenly, looked at Zoro and said. By the way, you said that we will gather here in 2 years, will Luo Baozhong be among the people? Of course. Zoro said without hesitation. Robin is our partner. That's all right. While speaking, Shaki turned his head to look at the frowning Perona and said. Little girl, just wait here for a few days. I think if Robin Sauce comes, you will be able to find Moria. Really? Perona immediately showed joy, bowed to Shaki and said. Thank you, Sister Shaki. He, what a cute little girl. Shaki nodded with a smile, dragging his chin. Daytimes. A ship from the kingdom of Kamabaka docked at the port of Saboti. Ha. I, Sanji, finally came back from hell. Goodbye, you monsters. Whoosh! After a shout of excitement, Sanji rushed out of the big boat without hesitation. Sanji-kun. Hearing the cry from behind, Sanji shuddered in midair and actually stepped on the air and slipped away. Immediately afterwards, the members of the Straw Hats came to the island of Saboti one after another. Then, the supernovas of this year gathered one after another, trying to join the Straw Hats, or trying to use their heads to stand out. Luffy, who had just landed, was once again taken to an illegal corner of the Saboti Archipelago. Buggy, who was shopping with Robin in Saboti, smiled and said. Your partners are already here, go and meet them. It's in Area 45. You can see it by flying over there. I'll ask Bluno to put things on the boat for you. Okay. With a thought, Robin spread her wings behind her back, and under the shocked eyes of passers-by around her, she flew up gently. Then she approached Zhongji and caught his neck under his surprised light, and kissed him deeply. After dozens of seconds, Robin let go of Buggy and smiled sweetly at him, then waved lightly and said. Farewell, my man, I must now go on with my adventures. Go. Buggy nodded with a smile. He has no objection to Robin wanting to continue his adventures with the Straw Hats. Especially after being with Buggy for so long, Robin also knows some of Buggy's temperament and possessiveness. She will not let other men take advantage of her, not even a child. Buggy had mentioned this to her once, and it made Robin laugh for a while. But after seeing that Buggy is not a joke, she understood the bottom line of a man. As domineering as it is, there's no question she loves it. If a man doesn't even care about this, it proves that he doesn't care that much. Boom boom boom. Not long after Robin flew out, there was an explosion in Area 45 in the distance. Buggy's observation hockey can easily cover the entire island at this time, so he naturally understands what happened. The most tight-lipped man in the world is out again with his army of pacifists to torture the Nova pirates. It's just that this time Zon Taowen mentioned the iron plate. In the beginning, the appearance of the pacifists even used a laser to instantly kill a pirate with a bounty of 80 million Baileys, which really gathered this group of people who wanted to join the Straw Hats. Supernova was terrified. Especially when they discovered that the Straw Hats on the stage turned out to be fake, and they were blown up by a laser. These people were completely stunned. I'm stupid? The boss turned out to be a fake. Damn, we got played by that guy. The pacifists just now seem to say that they are some kind of pirates with a bounty of only 26 million, Damar Brock, who lied. Damn it. We're being tricked by a 26 million bastard? Run, pacifists are bloody. Wait. Look at that man. I'm stupid, he is the real Straw Hat. Whoosh, too slow. Boom, boom. A pacifist was blown away with a punch in Luffy's second gear. Buggy was lying on a deck chair at the entrance of a coffee shop, drinking a drink leisurely, and then saw this famous scene with knowledge. When he saw this scene for the first time in his previous life, he was still very excited, and he had something to say. But, if there are new changes today, will I still be rewarded? Whoa, he's a real Straw Hat, so strong. Oh my god. Look, that's the pirate hunter of the Straw Hat Pirates. Blackfoot Sanji. Hey. So strong, the two of them killed a pacifist together so easily. The Straw Hat Pirates are here. Wait. Look at that woman. Sigh. Just after Luffy kills a pacifist, Zoro and Sanji show up and kill one together. Just as they were about to flee, they suddenly heard a familiar voice. Thousands of flowers blooming hell chains. This made the three of them turn their heads subconsciously, and saw Robin in midair with wings on his back, hands folded in front of his chest, smiling and nodding at them. Boom boom boom. Then, they saw chains formed by white petals protruding from the feet of the four pacifists who were chasing the three of them. In the blink of an eye, the chains were dyed black. The feet of all the pacifists were directly let them fall to a flat ground. Nico Robin? You're here too. Coincidentally, labor and management arrested you together today days. Zon Taowen was furious when he saw it. However, before Zon Taowen could make a move, there was already a new change on Robin's side, and her coquettish voice resounded through the sky. Growing lotus every step of the way Senju Avalokitesvara. Then, under the shocking eyes of everyone in the number 45 body, a huge Senju Guanyin with a height of tens of meters appeared on the back of Robin above the sky among countless petals. Seeing the Senju Avalokitesvara sitting on the lotus platform, everyone was shocked. When had they seen such a terrifying scene? Is this the devil's son from the Straw Hats? Before everyone was shocked, Luo Shi's voice sounded again. Flowers bloomed to see the Buddha. The next moment, hundreds of thousands of hands with black palms of the Senju Guanyin sitting on the void behind Robin fell from the sky at the same time, and patted the four who were tripped on the ground. Pacifist. Boom boom boom. In the next second, the whole ground trembled, and in just a few breaths, the whole ground sank more than 10 meters, which made people's scalp troublesome. Because of the slow escape, Zon Taowen was only scratched a few times, and the whole person flew backwards for more than 100 meters, smashing an abandoned house before stopping. A few seconds later, the smoke and dust cleared, and everyone saw that the place where the four pacifists were before had turned into a large pit hundreds of meters deep, with a depression of more than 10 meters. A pacifist has been beaten to a pile of scrap metal. Hiss. Everyone who saw this scene suddenly felt their scalps go numb. Looking at the Lu-man above the sky, a thought flashed in everyone's mind. Is this him 80 million? Horrible. Pacifist? That's all. At this moment, Robin in the sky flicked his long hair and looked at the three of Luffy below, chuckled and said. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, haven't seen each other for 2 years. I'm not holding you back, am I? Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, haven't seen each other for 2 years. I'm not holding you back, am I? Robin's words resounded in the sky, and the shocked Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji all came back to their senses, but before they could speak, screams from Nami, Chopper, and others came from a distance. Ah! Robin! Robin! Too strong! How did you become so strong now? Ooh! Super! Yo ho 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 ho, it's really scary. I haven't seen Miss Robin for 2 years. Hearing the cheers from behind, Luffy, Zoro and Sanji turned their heads happily. Ha ha ha! How are you all? Oh! Robin-chan! Oh! Nami-san! Robin in the sky was also very happy to see these partners of his, and his figure flashed in the air and then flew down directly. Ha ha, then the Senju Avalokitesvara sitting on the petal lotus platform behind her turned into countless petals and drifted in the wind, which is too beautiful to behold. The supernova pirates who saw this scene were all amazed. Scary that woman. One move. 4 pacifists in just one move. A woman like this only offers a reward of 80 million? Why? Is the world government blind? Hey, the Straw Hat boss is gone. It seems that he has no idea of accepting people at all. Bang one at this time. Zon Taowen finally bounced up from the abandoned house. He rubbed his chest while walking and said in shock. So strong that Nico Robin. How can that be possible? Obviously only 2 years have passed. That woman is like a different person. Is the legend true? She was with that Godslayer before? But if so, why did she come back? This time I played Dafa, and all 6 pacifists were buried. Aren't the Straw Hat guys a bit too strong? In 2 years, almost all of them have mastered hockey. It has to be reported, another big trouble is coming. This wave of riots in the Saboti archipelago quickly quieted down with the departure of the Straw Hat crew. In the dock where the Sunny was located, Luffy and his group circled around Robin, asking her where she trained for the past 2 years, and she became so powerful. Facing everyone's curious eyes, Robin didn't hide anything, and said with a smile. You may not believe me, I was trained by my man, and I have the current strength, and it is because he trained me with. If it wasn't for him, you might not have seen me anymore. Nani! Everyone exclaimed. Sanji and Brook knelt down on the ground in pain, their heads full of gloom. Zoro looked surprised. Luffy said excitedly. Oh! Robin, let me tell you how he trains, let me tell you, I have suffered a lot in the past 2 years to learn chi. I see Robin, you seem to have mastered hockey too. Luffy Usopp squeezed his chin and shook his head helplessly. Frankie on one side held his forehead and sighed. Luffy is your focus here. I really admire you. Nami also hugged a pair of big Nai with speechless hands. Ah? Luffy scratches his head. Is there something wrong? Yeah. Is there something wrong? Chopper jumped twice cutely and said. Robin, I also want to learn hockey, it sounds very powerful, can you teach me? Of course you can. Robin smiled gently and rubbed Chopper's little head. Ooh, that's awesome. Luffy jumped onto the railing, waved his hand and laughed. Anyway, guys, after all the hardships we've been through, we're finally reunited. Now let's set sail and head to the Fishmen Island. Oh. Usopp and the others also shouted excitedly. Sanji came to life again, hooked shoulders with Brook and shouted in unison. Princess Mermaid, we want to meet the beautiful Princess Mermaid. Ha ha ha, at this moment, Rayleigh's hearty laughter came from behind the dock. It's great to see you all reunited safely, but if the Mermaid Princess is concerned, you probably won't be able to see each other, because there is no the Fishmen Island in the bottom of the sea below 10,000 meters now. Nani. Everyone in Luffy was shocked again when they heard this. How is that possible? How did the Fishmen Island disappear? Sanji had a gloomy look on his face. Ah, this news, in fact, I have also heard it vaguely. Nami on one side rubbed his forehead and said. Don't you guys watch the news these 2 years? Huh? How do you say it? Nami thought about it outside and said. According to the news, the Fishmen Island used to be the strongest force of the 4 emperors in New World, the god-killing pirates, and the disappearance of the Fishmen Island without a sound is likely to be destroyed by the god-killing pirates. Chopper and the others were shocked. God-killing pirates? Luffy tilted his head, then turned to look at Rayleigh sitting by the dock and said. Rayleigh, by the way, is this Godslayer pirates the one you told me about? That's right. Rayleigh nodded with a grin. That's impossible. Luffy shook his head decisively. Nami and the others looked at Luffy suspiciously, a little confused about what he meant. The god-killing pirates are my Uncle Buggy's pirates. Luffy said with a serious look. There's no way my Uncle Buggy would do something like that. Nani. Your uncle. The Straw Hat Pirates and others who had just calmed down from the shock exclaimed again, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Yeah, my Uncle Buggy. Luffy thought for a while and said. He also saved Ace in Summit War. Without him, I couldn't have saved Ace. I was too weak at that time. He is a nice guy. Moreover, he also gave me a lot of advice on fruit development. It is impossible for my Uncle Buggy to do that kind of thing. Everyone was silent. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a loud laugh came in from the door of the dock. Everyone looked up subconsciously, and saw a tall figure standing outside the gate of the dock, facing them with the sun behind them. With a tall and mighty body, a white cloak fluttering in the wind, a blue ponytail fluttering, a few strands of long beard hanging down his forehead, and eye-catching clown makeup make him look unusually rebellious. At this time, the man was wearing a white suit, with his hands in his pockets, stepping down the stairs step by step, smiling at Luffy and saying, Luffy, you have a bit of conscience, Uncle, I didn't save you for nothing. Ooh. Uncle Buggy, long time no see. Luffy laughed and jumped excitedly when he saw Buggy. Hey, Buggy, don't you say. Robin looked at Buggy in surprise. Buggy spread his hands and said, Sister Shaki told me just now that Mr. Rayleigh has something to do with me, so I thought I might as well come over to see you off and see him by the way. Robin chuckled and nodded. Eh. At this time, Nami looked extremely shocked. She immediately moved to Zoro's side and laughed. Zoro, you said this Buggy, it wouldn't be the one we met at that time. Nami, at that time they were just pretending to play with us for Luffy's sake. Zoro said solemnly, he's the one who won the world's #1 swordsman. What? Everyone looked incredulously at the Buggy the clown who had been deeply changed in their memories. If it wasn't for the eye-catching clown makeup and the flowing blue hair, they really wouldn't dare to compare with the man in their memory. After all, the man in front of him is the most powerful Sea Emperor recognized in the world today. Nami also shut up immediately in a very sensible way. But when she saw Robin's gentle expression, she turned her beautiful eyes, and leaned close to Robin again and said, Robin, could it be that the man you mentioned is? That's right, it's him. Robin smiled and said. He was the man who rescued me from Shinigami back then, so I had no choice but to repay him with a promise of my body. Although Robin said it lightly, they all knew that Robin was absolutely serious. Buggy sat next to Rayleigh and said, Mr. Rayleigh, what do you want from me? Well, it's not me looking for you, it should be a little girl looking for you, eh? Who's there? Rayleigh looked around a bit puzzled. At this moment, a white ghost suddenly drilled out from the ground, pierced through Buggy's body, and at the same time a crisp lowly voice came out. Negative ghost. Everyone on Luffy on the Sunny turned their heads in surprise. Who is that? Ah yes, it's my little girl on the Dread Spinnaker. Why is she here? And she shot at that man. Zoro, who was originally sitting on the Sunny, changed his expression, and immediately jumped up and said solemnly. Broken. Hey. How could you not be affected? This is a negative ghost. Perona's head popped from the ceiling and looked at Buggy in shock. Buggy glanced at the little girl speechlessly and said. Didn't Hawkeye tell you that when a person's haki is strong enough, any effect of devil fruit will have no effect on him? Hey. Nope. Perona shook her head subconsciously, then immediately looked at Buggy fiercely and said. You were the one who took Lord Moria away, right? I read the newspaper. It said that Moria became your prisoner after the Summit War, and even the empty spinnaker was taken away by you. Hand over Lord Moria. Whoosh. At this time, a green figure appeared in front of Perona in a flash, with a dignified expression. Hey. Perona, don't mess around, idiot swordsman. Perona glared at Zoro and said, I'm here to find Lord Moria, don't worry about it. Seeing the solemn atmosphere, Robin, who was leaning on the side of the boat, said helplessly. Okay Buggy. Stop teasing little girls. Perona, right? Although we were enemies once, we will be allies in the future. Moria has joined our Buggy pirates. He is now, should be cultivating in the Scarlet Empire. He has suffered a lot more than before. If you see him, you will be surprised. Is that so? Perona was taken aback. Zoro and the others were also shocked. Moonlight magic ducks have joined the killing. God pirates? Isn't the strength of this pirate group even more terrifying? Buggy grinned and said, okay, since Robin said so, I won't tease you. It's very easy to see Moria, come back to Scarlet Empire with me later. He should still be training now, by the way, Hoback and the Invisible Lion are also there. Hey. That's really great. Perona burst into tears with excitement. Zoro also heaved a sigh of relief seeing this scene. If you face this kind of enemy just after setting out to sea, it will be no different from hell. After all, this is the man who even beat that Mihawk. Buggy snapped his fingers, then raised his hand and waved to Robin with a smile. Call me if you have any problems that can't be solved. Remember, with me here, no one in this world can touch you. I will go first. Happy adventure Robin sauce. Crunch. The door of space opens. Buggy smiled slightly, waved at Perona, and then went straight into the door of space and disappeared. For a while, the entire dock fell silent. Robin looked at the direction where the space gate disappeared and whispered softly. I know. Ah. At this time, Nami finally dared to speak out. She hugged Luo Yuan excitedly and shouted. Robin, your boyfriend is too tough. It is still recognized as the strongest 4 emperors in the world today. Handsome, gentle and capable of fighting, invincible. Sanji covered his heart. Nami-san, I will be very sad when you say that. Boom. Go away. Nami kicked Sanji away and shouted at Zoro. Zoro, come back soon, got lost again, and we need to find it. What are you talking about, bastard? Zoro suddenly blushed and said firmly. Just these 2 steps, how could I get lost and look down on anyone? Seeing Zoro's stubbornness to leave as soon as he said it, Nami said with a deadpan expression. Oh? Then why are you heading for the exit? The boat is here. Zoro froze, snorted and jumped directly onto the boat. Ha ha ha. For a moment there was a jovial air on board the Sunny. After Buggy returned to the Scarlet Empire, he went to see Moria with Perona, whom he was thinking about. Perona's feelings for Moria Buggy can still understand. After all, he was picked up by Moria since he was a child. It can be said that Moria raised him since he was a child. Perona respects and loves Moria as his father. From his previous life, when he saw the Devil's 3 Seas chapter in the plot, Perona lived in a castle as big as 10 people, which shows that Moria loves her. She is worthy of Moria loving her so much. Even if Moria was imprisoned on Hive Island by Blackbeard in the future, Perona chose to sneak in to rescue him without hesitation. This is a girl who values love and righteousness, and is worth cultivating. In the future, the Buggy Pirates will be able to have another powerful battle force. As far as her Ghost Fruit Bug's ability is concerned, anyone who is inferior to Haki can't handle it. Now Perona is still very young, less than 25 years old, and it is still worth cultivating and improving. After returning to the Scarlet Empire, Buggy returned to the largest tree of Adam, and used his Sensen Fruit ability to directly build a huge 3-story palace in a short period of time. Community. The 3-story huge palace complex is all built on the top of the canopy of Adam's treasure tree, which is divided into 3 canopies. Each layer of the canopy has the shape of the top villas in the previous life that Buggy built with Sensen fruit. Each higher level of villas and scenery are more advanced and more beautiful. There are 3 floors in total. The villa on the top floor is basically unoccupied, and Buggy plans to use it for his harem to live in the future. Afterwards, Buggy came to hundreds of wooden villas with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room in the forest below, which were for the future fur tribe to live in. They live here, more and better to protect the small Adam's treasure maple around the Adam's treasure tree. At the same time, Buggy's avatar and Crocodile's avatar have begun to prepare for the large number of tourists who will flood into the Scarlet Empire in the future, or guys with various purposes. A few days later, a large ship with a musical note flag docked at the location of the Scarlet Empire diving port. Caw as the gate of the diving port opened, after the big ship sailed into mooring. A long-legged girl with white long sleeves on her upper body, with half pink and half pink hair, jumped directly from a height of more than 20 meters. Jumped off the boat. Then behind her was an ugly man in a wheelchair, and a group of strange soldiers carrying things. Wearing a tight black suit, Khalifa stood in front of 2 teams of elite soldiers, smiled slightly at the girl in front and said, "Hello, Miss Uda, welcome to the Scarlet Empire." Seeing the blonde beauty in front of her, Uda couldn't help being a little surprised. She didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful woman with such outstanding temperament and beauty in a pirate lair. Everyone likes beautiful things, especially Uda, a girl who is at the forefront of fashion. She grinned and stepped forward to hold Khalifa's hand and said with a smile, "Hello, beauty. What is your name?" "My name is Khalifa, and I am the head of state's private secretary. This time I am here to introduce you to the style of our Scarlet Empire." Khalifa shook Uda's hand, seeing that she didn't intend to let go, and let her hold it in a very educated way, smiled and said, "I'm also in charge of the concert venue you selected this time." Uda nodded thoughtfully, glanced at the wheelchair sitting beside him, and Gordon, who was hesitant to speak, spoke first. That's great. I want to visit the various villages of your Scarlet Empire first. Oh. I heard that Wano Kuni was called that before, right? You don't mind, do you? Gordon, who was sitting in a wheelchair, said worriedly. Uda. Khalifa nodded at Gordon to indicate that he should not worry, then turned to look at Uda with a smile and said. No problem. But now I want to correct what Miss Uda said. Now our Scarlet Empire does not call the 9 regions of the empire, but the county. I see. Uda's beautiful eyes curled up and said. Then how about we go to the most famous city of flowers first? Can. Khalifa looked at Uda and said. Then may I ask Miss Uda, do you want to go there directly, or go all the way? Above us is a Huan village outside the capital of flowers, which is still some distance away from the capital of flowers. It would be time-consuming if you walk directly there. It's okay, we're not in a hurry. Uda sneered in his heart. He didn't want me to see the plight of the people in Wano Kuni. I want to see it. Not only do I want to see it myself, but I want the world to see it too. Good. Khalifa still didn't change anything, just took Uda and his group up the stairs. A few minutes later, they took the elevator up from the dive port. When Uda and the others walked out of the diving port, they were shocked to see the patchwork of small 2-story stone buildings and flat and wide roads in front of them. Although more than a year has passed, the small stone building is no different from the new one. On the contrary, there are traces of time on the flat roads. After all, there are many people walking. Looking far away again, you can see the fields full of emerald green rice ears in the distance. And the fruitful fruits and vegetables on the mountainside. After seeing this scene, Uda and others were shocked. Uda turned to look at Khalifa in surprise and said. You call this a village? Miss Khalifa, are you sure this isn't the wealthy area of your Scarlet Empire? Wealthy suburb? Khalifa also looked at Uda in surprise and said. Miss Uda, how can this be considered a rich area? Wait for me to show you the rich area later, and you will know the difference. Don't you see a sign over there? It's called Kaingang Village. The villagers here used to serve Kaingang. Although they are not needed to work in Kaingang now, the name of the village has not changed. Snort. Damn pirate, still punish me. I haven't seen a single villager. Which village would be so quiet? It's almost evening and there are no lights in these houses? Where is the child? It's in vain that you are such a beautiful woman, you can even help pirates speak. Why? It seems that the purpose of my trip is not wrong. At that time, use the name of the concert to attract those marines, and see what you will do then. Let me lead the new era. What kind of dreamer Buggy, is it all created by the hypocritical pirates? How could a mere pirate have such a grand dream? How could it be possible to say such profound words? The other members of the Uda team were the same as Uda. Obviously they didn't believe Khalifa's words, and they showed different expressions. Snort. Let me use the ability of singing songs to live a live broadcast today. With my singing fruit ability, you will never notice the existence of audiovisual phone bugs. Here, various thoughts flashed in Uda's mind, and then he still smiled and said. Then let's go all the way to the flower city from here, and take a look at the scenery along the way. Good. As if Khalifa didn't see their expressions, he turned around and led Uda and the others towards the flower city. In the next moment, following Uda's thoughts, a few audiovisual phone bugs used for live broadcast in the team behind her suddenly lit up. Beep beep beep. The signal quickly spread throughout the world. Those phone bugs who used to pick up the Uda signal went straight to the live stream. Why did Uda start airing today? It's rare, but Uda is going to start broadcasting. Huh? Why isn't it singing? It doesn't matter, it's great to hear Uda's voice. Wait. What place did she just say? Scarlet Empire. I seem to have heard it somewhere. Many ordinary people around the world are temporarily puzzled at this time, but some people have already reacted. Uda, this is in Wano Kuni? No, it should be called Scarlet Empire now. Now it's interesting. Many people began to look excitedly at this country that has been closed to the outside world for more than a year, and they also want to see how this country has been devastated by the Zhongji pirates. At the same time, Naval Headquarters, Office of the Marshal. Boom. The office door was slammed open. Akainu saw the person coming and shouted coldly. Dama, give me some points, can you see where this is? The Dark Horse, who is the chief inspector of the Marine, is also extremely stubborn. He didn't care about Akainu's gloomy performance, but shouted in shock. Marshal Sakazuki, I'll talk about it later when I have something to say. That world diva Uda went to Wano Kuni. No, she went to the Scarlet Empire. And, the live broadcast is going on right now. What did you say? Akainu burned the cigar in his hand in shock. Yee crack. 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 At this moment, there was a sudden roar of mountains and tsunami in the distance, and then the noise of countless people. Uda's beautiful eyes flashed, she turned to stare at Khalifa and said. Miss Khalifa, there seems to be some big commotion over there, shall we go and have a look? Only then did Khalifa pretend to be stunned and said. Oh, I just remembered that today should be the day when the drama team from the City of Flowers came to perform for charity, and the people in the village should be watching the drama right now. I said, why didn't I see anyone? Let's go, Ms. Uda, I'll take you to see our Scarlet Empire's unique drama. Seeing Khalifa's calm posture, Uda was a little confused again for a while. Why doesn't she hide it? Soon, when they came to the drama square, they saw at least hundreds of people gathered in the square from a distance, watching the performance of the people on the stage in the distance. Kaido actor. Whoa, Kazuki Oden, as long as you dance naked, I will let you and the people of our country go. Kazuki Oden. Okay, Master Kaido, I'll dance. Kaido actor. Whoa. What an idiot, when you tear up all the dignity of your warriors in the country, that's when I completely occupy your Wano-kuni. At that time, after watching you, the monarch, dance for 5 years, the people of this country will completely give up. At that time, they will no longer even have the thought of resisting. Narrator. 5 years later. Kazuki Oden. Kaido, you are despicable, you are cruel, you are shameless, you are vexatious. Kaido actor. How despicable I am, how cruel I am, how shameless I am, how unreasonable I am to make trouble. The little ones kill me. Take down the Wano-kuni rebels and become slaves. Narrator. Wano-kuni was occupied, and the people were enslaved for 20 years. Until 20 years later, the Buggy head of state was born, and he fought against the Double Emperor alliance with one man. Crush the Kaido conspiracy. Defeat 4 emperors Kaido and Big Mom. Kaido actor. Run away, he's too strong. Big Mom actor. If you don't run, you will die. We are not rivals at all. Buggy player. 4 emperors, less than half of me, ha ha ha. Narrator. From then on, the Xuanglong was defeated and the Beast's pirates were all killed except the sinner Kaido who escaped. Wano-kuni was swept into the dustbin of history, the Scarlet Empire was re-established under the proposal of head Buggy, and the people lived a happy and healthy life. Good. Well done. Ha 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 ha, it's because of the Isle. Long live Lord Buggy. Long live the Scarlet Empire. Long live the Buggy pirates. Long live the Cadres. Long live the Empire. Long live the Empress. Long live Shirahoshi. Long live Robin. Good boy. You came here to find fault, didn't you? Ha ha ha. The Uda group in the rear saw the cheers of the ordinary but clean villagers and the happy smiles on their faces, and they were really a little confused at the moment. If a smile can be faked, but the heartfelt cheers cannot be faked. If she can't even hear this emotion, how can she be called a world singer? It's just that after hearing this, Uda was even more confused. Why? Obviously, shouldn't they live a miserable life like the world government newspaper said, enslaved by the Buggy pirates, living a life of neither human nor ghost? But what's going on now? Could it be the power of devil fruit? Right. It's really possible that it was caused by devil fruit's power. Pass. How can a country that has just experienced a war of hundreds of thousands of people in the War of the Three Emperors be so prosperous, healthy, peaceful and happy? Not only Uda thinks so, even her adoptive father Gordon thinks so too. Definitely a fake by the god-killing pirates. Uda and the others didn't attract much attention, because at this time the drama on stage was still going on, and the follow-up was about how Mimiao Nakamoto led the people of the Scarlet Empire to become rich. But these Uda are not going to continue watching. Because she decided it was a show. Still have to look real. Didn't you say this is not a rich area? Well, then go to the wealthy capital of flowers to have a look. Let me feel what your most prosperous capital looks like. Afterwards, the group of them quickened their pace, and after about half an hour, Uda and his group came to the flat road 500 meters away from the capital of flowers. The scene on the road directly stunned Uda and the others. Because there are streetlights on both sides of the road. At this time, the sun was setting and it was already dark. The streetlights on both sides were too dazzling, so that Uda and his party froze in place. This is a street light? Uda exclaimed in astonishment. Right. Khalifa smiled. Backquote, now our Scarlet Empire is still relatively backward, and we can only electrify all the main cities of the 9 counties. Because the temporary wind power and hydropower can only be used by the county. That's why we didn't see streetlights in the countryside before. No? Is this also called backwardness? Uda and others were completely dumbfounded. Don't miss it when you pass by. Take a look and have a look. Freshly baked glutinous rice cakes, sweet and delicious. Do you want one? It only costs 10 Baileys. Fresh head of state beggar chicken, only 100 Baileys a piece. Come and have a look if you don't buy it. Cotton candy, delicious and sweet cotton candy, only 50 feet. Practical furniture big sale. I don't want you for 10,000 Baileys, and I don't want you for 5,000 Baileys. Now you only need 999, and you can choose any piece of furniture to take home. What are you waiting for? As soon as they entered the capital of flowers, Uda and others saw the shouts of vendors working hard at various stalls. Such a pyrotechnic scene completely shocked Uda and others. How is this possible? Why? Uda and others can't figure it out. This country has experienced such a big war. Even Naval Headquarters Marineford isn't finished yet. How is Wano Kuni possible? Could this be the ability of devil fruit? Or am I hallucinating? Thinking of this, she quietly pinched her belly under the coat. Suddenly a tingling pain came, making her take a light breath. Uda thought for a while, then turned to look at Khalifa and said, Miss Khalifa, can we look elsewhere? Didn't you just say that you can visit other counties? Is it still too late now? Naturally, no problem. Khalifa took out the phone bug from his pocket and dialed it, and said directly, Bluno, come to my place. Crunch. Under the surprised eyes of Uda and others, the door of space opened, and the figure of Bluno walked out from it. As soon as he came out, the peddlers who were still hawking suddenly stopped, and then turned their heads to greet him. Master Bluno, has Master Bluno eaten? Huh? Is Master Khalifa here? Master Khalifa, good evening. Seeing those people looking at the two of them with happiness and admiration one by one, Uda and the others were completely stunned. Just a small cadre in the Buggy Pirates is so loved by the common people? Is there something wrong with me? However, Uda's shock has only just begun. As Bluno then casually took her through the 6 pre-Wano Kuni counties in the surrounding countryside, Uda went numb. Her adoptive father, Gordon, is also paralyzed. Never before. Weird. It's so weird. What went wrong? With the last thought in mind, Uda suddenly thought of a question and wondered. Miss Khalifa, you said that there are 9 counties in your Scarlet Empire, but we only visited 6 before, right? How about 3 more? Khalifa thought for a while and said, there are 3 more, one of which is the headquarters base of our Buggy Pirates, which ordinary people cannot go to. If you want to go, you can ask Bluno to take you to consult Captain Buggy. As for the other 2 counties, one is the daughter country of Amazon Lily, and only women can enter. The other is the Murloc County in the Murloc Sea area, the Fishmen Island underwater, where the Murlocs live. It's a place worth visiting. How about it, Miss Uda, would you like to go? What? Hearing Khalifa's words, Uda was stunned. Underwater, the Fishmen Island? Where do the Murlocs live? No, wasn't the Fishmen Island destroyed by you? Didn't the Murlocs know your secret and were wiped out by your god-killing pirates? What's the situation now? Not only Uda was dumbfounded, but everyone who was watching the live broadcast around the world was dumbfounded. Co-author of the Fishmen Island wasn't destroyed at all. Didn't the original populace of Wano Kuni become enslaved? All they knew was fake news? It's over, it's a big lie. World government, you actually pollute people's innocence out of thin air. Angry.